a spectrum to Mum and Judy. It's complicated, I tried instead. What's a lark for one person can be really important for another, and really problematic for someone else. I think for me... Oliver shifted slightly uncomfortably. And I should stress I'm speaking entirely personally. I've never wholly identified with that particular way of signalling your identity, which always makes me feel like I'm letting the side down a little bit. Mum patted him reassuringly.
Oh, Oliver, that is a sad way to think. I am sure you are one of the best gays.
I glanced back to find Oliver looking faintly flustered. Mum, stop ranking homosexuals. It doesn't work like that.
I am not ranking anybody. I'm just saying, you should not have to feel bad because you do not like to watch men in dresses telling blue jokes. I mean, I enjoy it, but I am French.
Yeah, I said. Very important part of French culture, that. Along with Edith Piaf, Cézanne, and the Eiffel Tower.
Have you seen what our kings used to wear? Their faces were beat for the gods and their heels were sickening.
Oliver laughed. Thank you, I think.
It is true. You should never let anyone tell you it is wrong to be how you are.
Mum was watching him with an expression I recognised from every childhood setback I'd ever had.
It is like the special curry. Luc has been telling me for years that it has too much spice, that I should not put sausage meat in it, and that I should never make it for guests.
Where are you going with this story? I asked. Because all those things are true and your curry is terrible.
Where I am going with this, mon canton, is that I don't give a shit. It is my curry, and I will make it the way I fucking well want to. And that is the way Oliver should live his life, because the people who matter will love you anyway.
For the first time since I'd known him, Oliver seemed genuinely speechless.
Come along.
Mum reached for the remote.
Let us watch episode 3. The queens are going to be in a horror movie.
Apparently deciding that business had become serious, Judy got up and dimmed the lights. As we all settled in for what was probably going to become a drag race marathon, I really wasn't sure how I felt or was meant to be feeling. Life with Mum and Judy had been this bubble I'd kept other people away from, partly because I was worried they wouldn't understand, but also because, I guess, in some odd way, I wanted it to stay mine. This private space where Mum would always be cooking, or saying something awful, and she and Judy would always be far too into whatever hobby or book or TV show had caught their attention this week. And I would always be welcome and safe and loved. I'd brought Miles to visit, of course, but I'd never tried to make him part of our world. We'd usually gone down to the village pub and had scampi and chips on our best behaviour. But here I was with Oliver, and while it was a little exposing and a little unnerving, it was also... what's the word? Nice. And he hadn't run away yet, despite Mum and Judy being at pretty much peak Mum and Judy. I let my head rest against his knee, and somewhere between the mini challenge and the runway, Oliver's hand began stroking softly through my hair. Chapter 27. Oliver was still busy with his case, which he couldn't talk about but refused to let me pretend was a murder, for the next few days. And I, of course, had a weekend with my dad looming, and, as a fabulous aperitif for that 3-course shit banquet, I also had to meet Adam and Tamara Clark, hopefully at an excitingly trendy pop-up vegan dining experience, rather than something Rhys Jones-Bowen had just made up in his head. I got there well ahead of time, so that I could scope the place out, and, in an absolute emergency, come up with a flimsy excuse to cancel. Thankfully, it seemed to be legit. Yes, from the outside, the venue was your typical generic pop-up space, a white-painted shop front with a sign over the awning reading, "By Bronwyn," but inside it was full of hanging baskets and repurposed furniture that hopefully the Clarks would find ethical and carbon-neutral and stuff. When I'd given my name to the teenage hippie running front of house, I was ushered into a cosy corner and given a complimentary bowl of... seeds? Which was kind of the worst, because I didn't particularly want to eat them. But they were there, so I was definitely going to, and I'd probably have finished them before my intended schmoozies had arrived. I was trying, and failing, to stop picking at the seeds. They were actually quite well seasoned, insofar as you could season something that was itself basically seasoning, when a large woman in chef's whites, her abundant chestnut hair stuffed into a hairnet, came over to greet me.
"You must be Luke," she said. "I'm Bronwyn. Rhys told me all about you."
Look, whatever he said, I'm not actually racist against Welsh people.
"Oh, you probably are. You English are all the same."
"And how," I asked, "is that okay?"
"I think you'll find it's a complex question of intersectionality. But basically, my people never invaded your country and tried to eradicate your language."
I slumped lower on the upcycled whiskey barrel I was sitting on. "Okay, good point. Thanks for taking the booking."
"That's okay. Rhys said you were a hopeless Burke and you'd be fired if this didn't go perfectly."
"Nice to know you're both on my side. So what's good?"
"It's all good," she grinned. "I'm amazing at my job."
Let me rephrase. Suppose I was a committed meat-eater trying to impress 2 potential donors who run a chain of vegan cafes. What can I order that will make it look like I know what the fuck I'm doing?
Well, if you want something relatively predictable, then you could go for the sunflower seed and cashew burger, but that might make you look like you're really wishing you could have a steak.
No offence, but I probably really will be wishing I could have a steak.
Yes, that is a little bit offensive considering you're in my restaurant. If you want to pretend you actually know what a vegetable is, you could go for the jackfruit Caesar or the tomato lasagna, and if you're feeling adventurous, you could try the sesame rolled tofu.
Thanks. I do have some self-loathing issues, but I don't think I'm quite ready for bean curd.
Little bit of advice if I may, Luke. Stop talking like this when your guests are here. They won't like it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get it out my system before I have to be polite to the clerks. Her face contorted.
What? You mean the Gaia people?
Not a fan? Are they like the Starbucks of veganism?
Well, it's not so much that, but they're very... Well, let's say I do this because I think eating animal products is unnecessarily cruel and an avoidable environmental catastrophe. I don't do it because I want to bathe the world in healing goddess energy and flog yoga mats.
I gave her a faintly alarmed look. You're not going to say that to them, right?
Of the two of us, which was the one dissing tofu in front of a vegan chef?
I thought I was more dissing myself, but fair enough.
Anyway, I'll leave you to the... Oh, you've eaten all the seeds.
Fuck, I had. I don't suppose I could have some more? What do you put on them anyway? Crack cocaine?
Salt mostly, and a few spices.
They're really Moorish.
I know, and they don't even come out of a dead cow.
A few minutes after she'd gone back to the kitchen, and the teenager had replenished the seeds, Adam and Tamara wafted in, looking willowy, bronzed and smug. They namaste'd at me and sat down across the table, making it feel unpleasantly like a job interview. Which, I suppose in a way, it was.
"Oh, this is charming,"
said Tamara.
"Well done, you."
I put on my best smile. Yes, the chef's been on my radar for a while, and when I heard she was doing a pop-up, I thought of you immediately. I feel like it's been a while since we've spoken. Adam popped a seed into his mouth. He was handsome, in this weird picture-in-the-attic sort of way. The last time I'd Googled him, he'd been in his early 50s, but he looked like he could have been anything between 30 and about 6009. It has. I was pretty sure Adam was hinting that I hadn't stroked their egos enough recently, so I fell back on the strategy of making an excuse that sounds like a compliment. But now the franchise rollout is underway, I'll be a lot less worried about bothering you. I hear it's going well. Tamara, who was just enough younger than Adam that it came across as creepy, but not so much younger that you didn't feel judgmental for thinking it was creepy, pressed a hand coyly to what I strongly suspected was a chakra.
"We've been very blessed."
If you put good energy in the universe, Adam added, good energy comes back to you. God, by the time this was over, I was going to have a near-fatal build-up of unused sarcasm. I think that's a really positive philosophy, and I know it's one you've always lived by.
We very much feel we have a duty to set a positive example.
That was Tamara. Adam nodded approvingly. It's particularly important to me because I used to work in a very negative industry, and even with Tamara's help, it took me a long time to come through that. At this point, I got a momentary reprieve when the teenager came over to take our orders, and Adam and Tamara gave him the third degree over where the restaurant's ingredients were sourced from and which bits specifically were organic. I half wondered if it would have been a better strategy to take them somewhere less in line with their values, so they could have the satisfaction of being unsatisfied with it. In the end, I went with the jackfruit Caesar, despite not knowing what jackfruit was, because I figured it was a good compromise between making an effort and trying too hard.
Anyway,
Tamara leaned forward, earnestly.
We're really glad to have this opportunity to speak to you, Luc. As you know, we find the work that Coleoptera Research Project does in restoring the natural balance of the Earth to be incredibly important.
I tried to match her earnest for earnest. Thank you. We've always been very grateful for your generosity. But more than that, we've always felt you had a real understanding of our mission. That's really great to hear, said Adam. The thing is, though, Luc, our values are central to our way of life.
And
Now it was Tamara's turn.
some of the things we've been hearing recently have actually been quite concerning to us.
Like we were saying earlier, we think it's really important to put out the right sort of energy.
And obviously nature really matters to us, and being in harmony with nature and with ourselves.
And so, being frank and strictly off the record, we've been a little bit worried that some elements of your lifestyle are not necessarily compatible with what we see as healthy and positive living. I was pretty sure that they could have gone on like this for at least another hour, but mercifully, it seemed like they thought they'd made their point, and now they were gazing expectantly at me. Somehow I didn't throw the seeds at them. I completely see where you're coming from, I told them. And being frank and strictly off the record, I've not been in the best place recently. But I've taken time to reflect and look inward, and although I think it's going to be quite a slow, holistic process, I'm beginning to take steps to really realign myself with where I'm supposed to be in life. Tamara reached across the table and laid her hand across mine, like a benediction.
That's really centred of you, Luc. Not a lot of people have the courage to do that.
Just to be clear, Adam suddenly looked a little bit uncomfortable. It's not about the gay thing. A nod from Tamara.
We have lots of gay friends.
I widened my eyes in a look of reassuring disbelief that I had been practicing for way too long. You know, it never even crossed my mind that it might be. A couple of hours later, they'd gone, having formally unpulled out of the Beetle Drive. Which, they could do because their Jolray retreat wasn't happening. I celebrated and/or consoled myself with a terrifyingly good chocolate caramel brownie. Like, seriously, better than a real, non-vegan chocolate caramel brownie. My working theory was that getting a dessert from a vegan restaurant was like having sex with someone less attractive than you. They knew it was a tough sell, so they tried harder. How was the jackfruit? Asked Bronwyn, popping up beside me. Surprisingly good. There was even a 30-second window when I stopped wishing it was meat. She folded her arms.
You've been bottling that up, haven't you?
Yes, I have. They are the worst people, Bronwyn.
I blame the yoga. All that time in face-down dog's not good for you.
They actually used the phrase, "It's not the gay thing."
Oh, so it was the gay thing then?
Yeah. I hoovered up the last crumbs of brownie. They've got to that place where they've realised being homophobic is bad, but haven't quite reconciled that with the fact they're a bit suspicious of gay people. Bronwyn oofed.
Are you going to need another brownie?
I think I might, actually. This is on expenses, and I kind of feel like work owes me. She did, in fact, bring me another brownie, and I did, in fact, eat it.
Oh, by the way,
she said, swinging herself onto a repurposed wine crate.
I had a text from Reese. He wants to know if you're getting fired or not. He does worry about you, Luke, on account of how you're such a bellend.
I think it went okay. Bellend or not, I'm depressingly good at pandering to straight people when I have to.
Well, it's a living, isn't it? Probably better than digging a hole.
I squirmed. You don't think it's messed up?
No point asking me. I'm not the gay pope. You do it. What do you think?
I carried on squirming. It's not a massive part of my job. It just feels like it right now.
You mean, she offered helpfully, because you were in the newspapers being a massive junky slutbag?
Excuse me, I've recently been in the newspapers having a very nice boyfriend.
Yes, but that's only for pretensies, isn't it?
I face-palmed. Has Reese told everyone in Wales about this?
Oh, I doubt it. I don't think he knows anyone in Llanlachlan. Anyway,
she stood up again.
You should bring your fake boyfriend here on a fake date. I'll even serve him a fake burger.
He is actually vegetarian.
There you go then. Hopefully I'll get some publicity out of it, and you'll get to enjoy my food without the casual homophobia.
Now she mentioned it, Oliver would really like this place, and since all I'd managed to bring him during our lunch dates were 2 identically average avocado wraps from Pret, I owed him some nice food at some point. Plus, I could let him order for me, and I'd get to watch him being all earnest and gastronomical and... publicity. That was the main thing. I mean, I was sure going to vegan restaurants with the lawyer you were monogamously dating was donor-friendly behaviour. Thanks, I said. That'd be... great. She nodded.
I'll get you the bill.
I wriggled my phone out of my pocket and discovered I had a picture of Richard Armitage waiting for me, which was definitely my kind of dick. Want to come to a pop-up vegan restaurant with me? I sent. And a few minutes later, I got back. Of course. Is this for work or broader reputation management? Both. Because it was. But also it wasn't. You'll like it, though. That's very thoughtful of you, Lucien. It wasn't. It was very thoughtful of a Welsh lesbian. Still, it was the closest I'd come to trying for a very long time, and that was scary as fuck. Just not quite scary enough to stop me. Chapter 28. I hadn't thought much about how to get to my dad's. My plan, such as it was, had been to put it completely out of my mind until Saturday night, then panic, and maybe discover I couldn't make it after all. Oliver, however, had not only pre-Googled the route, but rented a car for the weekend, which was very considerate, and also infuriating. With an eye for logistics that could have seemed romantic if you squinted, and our relationship wasn't a total fiction, he suggested that it would be most efficient if I was to stay at his place the night before. I'd have found the idea intensely appealing, except I was finding the together-not-togetherness of our arrangement increasingly difficult to navigate. My brain didn't know what to do with a kind, considerate, supportive man, except tell me to get out now, before he uses what you've given him to hurt you. Which obviously I couldn't, because we both needed this, and we'd made a deal. It would have been so much easier if we were just fucking. Then he'd be a guy I was having sex with, and I'd know what it meant. And yes, afterwards he could go to the papers and tell them a bunch of dirty sex anecdotes. But at this point, that was barely news. and I'd take it any day over stories about how much I loved my mum, or how much my dad had screwed me up, or the fact I had a tragic French toast fixation. Stuff about me. Anyway, I took him to buy Bronwyn on Saturday evening, and shamelessly showed off my knowledge of vegan cuisine for about 12 seconds before he gave me an I call bullshit look and asked me what a jackfruit was. So I admitted I didn't have a clue and asked him to order for me, which made him far happier than that should make anyone. He had the rolled tofu, and showing far too much insight into my preferences, he got me the burger I'd have felt too shallow ordering for myself. And it was actually a really nice evening. We talked about Oliver's case, now it was finished, and I did my impression of Adam and Tamara Clark, and somehow, halfway through a bottle of vegan wine, because apparently most wine contains fish bladder for some fucking reason, we got on to the finer points of Drag Race. And from there to basically everything, the conversation twisting and meandering and turning back on itself, the way it normally only did with my oldest and closest friends. Of course, Oliver insisted he didn't want dessert, and then ate half of my brownie anyway, after a minor scuffle over who got to hold the spoon. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I asked, when he tried to take it from my fingers. Again. "I can feed myself, Lucien." "You can order your own fucking dessert as well." "I told you, I'm not a big fan of dessert." I glared at him. "You're giving my brownie puppy eyes." He was blushing. "I feel awkward not eating while you're eating." "Oliver, is that a lie?" The blush deepened. "Lie seems a very strong word. It might be a little misleading." "You can't have this both ways. You can either get the virtue points for not eating cake, or you can eat cake, and you can see which side of that equation I fall on." "I suppose I just feel I shouldn't." Only Oliver could turn a brownie into an ethical quandary. Well, Oliver and Julia Roberts. "You'll still be a good person if you have dessert." "Yes, well..." He gave one of his self-conscious squirms. "There are also practical considerations." "What, are you literally allergic to enjoying yourself?" "In a manner of speaking. The, V-cut you so admire doesn't maintain itself." I stared at him, suddenly feeling guilty. I guess even though I knew rationally that you didn't get a body like that without basically killing yourself, I'd still taken it for granted. "If it helps, you'll still get to keep turning me down for sex even if you start looking a bit more like a normal person." "You say that, but it wasn't until I had my shirt off that you expressed any interest whatsoever." "Not true? What about Bridget's birthday?" "That doesn't count. You were so drunk I suspect you would have had sex with a bag of crisps." "Also not true, and, for the record," I slugged back some vegan wine, "I've actually been into you for quite a long time. The V-cut was just a convenient excuse. Now, if you don't want to eat brownies because of your choices about your body, that's fine, but if you want the fucking brownie, then we can share the fucking brownie." There was a long silence. I think," said Oliver, "I want the brownie." "Fine, but as punishment for not having the guts to order your own, I'm going to feed it to you in a sexy way." And the blush was back. "Do you have to?" "Well, no." I smiled at him across the table. "But I'm going to anyway." "I think you'll find it's not a sexy food." "I've seen you eat a lemon posset. I'm going to find this sexy whether you like it or not." "Fine." He gave me a cold stare. "Give it to me, baby. Give it to me hard." "You see, you're trying to put me off, but it's not working." I leaned over the table and slipped a morsel of brownie into his slightly horrified mouth. But within seconds he had that gorgeous, blissed-out, Oliver-eating dessert look. It wasn't until we got home afterwards, and we were lying decorously in bed next to each other, that I realised getting all sensual and chocolatey with a guy who was never going to shag me had been an epic strategic error. because suddenly all I could think about were his lips, and his eyes gone soft with pleasure, and the brush of his breath over my fingertips, and I was losing my fucking mind. But I was in his house, and he was right there, so I couldn't even wank it off. I don't think I slept well, and on top of that, Oliver made me get up at 7, which, it is no exaggeration to say, was the worst thing that had ever happened to any human being. And I acted like it, hiding under the covers, whimpering and calling him names. But he actually put his hands on his hips. I made French toast. I peered at him from beneath the pillow I'd wedged over my head. Really? Really? Yes. Although, having just called me an offensively perky breakfast tyrant, I'm not sure you deserve any. I'm sorry. I sat up. I didn't realise you'd actually made breakfast. Well, I have. And there's actually French toast. Yes, there's actually French toast. For me. Lucien, I don't understand why you're obsessed with glorified eggy bread. I think I was blushing. I don't know. It's just got this domestic bliss vibe to it that I find, nice. I see. And honestly, I admitted, I never imagined anyone would actually make it for me. He brushed the hair out of my eyes almost absent-mindedly. You know, you're sometimes very sweet. Fuck. I didn't know what to do with myself. All right, I'm getting up. 40 minutes later, with me reluctantly showered but full of French toast, we were on the road, bound for Lancashire. And I was slowly coming to terms with the fact that Oliver and I had signed up to take a 4-hour car journey together. Or rather, Oliver had signed up to spend 4 hours driving me to see my dad in a car he was renting. And once again, I was having to face up to the fact that he was taking this fake boyfriend gig way more seriously than any actual boyfriend I'd ever had. I squirmed. Thanks for doing this. I think in my head Lancashire wasn't quite this far. Well, I did encourage you to reach out to your father, so I suppose I really brought this on myself. I know I've barely met the guy, but this feels so typical of him. What do you mean? Oh, you know, making a big song and dance about wanting to reconnect and then dragging me all the way to Lancashire to do it. I mean, what if I didn't have a fake boyfriend who could drive? This would be crap. Thankfully, you do have a fake boyfriend who can drive. I cast him a sidelong glance. I know, and I'd offer to make it up to you, but you keep turning me down. Just an observation, Lucien. There are other ways to make things up to people than sex. So you say. I remain sceptical. He gave a little cough. How are you feeling about seeing your father? Inconvenienced. And, ever the epitome of tact, Oliver didn't push it. Would you mind if I put on a podcast? He asked. Obviously, Oliver was a podcast person. Okay, but if it's a TED Talk or the New Yorker Fiction podcast, I'm walking to Lancashire. What's wrong with the New Yorker Fiction podcast? It's the New Yorker Fiction podcast. He plugged his phone into the dock, and the car filled up with Twilight Zone-y music and the weirdly sonorous voice of an American man. Okay, I told him, can we add This American Life to the no-fucking-way list? Welcome to Night Vale, said the weirdly sonorous American man. I stared at Oliver's serene profile. What is happening? It's Welcome to Night Vale. Yeah, I got that from the guy using the words Welcome to Night Vale. Why are you listening to it? He gave a little shrug. I like it. I figured that on account of you choosing to play it in the car for what will be a 4-hour journey. I just didn't think it was the kind of thing you'd even have heard of. Clearly I have hidden depths. Also, I'm rather invested in Cecil and Carlos. Genuinely? Do you ship them? Do you have a Tumblr as well? I don't know what any of those words mean. I'd have believed that, right up until the point I discovered you're into Welcome to Night Vale. What can I say? I sometimes need a break from listening to documentaries about current affairs and looking down on people. I was about to retort, but something held me back. Did I do the bad teasing again? Maybe. I just didn't realise you'd find it so shocking that I had an interest outside the law and the news. I'm sorry, I like seeing other sides of you. Is the side you normally see so objectionable? No, I grumbled. I like that too. Is this why you don't have casual sex? He blinked. Because of Welcome to Night Vale? Because you're waiting for someone with perfect hair? Yes, that is the reason. He paused. That, and instructions from the glow cloud. Chapter 29. Between Cecil's honeyed tones and the fact I'd got up at 7, I might have fallen asleep. Oliver shook me gently awake, and I peeled myself out the car somewhere round the back of Dad's insultingly idyllic Rockstar farmhouse. To my complete lack of surprise, the parking area where we'd stashed the rental was very, very full of what looked an awful lot like a working film crew. I mean, there was even a motherfucking food truck from which a bald man in a leather jacket was getting a baked potato. Well, I said, I'm really looking forward to spending some quality time with my emotionally distant father. Oliver's arm went round my waist. It was worrying how natural that was beginning to feel. I'm sure this will all be wrapped up soon. It should have been wrapped up yesterday. Then I suspect it's overrun, which is hardly his fault. I'll blame him if I want to. We crunched over the gravel and between some outbuildings, all thatched and charming, although at least one of them had obviously soundproofed windows, and managed to nearly reach the front door before we were accosted by security. Yeah, what do you think you're doing? I sighed. I've been asking myself that since we left London. Sorry, mate. The man put up a hand. You can't be here. We were invited, said Oliver. This is Luc O'Donnell. If you're not on the show, you can't be here. I half managed to turn away, but Oliver's arm was making it difficult. Oh, what a shame. Let's go. If we hurry, we can make that lovely service station in time for dinner. Luke, Oliver wheeled me back around. You've come a long way. Don't give up now. But I like giving up. It's my single biggest talent. Sadly, Oliver wasn't having any of it. He fixed the security guard with his best lawyer look. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Briggs, offered the security guard. Mr. Briggs, this is John Fleming's son. He has been invited and therefore has a right to be here. While I appreciate that it is your job to tell us to go away, we aren't going to. If you try to physically prevent us from seeing Mr. Fleming, that will be assault. Now I'm going to walk past you into the house, and I recommend you go and speak to your manager. Personally, even putting aside how little I wanted to be there, I wouldn't have chosen the course of action that had get assaulted as a possible consequence. Oliver apparently didn't have a problem with it. We walked round the guy and into the house, where we were immediately yelled at by a red-haired woman in her early 50s. Cut! Who the fuck opened the door? We were standing in what, when it wasn't full of boom mics and angry people, would have been a gorgeously rustic entrance hall with stripped wooden floorboards, slightly faded rugs, and an enormous fireplace set into a stone wall. My apologies for the interruption, Oliver said, unperturbed. We're here to see John Fleming, but there seems to be a schedule clash. I don't care if you're here to see the fucking Dalai Lama. You don't walk onto my set. At this moment, John Fleming stepped through from the room beyond, a sitting room decorated in the same style, which somehow managed to look cosy, despite being enormous. Sorry. He made what James Rolls-Royce would call a mea culpa gesture. They're with me. Geraldine, you okay with them sitting in? Fine. She glared at us. Just be quiet and don't touch anything. Well, I sighed sadly. There goes my plan to scream and lick the furniture. John Fleming gave me a look of sincere contrition, though I was sure that he was neither sincere nor contrite. I'll be with you soon, Luke. I know this wasn't what you expected. Actually, it's pretty much exactly what I expected. Take as long as you need. It took him 5 fucking hours. Most of it he spent mentoring Leo from Billericay through a soulful acoustic rendition of Young and Beautiful. They were sitting on one of the expansively homey sofas, Leo from Billericay with his guitar cradled on his knee like it was a dying lamb, and Dad watching him intently with this look that said, "I believe in you, son." I knew shit all about music, but Dad was depressingly good at this stuff. He kept making insightful but non-pushy technical suggestions and offering the sort of praise and support that stayed with you for a lifetime, and incidentally also made for great TV moments. At one point he even guided Leo from Billericay's fingers into a better position to transition between chords. And then we had to clear the entrance hall so Leo from Billericay could sit by the fireplace and tell the camera how amazing my dad was and how important their relationship had become to him, which took several takes because they kept asking him for more emotion. By the end, he was on the verge of tears, although whether that was because it had been such a meaningful experience for him, or because he'd been sat under hot lights for the whole afternoon with nothing to eat or drink while people shouted at him, I couldn't say. Well, I could, but I didn't really care. While they were doing whatever TV slang for tidying up is, folding the pooches or clearing the banana, I slunk off to steal a baked potato from ITV. It did not make me feel substantially better. But finally, Oliver, John Fleming, my stolen baked potato and I were sitting round the kitchen table, sharing an uncomfortable moment. "So," I said, "what with you filming pretty much constantly since we got here, I couldn't introduce you to my boyfriend." "I'm Oliver Blackwood." Oliver offered his hand, and my father gave it a firm shake. "It's good to meet you." John Fleming gave him a slow nod that said, "You have been judged and found worthy." "And you, Oliver. I'm glad you could come. Both of you." "Well," I made a gesture that came as close as I could get to "fuck you" without literally giving him the finger. "That's nice, but we'll be leaving soon." "You can stay the night if you want. You can take the annex. You'll have your own space." Part of me wanted to say yes, if only because I was pretty sure he was banking on me saying no. "We've got work." "Another time, then." "What other time? We had to rent a car for this, and we spent the whole afternoon watching you shoot a shitty TV show." He looked grave and regretful, which, when you were a bald man in your 70s with more charisma than conscience, was very easy to do. "This wasn't what I wanted, and I'm sorry my work got in the way." "What did you want?" I stabbed my potato with a wooden spork. "What was the plan here?" "There isn't a plan, Luke. I just thought it would be good for us to spend some time together in this place. It was something I wanted to share with you." I had no idea what to say to that. John Fleming had given me nothing my whole life, and now he suddenly wanted to share, what, Lancashire? "It's a very beautiful part of the country," offered Oliver. God, he made the effort every single time. "It is. But it's more than that. It's about roots. It's about where I come from. Where you come from." Okay, now I had something to say. "I come from a village near Epsom, where I was raised by the parent who didn't walk out on me." John Fleming didn't flinch. "I know you needed me in your life, and I know it was wrong of me not to be there. But I can't change the past. I can only try to do what's right in this moment." Are you... It genuinely upset me that I was having to say this. "Are you even sorry?" He stroked his chin. I think being sorry is too easy. I made my choices and I'm living with them. That sounds a lot like a no. If I'd said yes, what would it change? I don't know. I made a show of mulling it over. I might not think you're a colossal prick. Lucien. Oliver's fingers brushed my wrist. You can think what you like of me, said John Fleming. You've got that right. There was this pressure building inside me, hot and bitter, like I was going to cry or vomit. The problem was he was being so reasonable, but all I could hear was, I don't give a shit. I'm supposed to be your son. Don't you care how I feel about you? Of course I do. But I learned a long time ago you can't control other people's feelings. My potato wasn't protecting me anymore. I pushed it away and put my head in my hands. With respect, Mr. Fleming. Oliver somehow managed to sound both as conciliatory and as unyielding as my dad. I think it's a mistake to apply the same standards to magazine reviewers and your own family. That's not what I meant. I got the impression that John Fleming was not a big fan of being challenged. Luke's a grown man. I'm not going to try to change his opinions of anything, least of all myself. I could feel Oliver's stillness beside me. It's very much not my place to say, he murmured, but that position might come across as trying to evade your responsibility for considering the impact your actions have on other people. There was a small, unhappy silence. Then John Fleming said, I understand why you feel that way. For fuck's sake! I looked up. I can't believe you responded to being called on your bullshit with the same bullshit. You're angry. He was still fucking nodding. Wow, you've got a real insight into the human condition there, Dad. I can see why ITV thinks you're a music legend. He folded his hands on the tabletop, long, gnarled fingers interlacing. I know you're looking for something from me, Luke. But if it's for me to say I regret choosing my career over my family, then I can't. I'll admit I hurt you. I'll admit I hurt your mother. I'll even say I was selfish because I was. But what I did was right for me. Then what? I pleaded, feeling way more like a child than I was comfortable with. Am I doing here? What's right for you? And if that's walking away and never speaking to me, I'll accept that. So, you've asked me to make an 8-hour round trip to tell me you support my right to decide whether I come and see you. That is fucked up. I see that. It's just I'm increasingly aware of how few opportunities I might have left. I sighed. Credit to you, Dad. You really know how to play the cancer card. I'm only being honest. We stared at each other, locked in this weird stalemate. I shouldn't have come. The last thing I needed was John Fleming finding new and creative ways to tell me he'd never wanted me. And now I couldn't even walk away without feeling like the bad guy. My fingers folded desperately over Oliver's arm. You're not being honest, he said. You're being truthful. I'm a barrister, I know the difference. John Fleming glanced at Oliver, somewhat warily. I'm afraid you've lost me. I mean, everything you're saying is perfectly unobjectionable when taken at face value, but you're trying to make us accept an entirely false equivalence between you abandoning your 3-year-old child and Lucien holding you accountable for a choice you admit to making freely. They are not, in fact, the same thing. At this, my dad gave a wry smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. I know better than to argue with a lawyer. You mean I'm right, but you can't admit it, so you're making a joke about my profession and hoping Luke will mistake it for a rebuttal? Okay. John Fleming made an everybody settle down gesture. I can see things are getting heated. They're not getting heated at all, returned Oliver coldly. You and I are remaining perfectly calm. The problem is, you've been profoundly upsetting your son for the last 10 minutes. You've said your piece, and I admire you for that. But this is between me and Lucian. I jumped up so sharply the chair fell over and crashed with incredible force onto what I'm sure were authentic Lancastrian flagstones. You do not get to call me Lucian, and you don't get to do... I waved my hands in a way that I hoped encompassed the everythingness of everything. This anymore. You reached out to me, yet somehow I've wound up being the one who makes all the effort and the one who has to take responsibility when it crashes and burns. And if you say I understand where you're coming from, or I hear you, or anything remotely like it, then even though you're an old man with cancer, I will fucking deck you, so help me God. He opened his arms in a way that looked half like he was channeling Jesus, and half like he was saying, come at me, bro. You want to take a shot? Go right ahead. I was strangely relieved to discover that I had no actual desire to hit him. I can see, I drawled out, in my best John Fleming voice, why that might be something you want me to do. But I'm afraid I can't give you what you're looking for. Maybe I was imagining it, but I thought my dad looked almost disappointed. Look, I went on, this is on you. Either you make an actual effort to spend some actual time with me somewhere I can actually get to, or I walk out of here right now and you can enjoy dying of cancer alone. John Fleming was silent a moment. I probably deserved that. I don't care if you did. It's just how things are going to be. So what do you say? I'll be in London again in a couple of days. I'll come see you then. I let out a really long breath. Fine. Come on, Oliver. Let's go home. Chapter 30. We got underway in silence. Do you mind, I said, if we skip Night Vale for now? Not at all. The soft thrum of the engine filled up the car, and beneath it, the steady rhythm of Oliver's breath. I rested my head against the window and watched the motorway streaking past in a grey haze. Can I put some music on? I asked. Of course. I stuffed my phone into the dock and fired up Spotify. For some reason that might well have been a cry for therapy, I had this urge to listen to one of John Fleming's old albums. Half reluctantly, half anxiously, I swiped Rights of Man into the search bar. And holy fuck, my dad had been on a lot of shit over the years. Not counting several best-ofs, remixes, and decade anniversary collections, there were about 30 albums here, including The Hills Rise Wild, which was one of the ones he'd done with Mum, and which I was never ever ever playing. I divvied between The Long Walk Home, which was his latest release, and Leviathan, which was the one everyone's heard of and that won a Grammy in 1989, and eventually settled on Leviathan. There was a brief pause as the title track buffered, and then the speakers began belting out a level of angry prog rock that they really hadn't been designed to cope with. To be honest, I'm not sure I'd been designed to cope with it either. I'd gone through a phase when I was about 13 of obsessively listening to John Fleming's music. Then I'd decided I never wanted to listen to it again, which meant hearing it now was a fucking weird experience. Because I remembered it perfectly. Not only the music, but how it had felt, being that age, and having a dad who was at once so accessible and so absent. He was completely in his music. And even now, when I'd just spent an hour yelling at him, not in my life at all. Oliver's eyes slid briefly to mine. Is this... Yeah. It's... loud. Yeah, he was loud in the 80s. In the 70s it was all trees and tambourines. Another interlude of cynical growling and heavy guitars. Forgive my ignorance, said Oliver, but what's it even about? According to Mum, and we can double-check on Wikipedia if you like, because it didn't exist when I last listened to this album, it's about Thatcherite Britain. You know, because everything in the 80s in this country was about Thatcherite Britain. Does it have anything to do with Hobbes's Leviathan? Probably. I mean, unless we're talking about the cartoon tiger, in which case, still, maybe, I have no idea. Oliver gave one of his little chuckles. Well, he called his band Rights of Man, so I assume he had some interest in the philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries. Oh, fuck. I thunked back against the headrest. Does everybody know more about my dad than I do? I don't know more about your father. I just know more about the Enlightenment. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm finding that very comforting. It just means you know more about my dad and more about history. You know, another swift look. I didn't mean it that way. I do, but I enjoy poking your middle-class guilt. In which case, you should be pleased to hear I'm feeling at the very least ambivalent right now for encouraging you to reach out to him. You're right. This was a disaster, and it's all your fault. He flinched. Lucian, I'm joking, Oliver. None of this is on you. It's on John fucking Fleming. And... Ugh, why did he keep making me say this stuff? I'm glad you were there. It would have been way worse without you. The next track was gentler and flutier. Livingston Road, I could annoyingly still remember. I'm sorry, he said, after a moment. It didn't go better. It was never going to. And you aren't too hurt? If anyone else had asked me, or if Oliver had asked 2 weeks ago, I'd probably have said something like, John Fleming stopped being able to hurt me a long time ago. Not too hurt, but... yeah. It's hard for me to understand why anyone wouldn't want you in their life. I snorted. Have you met me? Please don't laugh this off. I mean it. I know, it's just easier to push people away than watch them leave. The words hung there, and I wished I could suck them back into my mouth. Anyway, I went on quickly, you were still right. If I hadn't tried, I'd have spent my whole life as the bastard who abandoned his dying father. You wouldn't have been. It might still have felt that way, but you wouldn't have been. A pause. What will you do next? Fuck knows. See what happens when he calls. You've done all the right things, Lucian. It's down to him now, although, frankly, I don't think he deserves you. Fuck. I really needed him to stop being nice to me. Well, stop. Or never stop. I let Leviathan run to the end, and then Spotify decided I wanted to listen to Uriah Heep, so we listened to Uriah Heep. And a 4-hour algorithmically guided journey through 80s progressive rock later, most of which I spent not quite asleep, but near enough to it that I didn't have to think about anything, we got back to mine. I did my best to sound nonchalant. Do you want to stay? He looked over at me, his expression unreadable in the shadows from the street lamps. Do you want me to? I was too tired to fight it, and too washed out to pretend. Yes. I'll find somewhere to park, and meet you upstairs. Normally, this would have been my opportunity to try and contain the worst evidence of my god-awful lifestyle, but actually, I'd been super careful lately, and had managed to keep my flat looking almost as nice as it had when my friends had left. Which meant now I had nothing to do except stand awkwardly in front of my sofa and wait for Oliver. And that was how he found me, still in my coat and plonked like a lemon on the rug Priya had given me to tie the room together. I said. Surprise? He glanced from me to the lack of filth to me again. You cleaned? Yes. I mean, I had help. You didn't do this for me, did you? For myself, and a bit for you. He looked genuinely overwhelmed. Oh, Lucien. It's not a big deal. He kissed me. And it was the most Oliver kiss, his hands cupping my face gently to draw me to him, and his lips covering mine with a deliberate care that was its own kind of passion. The way you'd eat a really expensive chocolate, savouring it because you knew you might never get another. He smelled of familiarity, of homecoming, and of the night I'd spent wrapped in his arms. And he made me feel so fucking precious, I wasn't sure I could bear it. Except, I also didn't want it to end. This moment of finding something I'd long since given up looking for, maybe even stopped believing in. The wild, impossible sweetness of somebody kissing you for you, because of you, and everything outside the press of bodies, the ripple of breath, the stroke of tongues drifting away like old leaves in autumn. It was a kiss to make you invincible, hot and slow and deep and perfect. And for a little while, for as long as Oliver was touching me, I forgot to need anything else. I clutched helplessly at the lapels of his coat. What is even happening right now? I rather hoped it was obvious. The mouth that had moved on mine curled into its softest smile. Yes, but you said you only kiss people you like. At this, he went very pink, very quickly. It's true, but I'm sorry I said that to you. Because I do like you. As it happens, I've always liked you. I just thought you'd find me ridiculous if you knew how much. Oh, come on. My head was reeling. When have I needed your help to find you ridiculous? You make a good point. So kiss me again. I wasn't used to Oliver doing what I told him, but I guess it was a special occasion, or the tidying had gone to his head. In any case, he didn't stay careful long. We ended up on the sofa, Oliver between my legs, his hands pinning mine against the cushions, everything a tangle of harsh breath and arching bodies and way, way too many clothes. And God, his kisses. Deep, drowning, desperate kisses. Like he'd been told the world was ending, and for some bizarre reason he'd decided I was the last thing he wanted to do. And here I thought, I gasped, you were supposed to be a good boy. He gazed down at me, with his hair mussed and his mouth red and his eyes dark with passion. He looked very bad indeed. And here I thought you were far too socially conscious to entertain that sort of sex-negative stereotype. I am. I'm socially conscious as balls. I just meant this wasn't a side of you I ever thought I'd see. Well, you weren't meant to. His expression grew solemn again. We agreed. That is, what we're doing. It's not supposed to be. I wasn't sure what he was going to say next, but I knew I didn't want to hear it. Tomorrow we could go back to acting like this was nothing. But tonight, I don't know. I guess I was too tired for my own bullshit. Oliver, please. Let's stop pretending. You were amazing today. You've been amazing all along. He was blushing. I've done what we agreed, that's all. Okay then, but you've made me happier than, well, anybody, in a really long time. And I'm not trying to mess with what we've got or make you do anything you don't want to do, only I guess I wanted you to know? Lucien. I asked, after a very long pause. Were you intending to finish that sentence? He laughed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just This isn't a side of you I ever thought I'd see. Yeah, him and me both. I'm not used to any of this. Being with someone and being able to count on them, and wanting them to be able to count on me. If it's any consolation, I'm not quite used to this either. But haven't you had loads of boyfriends? Yes, but... His eyes slid away from mine for a moment. I never quite felt I was enough for any of them. That makes zero sense. Well, he said, smiling, you do keep telling me you have low standards. Hey, I was being self-deprecating. Keyword self. He leaned in and kissed me again, a fleeting brush of his lips against mine. Normally I didn't do sweet, but, well, Oliver. So... I was a bit worried I'd jinx it, but I had to ask the question. Is kissing part of the arrangement now? If you wouldn't mind. I heaved a heavy sigh. Since you insist. I'm serious, Lucien. I know you are, and it's adorable. Yes, I think we should add a kissing sub-clause to the fake boyfriend contract. His lips twitched. I shall draft one first thing in the morning. Honestly, I could have taken a lot more teenage-level sofa action with Oliver, but we'd driven to Lancaster and back, and my dad had been a total cock to both of us, and we technically had grown-up jobs to go to in the morning, all of which added up to bedtime. Besides, I didn't have any books, so Oliver would be forced to rely on me for entertainment. And now we'd negotiated kissing, I intended to be pretty darn entertaining. Gentleman that I was, I let Oliver use the bathroom first, and then slipped in to clean my teeth and make sure I didn't need a shower before I attempted to get snuggly with the attractive man I'd brought home with me. I was at the toothbrush in mouth stage when I realised my phone was flashing pretty insistently, and, without really thinking about it, I checked my alerts. The problem was, Google had been pretty kind to me recently with its celebs kid doesn't fuck up much stories, which meant my guard was way further down than it should have been. And so, A Life Like Ordinary, The Here Nor There of Luc O'Donnell, by Cameron Spencer, kicked me right in the teeth. Luc O'Donnell isn't famous, it began. Even his parents, the so-called celebrities in this celebrity lifestyle piece, have names more likely to provoke a who or an I thought he was dead than the universal snap of recognition that you get with the genuinely celebrated. When I met him at a party a month or so back, a mutual friend had told me his dad was that guy from that reality TV show, that guy being John Fleming, and that reality TV show being the whole package, insofar as those details matter. At the time, despite what we're constantly being told about our media-obsessed culture, neither the guy nor the show meant much to me, but it seemed like as good an icebreaker as any, so I went up to him. Okay. This was just facts. It was facts about a specific thing that had happened to me recently, involving a guy who had sworn blind he wouldn't do something like this, but it was just facts. Hi, I began. You're John Fleming's kid, right? I'll never forget the way he looked at me with these intense blue-green eyes. Come to bed eyes, they'd have been called, about a decade and a half ago, full of hope and fear and suspicion all at once. Here was a man, I thought, who's never known what it's like to be nobody. And I hadn't realised until that moment what a burden that must be. It's a cliché to say that fame has taken the place of religion in the 21st century, the Beyoncés and the Brangelinas of our world filling the void left by the gods and heroes of antiquity. But like most clichés, there's an element of truth to it. And the gods of old were merciless. For every Theseus who slays the Minotaur and returns home in triumph, there's an Ariadne abandoned on the island of Naxos. There's an Aegeus casting himself into the ocean at the sight of a black sail. This was still okay. This had to be okay. It was just air, just words, just self-serving waffle about nothing. But those were my eyes he was talking about. My fucking eyes. In another life, I like to think that Luc O'Donnell and I might have worked out. In the short time I knew him, I saw a man with endless potential trapped in a maze he couldn't even name. And from time to time I think how many tens of thousands like him there must be in the world. Insignificant on a planet of billions, but a staggering number when considered as a whole, all stumbling about, blinded by reflected glory, never knowing where to step or what to trust, blessed and cursed by the Midas touch of our digital era divinity. I read the other day that he's seeing someone new, that he's getting his life back on track. But the more I think about it, the less I believe there was ever a track for him to be on. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's happy. But when I see his name in the papers, I think back to those strange, haunted eyes. And I wonder. I put my toothbrush carefully down by the sink. Then I sank down on the cold bathroom floor, put my back to the door, and pulled my knees up to my chest. Chapter 31. Lucien, is everything all right? Oliver was still tapping politely on the bathroom door. I wasn't sure when he'd started. I wiped my eyes with the sleeve of my t-shirt. I'm fine. Are you sure? You've been in there rather a long time. I said I'm fine. There was a sort of dithery noise from outside. I want to respect your privacy, but I'm becoming increasingly concerned. Are you ill? No. If I was ill, I would have said I'm ill. I said I was fine because I'm fine. You don't sound fine. It was Oliver's most patient of patient voices. And if I'm being honest, this doesn't seem like fine behaviour. Well, it's how I'm behaving. Then came a soft thunk, like he'd put his head against the door. And I'm not challenging that, it's just... I know that a lot has happened today, and if you're upset about anything, then I'd hope you could talk to me about it. With a somewhat louder thunk, I put my own head back rather harder than I'd expected. The sudden jolt of pain felt like it clarified things, but probably didn't. I know you do, Oliver, but I've talked to you too much already. If you mean this evening, I don't know what to say. I liked having that connection with you. I liked knowing I mattered. And I don't think that's something either of us should regret. Shouldn't isn't the same as won't. You're right. Neither of us can be certain we aren't going to look back in 5 years' time and think this was the worst idea we ever had. But that's a risk I'm willing to live with. I scraped pointlessly at the grouting between the floor tiles. That's because when you regret something, you do it on your own in a house with a cup of tea and a bottle of gin. When I regret something, I do it on page 8 of the Daily Mirror. I'm aware this is a concern for you, Lucien, but this is more than a fucking concern. It's my life. My nails snagged and tore awkwardly, a half moon of blood gathering on my fingertip. You don't understand what it's like. Every stupid thing I've done, every time I've been dumped, every time I've been used, every time I've been even a little bit vulnerable, that's forever. For anyone. It's not even a proper story. It's the article you read over someone's shoulder on the tube. It's the half headline you catch as you walk past a newspaper you're not buying. It's something you scroll through when you're having a shit. There was a long, long silence. What's happened? You've happened, I snapped. You fucked me up and made me think things could be different, and they can never be different. Another, even longer silence. I'm sorry you feel that way. But whatever is going on right now is clearly about more than just me. Maybe, but you're the bit I can deal with right now. Then you're dealing with me by having an argument through a bathroom door. I'm dealing with you by telling you this isn't working. Apparently even a fake relationship is beyond me. If you're going to dump me, Lucien. Oliver had become very, very cold. Will you at least do it to my face instead of through 2 inches of plywood? Hiding my face against my knees, I definitely wasn't crying. Sorry, this is what you get. You can't say I didn't warn you. You did, but I hoped you'd think I deserved better. No, I'm that much of an arsehole. Now get out of my flat. The faintest of sounds, like maybe Oliver had been about to try the handle and then thought better of it. Lucian, Please don't. Oh, fuck off, Oliver. He didn't reply. From my white ceramic cell, I listened to him dressing, heard his footsteps walking away, heard the front door closing behind him. For a while I was too fucked up to do anything. Then I was too fucked up to do anything except ring Bridget. So I rang Bridget. She picked up straight away.
What's wrong?
Me, I said. I'm what's wrong. What's going on? Bridget's phone was just sensitive enough to pick up Tom's sleepy voice.
It's an emergency, she told him.
He groaned. They are books, Bridge. What problems can they possibly have at 1:30 in the morning?
It's not a publishing emergency, it's a friend emergency.
In which case, I love you, and you're the best and loyalest person I know, but I'm going to sleep in the spare room.
You don't have to, I'll be quick.
No, you won't, and I don't want you to. Down the slightly shitty connection, I caught the rustle of bedclothes and a kiss goodbye. And then Bridge was back on the line.
Okay, I'm here. Tell me what's up.
I opened my mouth and then realised I had no idea what to say. Oliver's gone. A slight pause.
I don't know how to say this without it sounding bad, but what did you do now?
Thanks. I let out a laugh that sounded more like a sob. You're my rock.
I am your rock, which is why I know you make really bad decisions.
It wasn't a decision, I wailed. It just sort of happened.
What just sort of happened?
I told him he'd fucked me up and to fuck off.
Bridge
gave me the audible equivalent of her confused face.
Why?
The more I thought about it, the more I wasn't sure. I'm in the Guardian, Bridge. The fucking Guardian.
I thought the whole point of dating Oliver was to get better press. After all, it's a broadsheet. They'd probably only run a celebrity sex story if it was about an MP or a royal.
It was worse than a sex story. It was a thought-provoking opinion piece about what a broken victim of celebrity culture I am, written by that guy I failed to pull at Malcolm's tea party.
Should I look?
Why the hell not? I huddled further into a corner of the bathroom. Everyone else will.
I meant, would reading it help me support you better?
I mumbled something along the lines of, oh no.
Okay, I'm going in.
A pause while she switched apps and read the article, during which I shivered and sweated and felt sick.
Wow, she said. What an utter wanker.
That was less consoling than I'd hoped it would be. He's right though, isn't he? I'm this half-person wreckage of someone else's fame, who'll never have a normal life or a normal relationship or...
Luke, stop it. I work in publishing. I can spot articulate guff a mile away.
It's how I feel though, and he must have seen it, and now the whole world can too. I pressed my cheek against the wall, hoping the chill would help somehow. It's not just a picture of me getting off or throwing up, it's Miles all over again.
It's not at all like Miles. This is someone who met you for 5 seconds and decided to use your name to sell a completely generic article about nothing in particular. Besides, you only need that many classical allusions if you have a very tiny penis.
I gave a weird, hiccupy laugh. Thanks for that. Here I thought I was having a crisis, but it turned out all I was looking for was an opportunity to insult a stranger's dick.
Comfort comes in many forms.
Perhaps it did, but it left in many forms too. Look, I wish I was better at not caring. And actually, I've worked fucking hard at not caring. Except then I started caring, and look where it's got me.
Where has it got you? She asked gently. If you mean on the phone with me at 2 a.m, that's been a constant of both our lives for as long as I can remember.
Bridge, when we're on our deathbeds, I hope the last thing we do is ring each other. But I kind of meant Oliver.
Yes. What happened? The article has nothing to do with him.
I know, but I tried to assemble my thoughts, which remained stubbornly unassembled. He was nice to me, and that made me feel safe, and maybe not worthless, and so I got all soft and happy and shit. And then this happened, and I couldn't cope. And it's going to keep happening, and I'm going to keep not being able to cope as long as I'm trying to live like a normal person. Bridget let out a long, sad sigh.
I love you, Luke, and that does sound terrible, but I don't think make yourself miserable is the one-size-fits-all solution you think it is.
It's worked so far.
Do you really believe you'd have felt better about that article if you'd read it alone in a flat full of empty Pringles tubes?
Well, at least I wouldn't have had to break up with someone through a bathroom door.
You didn't have to break up with him. You chose to break up with him.
I ground my forehead against the tiles. What else was I supposed to do?
Well, this might be quite a radical notion.
I could always tell when Bridge was making a huge effort not to sound cross with me. I was telling it right now.
But did it at all occur to you that you could have told him something upsetting had happened, and then have a conversation about it?
No.
Do you not think maybe that might have been a good idea? Do you not think maybe that might have helped?
It's not so simple. Shit, I was crying again. Not for me.
It could be, Luke. You just have to let it.
Yes, but I don't know how. I saw this thing in the paper, and suddenly I felt as if I'd spent the last month wandering around with all my clothes off, and I hadn't even noticed.
But you liked being with Oliver.
I did. I snuffled. I really did. But it's not worth this. She made a supportively confused noise.
I don't understand. What this? The article would have come out anyway, and you can't break up with someone so you don't have to break up with him.
No, it's neither of those. It's both of those. It's this whole big everything. Fuck, I'm such a fuck-up.
You're not a fuck-up, Luke. You sometimes do fucked up things, but, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, I still don't have a clue what you're talking about.
I tugged at the ragged edge of my nail with my teeth. I told you, it's everything. I'm not... Relationships. I can't relationships. Not anymore.
There's not a magic formula, she said. It's hard for all of us. You've seen how many times I've messed it up. But you just have to keep trying.
Sliding the rest of the way down the wall, I curled up on the bathroom floor with the phone tucked against my shoulder. It's not that. It's bigger than that. It's
what?
It's me. I had that creeping nausea again that isn't quite about your body. I hate how being with someone makes me feel. There was a little pause. Then Bridge asked,
How do you mean?
Like I've left the gas on.
I'm sort of glad you can't see my face now, because I still have no idea what you're talking about.
I did that thing where you pull your knees and elbows in and try to get so small you disappear. Or, you know, like I'm going to come home one day and my whole world will have burned down.
Well,
she made a pained sound.
I don't really know what to say to that.
That's because there's nothing you can say. It's just the way it is.
Okay,
she announced, with the unwarranted confidence of a World War I general sending his men over the top.
I've got things to say.
Bridge.
No, listen, there is actually a choice here, and the choice is either you never trust anybody ever again and pretend that stops people hurting you when clearly it doesn't, or, don't do that. And maybe your house will burn down, but at least you'll be warm, and probably the next place will be better, and come with an induction hob.
I couldn't tell whether Bridget's strategy of distracting me from my problems by being odd was deliberate or not. I think you've drifted from giving me a pep talk into advocating arson?
I'm advocating taking a chance on a nice man who you're clearly into and who'll treat you well. And if you think that's arson, then yay, arson.
But I've already dumped him.
Then undump him.
It's not that...
If you say it's not that simple one more time, I'm going to get in an Uber, come over there and poke you sharply in the ribs.
I gave another weird, weepy laugh. Don't call an Uber. Their business practices are unethical.
The point is, this is all fixable. If you want to be with Oliver, you can be with Oliver.
But should he be with me, though? I mean, he drove me all the way to Lancashire to see my dad, stood up to my dad for me, drove me all the way home again, and then I broke up with him through a bathroom door.
I agree,
conceded Bridget.
That wasn't ideal, and you probably hurt his feelings quite badly, but ultimately, whether he wants to be with you is his decision.
And you don't think maybe he'll decide not to go out with the crying man in the toilet?
I think people surprise you. And really, what do you have to lose?
Pride? Dignity? Self-respect?
Luke, you and I both know you have none of those things.
She'd made me laugh again. I was pretty sure it was her superpower. That doesn't mean I want to give Oliver Blackwood a chance to kick me hard in the fields.
I know you don't. But from what you've said, he sort of deserves one. And anyway, it might go well.
Yeah, I muttered. That's what they said about the invasion of Iraq.
We're talking about asking a cute boy to give you a second chance, not starting a war.
You have no idea how many second chances he's already had to give me.
Which means he clearly likes you. Now go and tell him you're sorry and that you like him back because you obviously are and you obviously do.
But I'll fuck it up, or he'll not want to see me, or
you'll be unbelievably happy together, and if it goes wrong, we'll figure it out, like always.
That was about 50% comforting, 50% embarrassing. You shouldn't have to keep scraping me off the floor.
That's what friends do. Scrape each other off the floor, and hold your hair back when you're being sick in the toilet.
You're so sentimental, Bridge.
Holding someone's hair while they throw up is one of the most loving things you can do for them.
You know, you could just drink less.
I could, but I choose not to.
I mumbled something.
What was that?
I love you, Bridget.
I love you too, Luke. Now go get your man.
At 3 a.m, how will that help?
It's romantic. You're chasing after him in the rain.
It's not raining.
Don't ruin this for me.
And you don't think he'd prefer a polite text after we've both had a decent night's sleep? She squeaked in exasperation.
No! And besides, he won't be sleeping. He'll be staring out the window, wondering if you're looking at the same moon he is.
How could we be looking at different moons? Also, he can't see the moon because it's apparently raining.
Okay, now you're just stalling, so I'm hanging up.
She hung up. After she'd gone, I slowly uncurled. I still wasn't quite ready to stand up or leave the bathroom, but I was taking my victories where I could find them. As enthusiastic as Bridge had been about the plan, I wasn't sure that showing up at Oliver's doorstep at stupid o'clock in the morning would come across as quite as romantic and spontaneous as she was hoping, especially since I'd done it before, although at least then it had been at a slightly more sociable time. In my defence, on that occasion he dumped me, so, in a way, we were 1 for 1. If we ignored the fact that he dumped me specifically because of my behaviour, and I dumped him, specifically because of my behaviour. And while I got what Bridge was saying about letting him choose whether he wanted to deal with my bullshit or not, I couldn't shake the sense that we'd hit a level of bullshittery that would make the choice kind of a no-brainer. Because this was what he was getting. Someone who'd spent 5 years burying himself in cynicism and apathy. And honestly, hadn't been so great before then either. I didn't want to be that person for Oliver. I didn't want to lash out or run away every time I thought something might hurt me. But it was going to take more than a month of fake dating and a couple of rounds of French toast to dig my way out. It would be easier for everyone if I never spoke to him again. But Bridge was right. He deserved better than easy. And if that meant I had to stand there on his doorstep, again, and say I was sorry, again, then I guess I'd do it. And maybe this time I could let him see me, all the ways I was messy and hurt and lost, and all the ways he made me better. Maybe he deserved that too. 20 minutes later, against my better judgment, I was in a cab, on my way to Clerkenwell. Chapter 32. I was standing on the pavement outside Oliver's, trying to figure out exactly how bad an idea this had been, when it started to rain. Which, at the very least, got in the way of my plan to dither helplessly for 20 minutes before wussing out and going home. I mean, I still hadn't completely written off Operation Wuss Out, but somehow, there I was, unsexily damp and terrified, ringing Oliver's doorbell at 4 a.m. Oh shit. What had I done? I stared at Oliver's pretty glass panels, wondering if it was too late to run away, like a kid playing a prank. And then the door opened, and Oliver was standing there in his stripiest pyjamas, his face pale and his eyes red-rimmed. "What are you doing here?" he said, in a "this is the last thing I need right now" sort of voice. With no idea how to answer that, I called up Cam's article on my phone and jammed it in Oliver's face like an FBI agent in a movie. "What's this?" He squinted. "It's an article about what a loser I am by some guy I met for 5 minutes a month ago." "When you woke me up," said Oliver, "at a time so unsociable it can't even be called the middle of the night because that was about 2 hours back, I'd hoped you might at least be coming to apologise. I didn't expect that you'd be asking me to do background reading on a wet smartphone." Fuck, I was fucking this up. "I am," I tried. I do. I apologise. But I wanted you to know why I flipped out, for context." "Ah, yes." He gave me one of his cold looks. "The most important part of any apology." Rainwater slithered from the tips of my hair and down my face. "Oliver, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for pushing you away. I'm sorry for losing my shit. I'm sorry for locking myself in the bathroom like an emo teen at a bad party. I'm sorry I suck at apologies. I'm sorry I've been a crap fake boyfriend, and I'm sorry I keep showing up on your doorstep begging you to give me another chance." "It's not that I don't appreciate the gesture. Well, gestures." He was doing the temple-rubbing thing that meant he had no idea how to deal with me. "But I don't understand why this keeps happening. Honestly, I don't even understand what happened tonight." "Which is why," I yelled, brandishing the phone again, "I tried to give you context." He glanced from me to the phone and back again. "You should probably come in." I came in and stood in his hallway, dripping. Neither of us seemed entirely sure what was meant to happen next. Then Oliver said, "Why don't you take a moment to dry off, and I'll have a look at this article, if you're still comfortable with that." I wasn't comfortable with that at all, but having shoved it under his nose, it was a bit late to back out now. Besides, I was committed to being honest and transparent, and, oh, help. Trying not to panic, I let Oliver shepherd me upstairs, where he took a towel from the airing cupboard, because of course he had an airing cupboard, And of course the towel was all fluffy and sweet-smelling. I hugged it needily. He gave me a little nudge towards the bathroom. "There's a dressing gown behind the door. I'll be in the kitchen." Feeling both drier and floatier, I came down a few minutes later, wrapped up in navy blue fleece, and found Oliver at the table, frowning at my phone. "Lucien." He looked up, with a less encouraging expression than I might have hoped. "I'm still confused. From your reaction, I assumed you'd read something that, at the very least, put one of our careers in danger. This is a contentless piece of self-serving fluff by an obvious hack." I slid awkwardly onto a chair opposite. "I know, but it felt really true in the moment." "I'd say I'm not unsympathetic, but since you locked yourself in a bathroom and dumped me over it, I am finding sympathy difficult." I get that." Oliver crossed one leg over the other, looking prim and serious. "I think what I need you to understand is that even though we are not in an official relationship, we have made a commitment to each other that we are both relying on. And when you behave unreliably, it has real consequences for me, logistically and—" He gave a tight little cough. "Emotionally." This was everything I thought I didn't like about Oliver Blackwood. Severe, stern, headmastery, and not in a kinky way, and with that faint edge of superiority that suggested he would never flake out or fuck up. But I knew him better now, and I knew I'd hurt him. "I realise I've treated you badly, and I realise my many, many issues aren't an excuse for that. And I wish I could tell you I won't do this again, but I can't because I'm worried I will." "While I appreciate your honesty," he said, still rather coldly, "I'm not sure where that leaves us." "I can't tell you where it leaves you, but where it leaves me is I want to give this another go, and I'll try to do better." "Lucien." He gave a soft sigh. "I really don't want to go alone to my parents' anniversary, but it's a little late for me to find anybody else now." That wasn't quite the falling back into my arms Bridget had led me to expect. "If that's what you need, and that's all you want, I can still do that for you. I think I know you well enough that I could pass as your boyfriend for one party, even if we don't speak until then." "What about your work function?" "It'll be fine," I shrugged. "I've got most of the donors back, and, I'm starting to think that if they come for my personal life again, I might actually be able to face taking them to an employment tribunal." Oliver was looking at me, his eyes all silver grey and searching. "Why couldn't you before?" "Because getting fired just felt like something I deserved." "And it doesn't now?" "Sometimes, but not so much." "What changed?" he asked, with a quizzical look. I groaned. "Don't make me say it." "Say what?" His foot flickered impatiently. "You'll have to forgive me if I'm not at my most perspicacious, but I've only had 3 hours sleep." Which I notice is still enough sleep to say perspicacious. "Oliver, it was you. You're what changed. And now I've blown it and I'm sad." He softened for about a second, and then unsoftened abruptly. "If I've been such a positive influence, why on earth did you dump me through a bathroom door over a nothing article in a newspaper famed for its misspellings?" "I think what you're underestimating here is how much better I can get and still be a complete disaster." "You're not a complete disaster, Lucien. I just don't want to be going through this again in a fortnight, and you haven't been able to give me any reassurance that I won't." I took a deep breath. "Okay, look, the truth is we're both terrible at relationships. That's how we got into this position in the first place. But it feels to me that you're asking for the wrong thing." "Is that so?" He raised an unconvinced eyebrow. I flatter myself that I'm asking for something quite reasonable, which is that our relationship, fake or otherwise, isn't going to be constantly punctuated by your appearing on my doorstep apologising for your shitty behaviour. And I see why that's not great, except I'm not sure it's the real problem. I don't know how to promise you that I won't overreact or lash out or say something I shouldn't. All I can promise, and I really think it's what I should be promising, is that I'll be honest with you about what's going on with me. This was hell. I'm pretty sure this was hell. That's what I should have done tonight. And that's why we're here. There was a long silence. It was 50-50 whether this was good silence or bad silence. All right. Oliver eyed me warily. So, if you had been honest with me, as you've suggested, what would you have said? I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. I think, Oliver murmured, we've discovered the flaw in this plan. No, give me a minute. I can do this. I can trust someone. With, my feelings and shit. Why was this so hard? I mean, it was Oliver. Basically the most decent person I'd met in the last decade who I wasn't already friends with. Fuck. I tried. This is probably going to sound totally bizarre, but do you mind if I go in your bathroom? Sorry, I assume you're not asking to use the facilities. No, I think I'd just like to go in there. If you dump me through a door again, I'll be very angry. I'm not going to, and my end goal is to get to the stage where we can have this kind of conversation in the same room, but, baby steps. He made a defeated gesture. Fine, if that's what you need. So I went to Oliver's bathroom, locked the door behind me, and sat on the floor with my back to it. You can still hear me, right? Loud and clear. Okay. Breathe. Breathe. I had to breathe. This, whatever it is that we're having, it's the best thing that's happened to me in 5 years. And I know it's supposed to be fake, but it's not felt that way to me for, I don't know, a while. And that's, I guess, rearranged my messed upness in ways that are overall really, really good. But I also feel vulnerable and frightened, all the time. The door shuddered slightly, which took me a moment to interpret. But then I thought maybe Oliver was sitting on the other side of it, with his back to mine. Lucian, I don't know what to say. You don't have to, just, listen or something. Of course. So, when I saw that article, it brought up all this old stuff that You see, my last boyfriend, Miles, we were together all through university and a little bit after, and I think it was one of those relationships where the stuff that keeps you together at uni doesn't work in the real world. We were sort of going through a rough patch, but I guess I didn't know how rough, because he went and sold his story, my story, our story, to the Daily, I can't even remember which, for 50 fucking grand. I heard Oliver draw in a breath. I'm sorry. That must have felt awful. Pretty much. What I couldn't hack was, I thought when you're in love, it's supposed to be safe, isn't it? You're supposed to be able to do things and try things and make mistakes, and it'll be okay because you know who you are to each other. I genuinely believed we had that, but he took it and flogged it to the press. And they turned 5 years of my life into a couple of threesomes, and that one time we did cocaine at a party in Soho. Thank you for telling me, Oliver whispered through the door. This is clearly very difficult for you, and I appreciate your trust. I should have been done. But somehow, now I'd started talking about this shit, I couldn't stop. He met my mum. I told him about my family, about my dad, how I felt, what I wanted, what I was scared of, and he made it all so ugly and so cheap. And now everyone thinks that's who I am, and half the time I believe it too. You shouldn't, and I know that's easy to say and harder to believe, but you're far more than pictures in papers and a couple of sad little articles written by sad little men. Maybe, but it came back on Mum as well. She's gone through enough without the tabloids turning her into a crazy has-been. Of course, he said softly. I don't know her as well as you, but she seems resilient, to say the least. That's not the point. She shouldn't have to pay because I trust the wrong people. One person who betrayed you, which is on him. My head fell back gently against the door. The thing is, I didn't even see it coming. I thought I knew him better than anyone, and he still... Again, that's about him and his choices, not about you and yours. Rationally, I know that. I just don't know when it's going to happen again. And so you haven't been with anyone since? Basically. I tried to pick at Oliver's floor like I had my own, but the grouting was too clean. It was liberating at first. It felt like the worst had already happened, so I thought I might as well do anything I wanted, except then doing what I wanted became steering into people's worst assumptions about me. And before I knew it, I'd lost my job, alienated most of my friends, and my health was trashed, and my house was a tip. I felt another ripple through the door. It was weirdly comforting, like he was touching me. I had no idea how difficult it's been for you. I'm so sorry, Lucien. Don't be, because then I met you. Leaving the bathroom still seemed like a terrifying prospect, but I was coming to the conclusion that waiting wouldn't make it less terrifying. And while Oliver's toilet was way nicer than, say, mine, I hadn't quite sunk low enough that I'd be happy to live there for the rest of my life. I got shakily to my feet, opened the door, and walked straight into Oliver's arms. Yeah, I said, a few minutes later, still clinging to him. I should probably have done this the first time round. He gave me a wholesome cotton pyjama squeeze. We can work on it. Does this mean you'll have me back? I was treated to one of his intense stares. Do you want to come back? I'm only just beginning to understand how much this is asking of you. No, Oliver. I came to your house at whatever it is in the morning and spilled my guts all over your bathroom floor because I'm so about this. I find it oddly comforting that you're feeling well enough to be sarcastic at me. I risked smiling at him, and he smiled slowly back. Chapter 33. A few minutes later, we were back in Oliver's tiny kitchen, and he was Olivering at the stove because he'd apparently decided that what we really needed now was hot chocolate. Sitting uselessly at the table, I faffed around with my phone and discovered it was well after 5. You are going to be wrecked at work tomorrow. I'm not in court, so I have no intention of actually going in. Can you do that? Well, I'm technically self-employed, though the clerks tend not to see it that way, and I haven't had a sick day in... ever. I flooped. I'm sorry. Again. Don't be. Obviously, I'd rather we hadn't had a crisis, but I've come to terms with the idea that there's something I care more about than my job. I had no idea how to reply to that. Part of me wanted to point out that he probably shouldn't put boys ahead of his career, but since I was the boy, that would have been pretty self-defeating. Yeah, I think I'll be pulling a sickie too. I don't think it counts as pulling a sickie if you're actually having a hard time. What? I watched the muscles in his back as he stirred his pan, and couldn't tell if noticing that kind of thing again meant I was getting my shit together, or my shit had never been together to begin with. I should ring them up and say, "Sorry, I gave myself a nervous breakdown with a Guardian article." He came over with a pair of mugs and set them down carefully on coasters. I folded my hands around mine, letting the warmth seep into my palms as the rich scent of chocolate and cinnamon wafted over the table. "You've been through a lot today," he said. "There's no need to diminish it." "Yeah, but if I don't diminish things, I have to face them at their normal size, and that's horrible." "I think it's usually better to face the world as it is. The more we try to hide from something, the more power we give it." "Don't be wise at me, Oliver." I gave him a look. "It's unsexy." With the air of someone with a lot on his mind, he turned his hot chocolate a quarter circle and then back again. "While we're on the topic of unsexy, trying to hide from things. Oh. You mentioned in the bathroom that our arrangement was no longer feeling quite as artificial as it hitherto had. Are you trying to stop me freaking out by using words you know I'll mock you for using?" His eyes met mine across the table. "Did you mean it, Lucien?" "Yes." Was there anything fucking worse than being called on your own sincerity? "I meant it. Can we please go back to what's important here, which is that you actually just said hitherto?" "As it happens," he continued, adjusting the angle of his mug, "I've been having similar thoughts myself." At that moment, I couldn't tell whether I'd been waiting desperately to hear that, or terrified I might. But it showed how far I'd come, and how seriously committed I was to doing better by Oliver, that I didn't run away screaming. "Okay. Good. That's nice." In my defense, my voice had only gone up half an octave. "There's no need to panic. We're just having a conversation." "Can I go back in the bath?" "No," I wheezed. "Look, like I said, I have these feelings, and I'm not used to having these feelings, and every time I have these feelings, I have these other feelings which are, like, when's he going to the press? When's he going to let me down? When's he going to fuck me over?" "Lucien," and I ran over him before I could stop myself. "I don't think I could take it. Not from you." He was quiet for a moment, frowning thoughtfully. "I know the last thing that can possibly help you right now are promises and platitudes, but I do feel quite confident in assuring you that I will never sell your story to the tabloids." "I'm pretty sure Miles would have said that too." "But in a different context." His tone was very measured, almost detached, but he also reached across the table and took my limp, damp hand in his. "I'm not asking you to trust in me personally. Obviously, I would be gratified if you could, but I understand that what you've been through renders that difficult." "I want to trust you, though." "You don't have to. But you can trust that I have nothing to gain and everything to lose by turning our relationship into a public spectacle. I don't particularly need the money, and I've invested more than a decade in a job that relies on my reputation for discretion." I gave him a brittle smile. "I'm probably worth a lot more now that my dad's on TV. My career means far more to me than any sum of money I could reasonably be offered." It took me probably too long to Rubik's Cube my brain into something that could make sense of this. "Okay, yes, I see that. And, for that matter," he went on, "so are you." Well, that was a thing. "Thank you. Really, Fuck. How do we do this?" I confess, Oliver had gone a little pink around the ears. "I hadn't thought that far ahead. This is new territory for both of us." I don't want to sound cold-feety, but what if we just carried on as we were?" "You mean," he said slowly, "you want us to continue pretending to be in a relationship that we admit feels real to both of us?" Wow, trying to do the right thing was hard, and seemed very similar to fucking everything up. I'm worried that if we try to change too much all at once, it'll go wrong somehow, and then I'll have let you down, and you'll be on your own at your parents' anniversary, and it'll be my fault. That's kind of you, but I'm not going to put a family party above our relationship. You don't have to. I put my other hand over his. Leaving aside my occasional meltdowns, which I promise I'll learn to deal with, this is working well for us, and will definitely do what we need it to do. Why rush, or mess with that? He was giving me an, I'm not quite sure who you are, but I like it, look. I'm beginning to think you might be better at relationships than you've claimed. I announced, am growing as a person. Perhaps I could also do better. I smiled at him, too tired to care how goofy it was. You don't have to. You're already perfect. Bed happened pretty soon after that, and having just exposed the full depth of my emotional wibble, it seemed a bit pointless to worry about what Oliver would think of my boxers or no pack. As far as I could tell, he wasn't disappointed or repulsed. Instead, he pulled me down into his arms, where I lay quiet and cared for, and quickly drifted off to sleep. We woke late. Well, late by Oliver's standards, so, 9, although I kept him in bed for another hour or so by octopusing myself around him and refusing to let go until he told me very firmly he needed the bathroom. While he was abluting and probably remembering to floss and all of those other things we're supposed to do but don't, I dug out my phone and called work. Coleoptera research, protection... Oh no, wait. That's not right. Apparently I'd got Alex. Coleoptera research, reunification and... Oh, bother. Coleoptera rescue, research and... It's me. Me who? Me, Luke. I'm sorry, Luke's not in yet. Alexander Twaddle speaking. No, I know who you are, Alex. I'm Luke. Luke is me. Oh. I could hear him thinking. Then why did you say you wanted to speak to Luke? I didn't... I'm sorry, I must have misspoken. Don't worry, it's easily done, old thing. Only yesterday I answered the phone with good afternoon, and then realised it was only 11:30. Alex, I said slowly, wasn't yesterday Sunday? Gosh, so it was. I thought it was a bit quiet. Anyway, if I didn't stop this now, we'd be here all week. I called to say I'm not feeling so great and I won't be coming in today. He made a sound of genuine sympathy. How beastly for you. Is everything all right? Yeah, just had a rough couple of days. I know the feeling. Last month my valet was sick and I could barely keep it together. I'm trying to be strong. Take all the time you need. A good man is hard to find. At this moment, Oliver came out the bathroom, stripped to the waist. I think, I said, I'll be okay on that front. Glad to hear it. Toodle pip. I hung up and tried not to stare too gormlessly at Oliver, which was easier than it might have been, since my phone was trying to notify itself into an embolism. Glancing into WhatsApp, the group was quiet and currently named You Can Luke, but You Better Not Touch. I got bridged in the face by private message. Luke, are you okay? What happened with Oliver? Luke? Luke, are you okay? Luke? Luke, are you okay? Is everything okay? Oliver's lips twitched. Given he also knew Bridge, he'd probably also fallen victim to her texting. I'll be in the kitchen. Calm down when you're ready. Yes, I typed. Sorry for the silence, it's all good. We talked about feelings and miles and shit. OMG, are you kissing right now? No, Bridge, I'm texting you. Well, stop it and go kiss Oliver. Anyway, G to G, because geopolitical upheaval has led to pulp paper shortage in Twickenham, and so none of our books are getting printed. Good luck with that. Thank you for last night. Anytime, G to G. Pulling on Oliver's dressing gown, I headed downstairs. Oliver was eating something scarily healthy-looking from a mason jar and reading the Financial Times on his iPad. God, he was adorable. "There's toast." He glanced up, looking like some kind of weird and highly specific porno for people who are really into incredibly cut men and funny-coloured newspapers. "Or fruit. Or bircher. I can make porridge if you prefer." I was still a bit too emotioned out for that much fibre, so I helped myself to a banana from a bunch that hung from what appeared to be a bespoke banana hanging place, next to, but not in, the offensively well-stocked fruit bowl. "What's with the—" I pointed. "Do you have a problem with bananas?" "Not personally, but they release ethylene, which is a ripening agent and can cause other fruit to go bad." "Oh, right." "I'm sorry. Would you rather I'd said that I was concerned about treason in my fruit bowl and strung them from a gibbet pour encourager les autres?" "You remember that time I pretended I spoke French to impress you? Well, I still can't." He laughed and pulled me into a kiss, which got me not quite into his lap, but very much lap adjacent. "You don't need to speak French to impress me." My heart stuttered, but I still wasn't used to all of this. Intimacy and okayness. "What are you eating?" I blurted out instead. "It looks like spunk with fruit in it." "Thank you, Lucien. You always know exactly what to say." Sheepishly, I nuzzled into his neck and was thrilled by the discovery of his, whatever the opposite of a 5 o'clock shadow is. The prickle of hair under my lips a reminder that I was still here, that we both were, together. "It's bircher," he went on. "Oats soaked overnight in almond milk and, as you correctly observe, fruit. But, to the best of my knowledge, no semen, human or otherwise." "So it's cold porridge?" "A lot lighter and fresher, but substantial enough to keep me going through a court case. Also, I can make it at the start of the week and it sees me through until Saturday, which is convenient." I was smiling helplessly at him. "Do you put little labels on the jars so you know which is for which day?" "No." He gave me a stern look that somehow wasn't stern at all. "Bircher is fungible." "Well, if it goes fungible, you probably shouldn't eat it." He laughed, somewhat indulgently. But hey, I could get used to being indulged. Especially by Oliver. Chapter 34. I'd spent the rest of Monday with Oliver, feeling fragile but content in a sort of snow day haze. We'd talked so much the night before that we didn't have much to say to each other, but that was good somehow. Oliver had mostly sat decorously on his sofa, reading The Song of Achilles, and I'd mostly sprawled over him napping. I hoped I wasn't going to keep having emotions, because it would get really tiring really fast. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, and despite my protests, he'd insisted that we go for a walk, which had turned out to be far nicer than a walk round Clerkenwell had any right to be. Of course, taking Monday off meant having to catch up on Tuesday. And since the beetle drive was rolling over the hill like a clump of dung under the hind legs of a Scarabaeus Vietti, wow, I had been working at crap way too long, I had a whole lot to do when I got in the office. We'd decided that the fundraiser should include a silent auction back when we, that is to say I, set up the first one a few years ago, and I think we'd just thought it sounded good. But it turned out they were a fuck ton of work, because you needed either a small number of expensive things and a lot of rich people, or a large number of moderately priced things and a reasonable number of rich people. And every time it was touch and go whether the balance was going to shake out right. It didn't help that Dr. Fairclough insisted on donating a signed copy of her monograph on the distribution of rove beetles in South Devon between 1968 and 1972, which was apparently a wild time for the Devonshire rove beetle. And I wound up having to buy it every year under a series of increasingly unlikely pseudonyms, because nobody else would bid on it. The most recent had gone to a Ms. A. Stark of Winterfell Road. Just as I was securing a helpfully obscene discount on a Fortnum & Mason hamper, which always did well at an auction, even though they aren't actually especially hard to get hold of, Rhys Jones Bowen appeared in my doorway with his usual impeccable timing. "Busy, Luke?" he asked. "Yes, fantastically." "Oh, that's okay. I'll only be a moment." He claimed my spare chair with the air of a man who has no intention of only being a moment. "I'm just here to pass on a message from Bronwyn. She said thank you for getting photographed outside her restaurant. It did her the world of good, and she's booked out for the rest of the pop-up. She was going to offer to cook you dinner, but she can't because now she's got too much on." What with Cam's wanky think piece nearly destroying my relationship with Oliver, I'd taken a break from my Google alerts. "No problem. Honestly, I kind of hadn't noticed." "It was a lovely article in the end, all about how you were turning over a new, healthier leaf and trying to get your shit together like your dad. And the newspaper man asked Bronwyn, and she said you weren't nearly as much of a knobhead as she thought you were going to be. So that's good, isn't it?" In an ideal world, my press coverage wouldn't include the word knobhead at all, but yeah, I'll take it. I waited hopefully for Rhys Jones Bowen to leave, but instead he sat there, stroking his beard. "You know, Luke, I've been thinking. As what you might call a social media guru, I recently discovered that there's this website called Instagram. And apparently, if you're a little bit famous, and a bit of a bellend, you can make loads of money on it pretending you like things." "Are you suggesting—" It took me a moment to even make my head go there. "That I should become a social media influencer?" No, I'm just saying you should go on the Instagram and help people like Bronwyn. That's what we in the business call leveraging your platform." "Thanks, but I think I like my platform unleveraged." "Well, you do you, as they say." He stood up, stretched theatrically, walked halfway out the door, then stopped and turned. "By the way, you know how much you and your nice boyfriend enjoyed Bronwyn's pop-up dining experience?" I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. "Yes?" "Well, I've got this mate Gavin from Merthyr Tydfil, and he's done a series of glass sculptures inspired by the Rising of 1831. Now, I definitely didn't like where this was going, but for some reason I asked a question about it anyway. "The who? The what?" "That's so typical of the English. Set the 93rd Highlanders on my countrymen and then don't even have the decency to teach it in schools. Anyway," he paused ominously, "you can learn all about it when you go and get your picture taken at Gavin's exhibition." Call me paranoid, but I was beginning to think Rhys Jones Bowen had an ulterior motive for wanting me on Instagram. I was about to tell him that I had no intention of going to his mate's glass sculpture show, but I did owe him for the whole vegan rescue, and also, I guess, helping people was nice. Besides, it was probably the sort of thing Oliver would actually be into. "Okay," I said. "That sounds interesting. Email me the details and I'll ask my boyfriend if he's up for it." "Don't worry, Luke," Rhys said, nodding. "I completely Oh. Right. I'll be honest, I expected you to say no to that one." "Must be Gavin's lucky day, but I really do have to get back to work." "Tell you what, I'll bring you a coffee." I thanked him and went back to silent auction hustling. Well, silent auction hustling and texting Oliver. "Want to come with me to an exhibition tonight?" "What sort of exhibition?" "Funny you should ask that. Glass sculpture. About..." It was while typing this that I realised I'd forgotten what Rhys had said it was about, and even if I could remember, I wouldn't have been able to spell it. "Something bad that happened in Wales?" "I'm not sure that narrows it down." "An uprising?" There was a pause. Anyone else would have been Googling, but Oliver was just typing. "There've been several." "Yes, one of them. Rhys wants me to get some publicity for a friend of his, and I said I would because you've made me a better person, you bastard." "My apologies. I didn't mean to." "It's fine. You can pay for it by making me look like I understand art." "I'd love to, Lucien. but I have to work tonight. Sorry, not getting out of it that easily. It's on all week. I am genuinely keen to go. Of course he was. Weekend, then? We have Jennifer's birthday. Followed quickly by, I have Jennifer's birthday, and you are invited to come, but should not feel obligated. Followed quickly by, of course you'll be very welcome. They'd like to meet you. Calm down. How about Friday? Works for me. Okay. On to trying to score some premium tickets for Harry Potter and the Cursed Child at a non-exorbitant price. I was beginning to think the box office was never going to get back to me, when my phone rang. Hello, Luc O'Donnell speaking. Hello, Luke. It was Alex from the front desk, which meant somebody was trying to call me, but there was about a 50% chance he'd already hung up on them. Got a slightly queer chappie on the line for you. Okay if I transfer him? Go right ahead. Righto. Any idea how I, do that? I didn't sigh. I felt very proud of myself for not sighing. Did you already press transfer before you called my extension? Yes, I remember to do it that way around because I've got a clever mnemonic. I just remember the phrase, sic transit gloria mundi. Then I remembered that you press transfer first, because transit is the second word in the old memory aid. Deuced thing is, I can't remember what comes next. Hang up. Alex seemed hurt. Steady on, old chap. No need to be like that. Just because a fellow has a bit of a tricky time remembering how to use the telephone machine doesn't mean you should just tell him to hang up out of nowhere. If you hang up the phone, I explained, it will transfer automatically. Really? That's dashed clever of it. Thanks a jillion. No problem. Thanks, Alex. There was the briefest click of a line reconnecting, and then John Fleming's Legend of Rock voice rumbled down the line at me. Hello, Luke. I don't think Sunday went the way either of us wanted it to. That was the problem with reaching out to people. Sometimes they reached back. And while I was mostly trying to be a kinder, gentler, nicer person, John Fleming was the exception. No fucking shit. I'm back in London. I said I'd look you up. Well, you have. Congratulations on partially following through on a commitment. So, how have you been? There was no way I was telling him about, anything. Good, as it happens, which I should clarify has nothing whatsoever to do with you. There was a slight pause. I can see you're still carrying a lot of anger with you. I was the same. Don't even think about telling me you were the same when you were my age. As time passes, you learn to be more accepting of things that aren't as you'd wish they were. Did you want to talk? I cradled my office phone awkwardly against my shoulder as I ran down a list of other auction possibilities. Or are you practicing sound bites for the next time you're on Loose Women? I was wondering if you'd be free to meet up while I'm in town. Oh, fuck. I just about made my peace with the idea that I'd reached out and it hadn't worked and I was never going to see John Fleming again. And the fucker hadn't even given me that. Depends. How long are you here for? Well, there's no hurry. We'll be filming for the next month or so. I glanced around my office, which was a carnage of pre-Beetle Drive prep. I don't suppose, I tried, since by all rights there should be some upside to having a famous father. You want to come to a fundraiser for the charity I work for? I was hoping to get a chance to talk to you one-on-one. I'd like an opportunity to set things right. Look, Note to self. Don't start sentences you have no idea how to end. I absent-mindedly flicked the release, and my swivel chair sunk about 3 inches, pretty much matching my mood, right down to the weary hiss. Basically, I had no idea what a setting things right conversation with John Fleming would even begin to look like, but I had a creeping suspicion that it would end with him feeling better and me feeling worse. I'd obviously left a really audible thinking gap, because he said, "You don't have to decide immediately," in this tone that made it sound like he was doing me a massive fucking favour. "No, it's fine. We can get dinner or something. I'll find out when Oliver's available." Another pause. From him this time. "I'm glad Oliver's in your life. But do you not think it'd be easier if it was the two of us?" Easier for him, maybe. "Besides," he went on, "I know barristers have very busy schedules. It might be difficult to find a window we can both make." As was so often the case when it came to John Fleming. I just couldn't. Was I supposed to be flattered that he wanted me all to himself, or creeped out that he was acting like someone off to catch a predator? I mean, nothing good ever began with, "And be sure you come alone." And there was another of my "I'm very conflicted, please talk into this silence" gaps. Whether out of sensitivity to my needs, or a love of his own voice, John Fleming talked. "I'm aware I'm being selfish here. Of course you can bring your partner if that's what you feel you need." Great. Way to make me feel weak and codependent. "But the truth is," he hesitated, as if he was sincerely struggling with something, "it's not easy for someone like me to admit when I've done wrong, and it'll be that much harder in front of an audience." Wait, what? "This isn't the kind of conversation we should be having over the phone." He was right. But this was the closest I'd ever come to getting anything even halfway real from my father, and I didn't know how not to just grab at it. Except I couldn't, because how could I be sure he wouldn't disappear like a gateway to Narnia the moment I went looking for him? There'd been a time when I'd wanted this so much, and maybe that made it worth the risk. Or maybe it really, really didn't. "Can I asked. "Can I think about it?" There was a longer than I would have liked pause. "Of course you can. I'll send you my personal number and you can contact me on your own terms. Just remember, I'll be here for you until the end." And with that helpful little reminder he had cancer, John Fleming hung up. Chapter 35. Oliver seemed to genuinely enjoy Gavin's exhibition, although I could have done without his first words as we went through the door being, "Ah, so you meant the Merthyr Tydfil Rising of 1831. In any case, while it wouldn't have been my first, second, or indeed 12th choice for an evening out, I was quite enjoying being the sort of person who took his socially acceptable barrister boyfriend to pop-up dining experiences and indie art events. Also, it gave me a bunch of culture points that I immediately cashed in by treating myself to a Twix McFlurry on the way home, which, despite his objections to both the contents of the dessert and the business ethics of the company that sold it, I generously shared with Oliver. It was a bit disorientating getting back to his house and realising that it was Friday night, and I wasn't at home alone being miserable, or out at a party being miserable. It was even more disorientating being in bed before 1. Then again, Oliver's bed had compensations, Oliver being the most obvious, but I'm pretty sure his sheets were Egyptian cotton and were usually freshly laundered. I said, from where I was tucked under his arm. "You know that thing where I was going to be open and honest about, like, my feelings and stuff?" "I hope you're making that sound unnecessarily ominous." I cringed. Sorry, it's always ominous in my head." "What is it, Lucien?" "My dad rang. He wants to meet up for some one-on-one father-son bonding." "And what do you want?" "I don't know, that's the problem." I tried to shrug, but it turned into more of a, Nestle? I told him I needed to think about it. Probably wise. Yeah, get me with my probable wisdom. Oliver's fingers drifted soothingly up and down my spine. Do you have any sense which way you're leaning? Really not. It's one of those things where I want to, but I don't want to. Every time I decide to just walk away, I get this little voice in my head saying, "He's got cancer, you knob." And I know I'd be an idiot to trust him, and I know it's probably going to suck. But I think... Shit, I might actually be vomiting a little in my mouth as I say this. It's something I've got to do. I understand. Of course he did. Of course you do. I can't work out if I feel appreciated or taken for granted. A little of both? I wriggled down and nuzzled into his neck. I mean, I guess I'm taking it for granted that you're going to be amazing, but that doesn't mean it's not amazing. He gave an embarrassed little cough. Thank you. Although I should add I'm not completely unconcerned. I know I've only met your father once, but I can't say he made a good impression. I don't think he likes you either. I'm sorry if I made things difficult for you. Don't be ridiculous. I de-nuzzled and kissed him instead. You always make things better. And I'm not sure I'd be into anyone John Fleming actually got on with. Even so, I fear I've burned a bridge that didn't have to be burned. It was a shit bridge, Oliver, and I'm still not completely sure which side of it I want to be on. I'm sure you don't need to be told this, he said, after a moment. But there's a chance he could hurt you again. I twisted my head, gazing up at Oliver with the sort of intensity you could only really get away with when you were both in bed and mostly naked. It's a very good chance, isn't it? Again, I'm rather stating the obvious here, but I don't want you to be hurt. I'm not mad keen on it myself. I guess I just feel like I'm in a place where even if it goes wrong, I'll be okay. Like it won't utterly wreck me. That's... He gave me a slightly crooked smile. Strangely reassuring. Sitting on Oliver's freshly made bed the next day, I was starting to think I might have overstated my case, utterly wrecking me wise. It had been comparatively easy in my sort of a bit fake, sort of a bit real boyfriend's arms to claim I was okay. I was not feeling okay right now. But eventually, I got enough of my shit together to phone John Fleming on the number he'd had his people send my people. Well, me, I'm kind of my own people. John here, rumbled my dad, with the confidence of a man who knows he's the only John that matters. Hi. It's me. Me who? It's not a good time. I'm about to go on set. Me, your son. You know, the one you want to connect with? Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Oh, he wasn't talking to me, was he? What was that, Luke? I was just ringing to say... Yeah, no, that's great, thanks. Appreciate it. Still not talking to me. Look, I said, if you want to meet up, I'm free sometime this week. I'd like that. How about Wednesday? Do you know the half moon in Camden? Well, no, but I can Google it. I'll see you there at 7. On my way, Jamie. And he was gone. If I'd been superstitious, I would have said it wasn't the best sign that the last thing he'd said to me was, "On my way, Jamie." But I guess I was committed now. And I had an appointment with John Fleming. My dad. On my own. So he could maybe tell me he was sorry he left me. There was no way that was happening, was there? My first instinct, born from years of practice, was to... Actually, I didn't know. 5 years ago, I'd have gone out, got wasted, and got laid. 6 months ago, I'd have gone home, got drunk, and got under my duvet. Now, I just wanted to be with Oliver. And I could? Because he was downstairs? This semblance of a healthy lifestyle was going to take some getting used to. I found him sitting at the kitchen table, elaborately hand-wrapping a wholesale carton of Kinder Happy Hippos. I can't believe, I said, I ever thought you were boring." He gave me what I'd come to recognise as his "I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be insulted" look. "You mean because when I give somebody a gift, I like to pay attention to its presentation?" "I'm not being sarcastic, Oliver. This is delightfully strange of you, and not what I was expecting to see today." "I'm wrapping a present. What on earth is strange about that?" "It's the fact you're going full Love Actually cinnamon stick on a job lot of cheap German chocolate." He gave a little cough. "Italian." "What?" "It's Italian." "Isn't Kinder German for child?" "Yes, but the company is based in Italy." "I'm so glad we're focusing on what matters here." I folded myself into a chair opposite him. "What are you doing?" "It's for Jennifer's birthday." "Oh, yes," I affirmed convincingly. "That is a thing I definitely remembered." He gave me one of those annoying looks that people give when they're not disappointed because they know and care about you, instead of not being disappointed because they have incredibly low expectations. "How was your father?" "Dick, like always." I fiddled pointlessly with the vase of newly refreshed table flowers. "And I know I'm trying to be better at this, but I really don't want to talk about it." "You don't have to, and I'd understand if you weren't feeling up to the party tonight." "No, I want to. If only for the expression on your friend's face when she discovers you've bought her 500 loosely hippo-themed wafer treats filled with a gooey substance that vaguely resembles chocolate." He blinked petulantly. "It's not chocolate. It's a milk and hazelnut cream, and they're what I always get her." "And yet somehow you remain friends?" "She likes them, and it's sort of a tradition." I ran my toes up his shin. "I somehow thought you'd be too grown up or something to have a shit gift ritual." "I think you'll find I can be just as quirky as you can, Lucian." He haughtily attached a sprig of lavender to his exquisite creation. "When I choose to be." "Yeah, but I thought straight people were into, bottles of wine, or, I don't know, toast racks." He covered his mouth with his hand. I wasn't sure if he was laughing or appalled. "Lucian, you work with heterosexuals. Your mother is heterosexual. Bridget is heterosexual." "Yeah, and I always buy them wine." "But," he actually wagged a finger at me, "and please be honest with me when you answer this question, never toast racks." I sank lower in my chair and nearly wound up on the floor. I panicked, okay? Yes, I know some straight people, but I've never chosen to hang out socially with a large number of them all at once. I'm scared." "What do you think they're going to do? Put bees on your face?" "I don't know. What if they don't like me and think you should go out with a woman or a better gay?" "They're my friends, Lucian. They'll be happy I'm happy." I stared at him. You're happy. I make you happy. That's a thing I do." "You know it is. Just maybe don't grill them about their toast racks. They might think you're a tad peculiar." This opened a whole new chasm of anxieties. What do I talk to them about then? I don't watch any sports. Well, neither do most of them. Jennifer's a human rights lawyer who likes hippos. Peter's a children's illustrator who likes Jennifer. They're just people. I've known them for a long time, and at no point have they threatened to ostracize me if I couldn't tell them. He paused for a long moment, frowning. "I was going to cite some obscure piece of sporting information, but as you can see, I don't know any, and that's perfectly all right." I sighed. "Fine, so I'm being silly." "You are, but explicably so. And you are being rather charming about it." "I think," I admitted, "I'm fixating on the straight thing because these people are important to you, and I don't want to fuck this up." "The way I see it." It was Oliver's gravest voice, so I braced myself for an onslaught of sincerity. "Either you won't, which will be nice, Or you will. Which will be funny. I burst out laughing. And then, pushing the beautifully wrapped hippos gently aside, leaned over the table to kiss him. Chapter 36. That evening I was standing with Oliver and an over-decorated box of hippos on the doorstep of a very suburban-looking house in Uxbridge, and I already felt incredibly out of place. "Is this okay?" I asked. "Am I okay? Am I dressed okay?" "You're fine. This is a nice, relaxed evening. Everyone's going to be very casual and very normal and—" The door swung open, revealing a stunningly put-together redhead, wearing a full-length evening gown and an actual fucking fascinator. At which point my mouth also swung open.
"Oliver," she cried, "I'm so happy you could make it. And you've brought Luke. At least, I assume it's Luke."
Her eyes widened.
"Crap, you are Luke, right?"
I was trying, without much subtlety or success, to hide behind Oliver. This was clearly not the kind of party to wear my artfully ripped jeans to. Yes, that's me."
Come in. Brian and Amanda are already here, because of course they are, and Bridge is running late because of course she is."
We came in, me pulling at Oliver's elbow like a small child at the supermarket, in order to signal precisely how little I had signed up for this. A man in full black tie met us at the door to the living room. "Hi," he said, presenting a silver tray with a teetering pyramid of Ferrero Rocher on it. "And be careful, because this is actually quite unstable." Once again I tried to safe word to Oliver with my eyes. But he seemed to be taking this totally in his stride, gently plucking a chocolate from the stack. "Monsieur?" It was his driest, most laconic voice, which, believe me, was pretty fucking dry and laconic. "With these Rocher, you are really spoiling us." The guy nearly spilled his tray in excitement. "Thank you! Brian completely fluffed it, and this took hours." "You know," called a deep voice from within, "you can buy them in pyramids now." "Shut up, Brian. You have forfeited your right to have an opinion on this." "Peter," said Oliver, as we were ushered past the Ferrero Rocher and into the living room, "please tell me that this whole evening isn't going to be a sequence of pointlessly elaborate 90s references."
"No."
Jennifer gave him a wounded look.
"Some of it's pointlessly elaborate 80s references."
Laughing, he hugged her. "Happy birthday, darling. Just no Twister and no Pokemon."
"How do you feel,"
her eyes glinted,
"about Pogs?"
He glanced at me. "I'm sorry, Lucien. These are my friends. I'm not exactly sure how that happened."
"Hey," protested Jennifer, "it's my birthday. If I want to dress up like an idiot and make you all eat prawn cocktail in celebration of the decades that spawned me, that's my choice. And you will damn well support it."
You could have at least warned me. I've been trying to convince this man I'm cool. She sighed.
"Oh, Oliver, even when the word cool was cool, cool people didn't use it."
While she was completely right, I felt I should at least try to defend my ambiguously fake boyfriend from his definitely real friends. "Not true. Bart Simpson said cool." "Bart Simpson was a fictional 10-year-old, pointed out the man who had failed to Rocher correctly. "Brian, was it?" "I'm not sure," Oliver interjected. "I'm comfortable being compared to Bart Simpson." I was probably going to get dumped, but there was really no other response. "Don't have a cow, man," I said, at exactly the same time everybody else did. "You know," Oliver put his arm around my waist, "Lucien was concerned that he wouldn't have anything in common with you. He clearly failed to account for the fact that mocking me is everybody's favourite pastime." Jennifer snuck a curious look at me.
"Were you, Luke? We were all worried we were going to scare off another of Oliver's boyfriends."
"We don't scare them off." This was Brian again, in the too jolly tone of someone about to be slightly more insulting than he intends to be. Oliver does. I'll admit. Oliver had tensed up beside me, so I thought it was a good moment to launch myself into the conversation. That the evening gown did throw me, but I'm totally here for whatever this is. Jennifer thought about it for a moment.
Well, I'm not quite sure what it is, actually. It's a sort of celebration of things 8-year-old me thought 30-year-old me would have in the future, except I thought we'd be having this party on the moon.
Now then, Peter clapped his hands in a hosty kind of way. Can I get either of you a drink? We've got Lambrini, Bacardi Breezers, Cointreau, some things that are actually nice, and Amanda's in the kitchen with mead. I blinked. Did I miss the 90s mead boom? We're reenactors, explained Brian. We never don't bring mead. Also, they didn't say which 90s. Oliver drifted over to one of the sofas and drew me down next to him. I'll have one of the things that are actually nice. You? I poked his knee. And not in the spirit. What flavour breezes do you have? Peter perked up. Good question. I think some pink ones, and maybe some orange ones, and possibly a slightly different orange one that might be peach. I'll take the slightly different orange one. Coming right up, and I'll see what's happened to Amanda.
And Peter, cried Jennifer, bring the vol au vents. Or is it vol au vent? I think technically...
A woman who looked remarkably like Brian, apart from the beard, as in Brian had the beard, not the woman, appeared in the doorway.
It would be volant au vent, because vol au vent is from the French to fly in the wind, and so the plural would be they fly in the wind, which would be ils volent au vent.
The conversation ricocheted off the way conversations between people who've known each other far too long tend to. And even though I didn't know what the infamous digger incident was, or what happened at Amanda's 28th, I felt surprisingly unleft out. I mean, I did go through a short routine of emotional gymnastics, remembering how I'd freaked out when we'd gone to dinner with Alex and Miffy, and being slightly protective of the closeness I had with Oliver in private. Especially since he tended to be so buttoned up and polite in public. But actually, it was nice to see him happy and relaxed and surrounded by people who cared about him. Eventually the doorbell rang, and Peter took up his Ferrero Rocher station. I assumed this was going to be some people I hadn't met, because I'd had a message from Bridge saying she was 5 minutes away, which meant she'd be at least another hour. Voices drifted in from the corridor. God, sorry we're late, boomed somebody about 2 shades posher than me, and 3 shades less posh than Alex. The twins were absolute shits. Shit, by the way, being the operative. Oh, monsieur, with his Rocher, you're really spoiling us. Suck it, Brian. That was probably Peter. Please, continued the posh man, for Christ's sake, bring me some alcohol. And be careful when you're hanging up my jacket. I think one of the little bastards threw up on it.
I told you when they were born.
Another stranger, a woman this time.
We should have left them on a hillside overnight and kept whichever ones survived.
There was a flapping of coats and a shuffling of shoes, and Jennifer and Peter came back into the room, followed by a surprisingly dapper man in a plum waistcoat and a small round woman in a polka-dot Lindy Hop dress. Oliver, who wasn't so relaxed as to forget his manners, stood to greet them. Ben, Sophie, this is Luke. He's my boyfriend. Luke, this is Ben, who's a stay-at-home dad, and Sophie, who is Satan.
I'm not Satan, she huffed. I'm Beelzebub at worst.
Jennifer? Oliver made a slightly imperious gesture. Who was your last client? Sophie rolled her eyes. They'd clearly played this game a lot.
A refugee from Brunei who'd have been tortured if he'd been deported.
Jennifer lifted her glass of Lambrini in a toast-like gesture.
Yours, Oliver?
A barman who stole from an employer who cheated him. Yours, Sophie? She mumbled something incoherent. What was that? We didn't hear you.
Fine.
She threw her hands in the air.
It was a pharmaceutical company whose drugs, let me be very clear, cannot be proven to have killed any children at all. What can I say? I like clients who can actually pay.
Just to check, I asked, having slowly come to the realization that Oliver's friends being straight was not the only thing that made them different from my friends. Am I the only person in this room who isn't either a lawyer or married to a lawyer? Peter reverentially returned the wobbly Ferrero Rocher to the Ferrero Rocher table. Well, you could fix that. It is legal now.
The which I think he means.
Amanda looked up from the sofa, where she'd been sitting largely on top of her husband.
That it would be legal for you to marry Oliver. Not that it would be legal to kill every lawyer in the room, whatever Shakespeare had to say on the subject.
What? Cried Peter, comically startled. Why would you go there? Obviously I meant marriage, not murder.
Tell me that again when those three have been talking jurisprudence for 3 hours.
Oliver cleared his throat. He'd gone a little pink. I know you're all terribly excited I have a boyfriend, but I think that dropping the M-bomb at this stage in my relationship would be an excellent way to ensure I don't have one for much longer. Sorry. Peter hung his head. I wasn't actually. I didn't mean. Please don't break up with him, Luke. Have another Ferrero Rocher. And for the record, Oliver went on, just because I have legal right to do something doesn't mean I actually have to do it. Especially not with someone I've been dating for less than 2 months. No offence, Luke. I pulled dramatically out of his arms. Are you fucking kidding me? What am I going to do with the dress? This earned a proportionate laugh and made me feel like I was boyfriending appropriately.
Shall we not,
Jennifer threw the room a stern look,
attempt to make anyone feel comfortable by suggesting they get married? We're actually thrilled to bits you're here, Luke, and the good news is only some of us are lawyers.
Yes, Ben was pouring himself a glass of the good wine. I live off my wife. It's extremely modern and feminist of me. And I did law at university, added Brian, with Morecambe's slant and honey place over here. Thankfully, I realised it was fucking awful and I was shit at it, and I went into IT. As for me, began Peter, before he was interrupted by the doorbell. That'll be Bridget. Jennifer went to let her in, and Bridge burst into the front room, still taking off her coat a few seconds later.
You are not, she cried, going to believe what's happened.
The room got about halfway through a chorus of "Careful, Bridge," when the hem of her jacket caught Peter's lovingly stacked pile of Ferrero Rocher and sent them flying, bouncing and rolling across the floor. She spun round.
Oh my gosh, what was that?
Nothing, Peter sighed. Don't worry about it. He, Ben and Tom, who had followed Bridget in, began to gather up the wreckage of the ambassador's reception. What's happened? Asked pretty much everyone.
Well, I can't really talk about it, but we've recently acquired a very promising new author who specialises in high-concept science fiction, and it got a starred review in Publishers Weekly and everything, and there were some wonderful pull quotes, and the one we decided to run with especially recommended it to fans of another more famous author of high-concept science fiction. So we put it on all the posters, and there's a big campaign all over the underground, and it's on the front of the book, and it's too late to change any of it.
Oliver was looking perplexed in a way that made me want to hug him. That seems unalloyedly positive, Bridget.
It would be.
She threw herself into the nearest free chair.
Except the more famous author in question was Philip K. Dick, and the pull quote was, "If you like Dick, you'll love this." And no one spotted it until we started getting extremely disappointed reviews on Amazon.
Peter glanced up from the Ferrero Rocher carnage with an expression somewhere between playful and speculative. Just out of curiosity, how are the sales?
Surprisingly good, actually. I think it might have crossover appeal.
She spotted me.
Oh, Luke, you're here.
I grinned at her. I'm a +1.
I don't believe it.
Jennifer Wimbledoned between me and Bridge.
Oliver brings his new boyfriend to my party, and I think, finally, I beat you to relationship gossip. Then it turns out you've already met.
Bridge looked, and there's no other word for it, smug.
Of course. Luke's my best friend, and Oliver's the only other gay man I know. I've been trying to get them to date for years.
Chapter 37. It took about 10 minutes, but eventually we all managed to cram ourselves round a dining table that was strictly designed for 6, 8 at a push, and taking the piss at 10.
I will admit,
said Jennifer, as she wheeled a desk chair in from God knew where,
I was slightly banking on a couple of people cancelling at the last minute.
Brian manoeuvred his mead glass into position amongst the tangles of cutlery. At the very least, you'd think Oliver would have driven his boyfriend off by now. With friends like you, Brian. Oliver gave a sigh that I worried signalled more than amused exasperation. Who needs opposing counsel? At which point, Amanda elbowed her husband sharply in the ribs.
Get with the programme, dude. Right now we're in the happy for you space. In 6 to 8 days we'll be in the mucking you space.
Oliver had just enough room to put his head in his hands. Please stop helping.
Anyway.
That was Jennifer.
Awkward as this is, I like to feel that slightly more friends than you can fit around your table is exactly the right number of friends to have. So I want to thank you all for having managed to avoid work crises, childcare emergencies.
Some polyphonic bells rang out from Ben's breast pocket, and he leapt to his feet, nearly clocking Tom in the head on the way. Fuck, babysitter! I bet the little fuckers have burned the house down. And with that, he ran out of the room.
Mostly avoid childcare emergencies,
Jennifer continued. Sophie finished her wine.
Darling, that's not an emergency. That's our life now. Tell you what.
Jennifer made a fuck this gesture.
Let's pretend I did a speech. I love you all. Let's eat.
Peter sailed in from the kitchen bearing a tray of martini glasses full of gunge and lettuce. To start, he announced in his best master chef voice, prawn cocktail. And I'm sorry, Oliver, we thought about you for the main, but we couldn't be buggered to do a veggie starter, so we just didn't put the prawns in yours. You mean, said Oliver, I'm starting my evening with a glass of pink mayonnaise. Wow, yes, we really screwed you on that one. Bridge and Tom had been whispering quietly to one another, but now she looked up in confusion.
Wait a minute, why are we having prawn cocktail? Nobody's eaten prawn cocktail for 20 years. And actually, why are we all drinking Bacardi Breezes? Apparently,
Sophie had poured herself yet another glass of the good wine.
This whole party is non-consensually retro-themed.
Jennifer squirmed sheepishly.
The thing is, I didn't want people to feel pressured to do costumes or, well, make any effort at all, so I decided to make it a surprise. So, surprise!
We settled down to remind ourselves why people stopped eating prawn cocktail. Spoiler, the reason is because it's horrible. Fortunately, we all seemed to agree on that, so nobody felt compelled to politely eat it anyway. Don't worry, Peter began to clear up around us. I think the main course should actually be edible. It's beef Wellington, except Oliver who gets mushroom Wellington, which, I'll be honest, we sort of made up. Oliver handed back his largely untouched glass of pink mayonnaise. Which is to say the main course should be edible for everyone except me. I'm sorry, Oliver. Peter gazed at him with mock contrition. But you should have stuck at being our only gay friend. Trying to be our only vegetarian friend as well is frankly pushing it. You know, I said, the mushrooms sound lovely. If there's enough, I'll have some too. Bridge actually made a squee noise.
And you used to be so grumpy and unromantic.
I've never been grumpy and unromantic. I've occasionally been... I tried to think of something. Brooding and cynical.
And now Oliver's brought out your inner marshmallow.
I'm eating a mushroom, not jumping down the bleachers singing I can't take my eyes off you. Jennifer toasted me with a Smirnoff Ice.
Good on-theme reference.
We were just dishing up the Wellingtons, both of which were enormous, when Ben came back looking haggard. Drink me. He collapsed next to Sophie. In the give me a drink sense, not in the Alice in Wonderland sense. She drinked him.
Everything all right, darling?
We're going to have to give Eva another raise. Twin A went missing and she looked all over the house for him and was about to call the police when she glanced out the window and saw him in next door's kitchen between the cooker and the knife rack.
I take it he was fine?
Sadly, yes. Neighbours are a bit traumatised, though. Sophie rolled her eyes.
We'll send them a gift basket, like the last 3 times.
We got on with eating for a while. Despite the warnings, the mushroom Wellington was honestly fine. I mean, it would probably have been improved by the addition of beef, but then most things are. Unfortunately, this also brought us to my least favourite part of the meeting other people's social circles experience, the bit where they decide they've got to take an interest in you for the sake of their friend. You're, Brian kicked off, some kind of rock star, is that right? I nearly lost a mouthful of Wellington. No, very much not. My dad's a rock star. My mum used to be a rock star. I'm like the opposite of a rock star.
A scissors planet?
Suggested Amanda, after way less thought than it should have taken. Yes. Or maybe no. That makes more sense. Brian gently shifted his beard braids away from the gravy. I wasn't sure what a rock star would be doing with Oliver. What is wrong with you this evening? This was not Oliver's "you are teasing me and I secretly like it" voice. This was Oliver's "I am properly upset now" voice. Are you trying to make me look as unattractive as possible in front of a man I actually like?
Ignore him, Oliver, said Jennifer. He's overcompensating for 10 years of being the single one.
Oliver still had that prim, icy look about him. I'm not sure that makes his behaviour acceptable. I'm sorry. The table was too small for expansive movements, but it didn't stop Brian from trying. I really am. It's just you've dated a lot of people and they've never been right for you, and I want to know what makes this guy different before you get hurt again. I'm not your teenage daughter, snapped Oliver. And thinking about it, even if I were your teenage daughter, the way you're acting would still be deeply controlling and weird.
He's right, dude.
Amanda gave her husband a disappointed look.
You're being a prick.
I'm sorry. There was a long silence, until Oliver eventually sighed and said, It's fine. I suppose it's sweet that you care, in a profoundly unhelpful way. I felt suddenly and intensely shit, because I was sitting here, eating these people's food and drinking their Bacardi, watching them be all excited and hopeful that their friend, who they obviously cared deeply about and who'd apparently been more miserable than I'd noticed, was finally happy. And the whole thing sort of still had an expiration date. For a while now, I'd been living quietly with the knowledge that I was probably going to be a bit messed up when, if this ended. It hadn't occurred to me that it might mess Oliver up too.
So,
Sophie changed the subject with the poise and dignity of somebody who'd drunk entirely too much to give a fuck.
If not a rock star, what do you do?
I'm a fundraiser for a charity.
Oh, of course you are. Oliver, why are your boyfriends always so drearily ethical?
Oh, don't worry. I slanted a secret grin at Oliver. I'm not ethical at all. I used to be in PR before I got fired for becoming the story, and now I work for the only people who'll have me.
That's far better. Keep this one, darling. He's a lot more interesting than the others.
Yes. Oliver lifted a brow. Appeasing my evilest friend is exactly what I look for in a boyfriend.
You joke, but it should be.
Her attention flicked back to me.
What's your charity trying to save/prevent?
Dung beetles? She blinked.
Normally this would be obvious, but saving or preventing?
Actually, Oliver gave my knee a squeeze under the table. They're extremely ecologically important. They aerate soil.
My children are 6 miles away. I've had an awful lot of wine, and Oliver seems to want me to care about dirt. I'm doing my best, but...
Sophie wafted her glass solicitously.
Does anybody have a fuck I can borrow, because I'm fresh out?
The part of my brain that had actually been showing up to work recently kicked in before I could stop it. Look, I can absolutely help you find a fuck to give, but I'm very aware that I'm at someone else's birthday party and probably shouldn't be fishing for donors.
No, please fish, Sophie.
Jennifer flashed a smile at me across the table.
She's got pots of money and doesn't deserve any of it. Excuse me, I work very hard for my morally bankrupt clients. But go on, charity man.
Sophie propped her chin on her palm and gazed at me challengingly.
Land me.
I gave Sophie a once-over. Remarkably together, despite the truly stupendous amount she'd drunk. From her choice of dress, she liked people to underestimate her, and, from the way she spoke, she liked to remind them that they had. There was a strategy that would probably work here, but it was risky. Okay, I said. I'm guessing that you donate to charity for exactly 2 reasons, which are tax breaks and sticking it to your do-gooder friends. I could try to explain to you why dung beetles are a vital part of the country's ecology, but clearly you don't care, and that's okay, so instead I'll tell you this. Any arsehole with a credit card can give money to puppies with cancer or toys for sad children, but nothing says I have thought about my charitable donations better than you have, like giving your money to an environmentally vital but fundamentally unattractive insect. In the who's best at philanthropy game, the person with the most obscure charity wins, always. And you do not get more obscure than us. There was a pause. A deeply uncomfortable pause that lasted just long enough for me to wonder how badly I'd blown it. Then Sophie's lips twisted into a gleeful smirk.
Sold. How much do you need?
Ben burst out laughing, and I wasn't sure where to go from here. Great. That's great, but given you're really pissed right now and you're Oliver's friend and I don't want him to be cross with me, I'm perfectly happy, he interrupted. Bleed her dry. Even so, I do actually have some professional ethics. You can ring me tomorrow if you want, or I can call you and we can set up a lunch, or, there's a big do next week where you can come and hang out with posh people and throw all your money at us if that's how you're feeling.
You have a dung beetle do?
Yeah, we call it the Beetle Drive. Aren't we adorable? Another pause.
I feel compelled to point out,
said Sophie finally,
that you've just refused to take money from me now because I'm drunk. But you've invited me to a party where you presumably try to get a lot of people drunk and then ask them for money.
Yeah, it's not unethical if you print invitations.
Then I suppose I'll see you there.
The table broke into only slightly sarcastic applause.
Anyway,
Jennifer began to help Peter clear the table.
To bring things back to my birthday, do people need a pause before dessert?
Brian stroked his beard. Very much depends on what dessert is.
It's a surprise.
Does that mean it's something we're all going to hate?
Ooh.
A thought struck Amanda.
Is it Angel Delight?
A different thought appeared to have struck Ben, who shuddered theatrically. If it's Black Forest Gatto, I'm leaving. The frozen dessert banter looked set to continue for a while, which a couple of people seemed to read as a cue to stretch their legs and take bathroom breaks. I was more or less happy where I was, but then Oliver leaned over and whispered to me that I should come outside a moment. Oh shit. I shouldn't have tried to develop his friend. What the fuck was wrong with me? Feeling distinctly chastised, I trailed Oliver into the hall. "Look," I started, "I'm sorry I—" At which point he pressed me against the wall and kissed me. It was fair to say we'd done a decent amount of kissing since putting it on the boyfriend menu, but it hadn't been like this since my Guardian-related freakout. I was beginning to think dumping him had put him off me somehow, and while I'd have really liked to get back to how things had been that night on my sofa, the sweet, sharp certainty of wanting and being wanted, I'd been wary of pushing my luck. We hadn't managed to see each other for most of the week, and it was hard to expect a guy to look at you as a passionate and intensely sexual being when your last 2 meetings had involved crying on a bathroom floor and an exhibition of glass sculptures. But apparently, being moderately supportive at a party and trying to make one of his friends give money to dung beetles had done the job just fine. In any case, I was here for it. Very, very here for it. As, briefly, was someone else who told us to get a room on his way to the loo. But fuck it. These weren't yeah, whatever kisses. They weren't take it or leave it, get your coat you've pulled kisses. They were everything I thought I could never have, everything I'd been pretending I never wanted, telling me that I was worth it, that he'd be there for me and put up with me, and wouldn't let me drive him away. Oliver Blackwood was giving all that to me, and I was giving it right back. In the clutch of hands and the press of bodies and the urgent heat of his mouth on mine. And when it stopped, it still wasn't over, because he sort of kept staring at me, his eyes all shiny as his thumbs brushed lightly over my cheeks. "Oh, Lucien. I take it you're not cross about Sophie, then?" "On the contrary, it was very impressive. I hope you're not having a terrible evening." "No, it's really nice." "They like you, you know." He kissed me again, more gently this time. "You can tell by the way they're being total dicks." I laughed. "I should probably introduce you to my total dicks as well." "I'd like that. I mean, if you think I'd reflect positively on you." "Oliver." I was feeling way too soppy to give him a withering look, but I tried anyway. "My friends know who I am. Of course you'd reflect positively on me." "Sorry, I'm glad you came with me tonight." "Me too. I haven't had a Bacardi Breezer in years." I paused, savouring his reaction. "And this bit didn't suck either." "Well, I'm glad I at least outranked the prawn cocktail." Pulling him close again, I nipped playfully at the edge of his jaw, where he was all stern and square. "We should go back." "Actually." A faint flush darkened his cheeks. "I was rather minded to take you home." "Why? Are you not feeling—" "Oh. Oh." "I mean, if that's agreeable." It was the wrong time, but I had to. "I thought you said that wasn't the title of your sex tape." I lied. One of his little coughs. "Now, let's see if we can make our excuses and leave discreetly." Having met Oliver's friends for all of 10 seconds, I did not rate our chances of running home to shag without their knowing exactly what we were up to and commenting on it accordingly. And I was super right. Chapter 38. The ethically sourced minicab that Oliver called to take us home took far too long to take us home, partly because I was, to use the technical term, horny, but mostly because the more I thought about it, the more nervous I was getting. Oliver had made it very clear that he did not take sex lightly, and I'd made kind of a lifestyle out of only taking it lightly. And, obviously at the back of my mind, I'd been hoping he'd eventually surrender to my naked animal charisma and give me one. But now that it was happening, it didn't feel quite like I'd thought it would. I mean, yes, it was exciting and sexy, and he liked me. He really liked me. But what if I fucked it up? What if I wasn't very good? I'd had no complaints, but nobody looked a gift blowjob in the mouth, so maybe, like every other aspect of my life, I'd just been coasting on other people's low expectations. The thing about a hookup, the thing I liked about hookups, was that it was pretty clear whose job it was to get who off. Those whos being you and yourself, respectively. When you cared about someone, you started caring about confusing nonsense like if it was good for them and how they felt and what it meant. And what if we got back to Oliver's perfect house and we lay down on his perfect sheets and we did the sex and it was fine? I'd told him before that fine was all he could expect from me, and he'd said fine wasn't enough for him, and now it wasn't enough for me either. But what if it was all I could manage? Oliver was far too dignified to actually run for the front door, but he certainly got his hustle on, and we'd barely made it into the hallway before he was on me like I was a vegan brownie, and I was pulling him close, and we were kissing again. Which was great. We definitely got the kissing down, but also took everything I'd been stressing about in the taxi and made it horribly real and immediate. After all, this was supposed to be my bag. I'd spent years getting my debauch on, in and out of the papers, and yet here I was with a guy I was really into and really, really wanted to be into me, and I was reduced to the sexual sophistication of a teenager in a John Hughes movie. On the admittedly more than a few occasions I'd imagined getting to this point with Oliver, I'd been a creative and considerate lover and blown his mind with my astounding array of sex moves. Instead, I was clinging and grinding and making, if I'm honest, slightly embarrassing moaning noises. Oh God, help! This had no right to feel so perfect. Suddenly, Oliver's weight shifted, and, for a handful of awful seconds, I thought I'd put him off somehow. But then he hoisted me into his arms, and I was such a weird combination of relieved and lust-addled that, rather than asking what the hell he was playing at, I wrapped my legs around him like a twink in a porno. With a strength I shouldn't have found surprising given his commitment to a healthy lifestyle, he started carrying me towards the bedroom. It was this perfect, magical fantasy moment, right up until he pitched forward and dropped me on the stairs. I said, ow. Looking flustered and adorable, Oliver reversed off me like a minibus in a cul-de-sac. I'm so sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. No, it's cool. It was briefly very sexy and romantic. You're not hurt, are you? I'm okay. Bit self-conscious about being too heavy to carry. I'd been joking, but of course, Oliver got terribly serious in case he'd accidentally body-shamed me, as well as accidentally body-slamming me. It doesn't reflect on you at all. I overestimated my ability to handle the stairs. Good to know. Now, will you stop being reassuring and fuck me? I will fuck you, Lucien. He'd gone all stern, and for once, it didn't bother me at all. In the manner of my choosing. I stared at him wide-eyed and blatantly into whatever this was. Steady on. I didn't sign up for 50 Shades of Gay. No, you signed up for me. Now go upstairs and get on the bed. I went upstairs and got on the bed. A few seconds later, Oliver appeared in the doorway, dropping his coat on the floor. And I mean, wow. I had never seen him not use a hanger. He must have been really into this. Into me? I'm sorry, he said, blushing a little. I've never thought... That is, you... Don't apologize. It's, interesting. He blushed even harder. I've actually wanted to do this for rather a long time. Just throwing this out there. I scowled at him. You absolutely could have, at any point. I suppose I thought you were worth waiting for. Shit, I hoped he was right. I'm not the last after 8 mint. Well, no. He joined me on the bed, crawling across the covers like a tiger who'd been to Abercrombie and Fitch. If you were, we'd all be too polite to take you. I'd have a witty comeback, but I'm kinda distracted right now. You do seem, he said dryly, to be markedly less intransigent when you have an erection. Yes, it's my Achilles penis. Laughing, Oliver started unbuttoning my shirt, which was, on the one hand, good, because it got me closer to naked, and therefore closer to laid. On the other hand, I was about to be topless, and it wasn't like Oliver hadn't seen me topless before, but this was one of those context is everything situations. Being naked and being made naked felt distinctly and scarily different. Normally, I didn't especially worry what my sexual partners thought about my body, but then normally my sexual partners were strangers. In an effort to balance the scales, I returned the favour and realised I'd made a tremendous strategic error, because while I got by on genetics, height, and walking to work, Oliver bothered to take care of himself. It was the sexual equivalent of someone getting you a really thoughtful Secret Santa gift when you knew you'd bought them a bath bomb. Should I go to the gym? I asked. Like ever? Because otherwise you're going to have to get used to me being monumentally average. You are many things, Lucien, but you could never be average. No, this is a physical thing, and believe me, stop it. He kissed me, hard enough to smother my protests, his palm gliding over the exposed skin of my torso and leaving a pattern of fresh warmth. You're beautiful. So beautiful I can't believe I'm finally getting to touch you. I wanted to say something suave and witty to show I was suave and witty and not a pile of melt. But all I managed was, fuck, Oliver. God. His voice roughened. I love how responsive you are. Look. His fingertips spiraled up my arm and across my shoulder, goosebumps springing up in his wake like they were doing a stadium wave. I tried to make a noise that somehow signalled, yep, this is how I am with everybody, certainly not just you. But then his mouth got involved, laying pleasure over pleasure over pleasure, and Shit, I think I whimpered. The things, he murmured, I've dreamed of doing to you. I blinked. Maybe I could salvage this before I fell apart. Why? Are they filthy? Nothing like that. He pushed me onto my back, his hands unbuckling my belt and pulling off my jeans, boxers and socks in a flurry of very Oliver efficiency. I just want to be with you, like this. I want to make you feel things. Good things. For me. He was gazing at me, with this terrible earnestness, meaning every word. And you know, it was fine. I could cope with this. I could have feelings. It was fine. Never mind that there was this sense of nakedness settling over me, strangely independent of the fact that I was actually naked. And never mind that every time he touched me, it was like he was unmaking me with tenderness. And definitely never mind that I needed this so badly I wasn't sure how to have it. Now Oliver was shedding the rest of his clothes, shirt and trousers and everything else, landing messily by the side of the bed. I'd almost forgotten what it was like for a moment like this to mean something. The first time you saw a partner undressed, how they both gained and lost mystery, the truth of them, all their secrets and imperfections, surpassing any fantasy you could have conjured. The strangest thing was that Oliver had seemed so unreal to me at first. I'd wanted him from the beginning, from that horrible encounter at that horrible party. But the way you'd want a watch in a jeweller's shop window, a kind of frustrated admiration for something distant and perfect and just a little bit artificial. But actually, I hadn't seen him at all. Only a reflected bundle of badly thought-out desires. And Oliver was so much more than that. He was kind and complicated, and more anxious than he let on, if his texting style was anything to go by. I knew how to make him angry, and how to make him laugh, and I hoped I could make him happy. Or maybe I couldn't. Maybe I was too fucked up. But Oliver had stuck with me through my dad's bullshit and my mum's curry. He'd held my hand in front of reporters and let me dump and undump him through a toilet door. He'd become one of the best parts of my life. And so I was fucking well going to try. I heard myself say. I want to be good for you too. I'm just not sure. He lowered himself over me, all heat and strength, and a perfect glide of skin. You are. This is. But Shh. You don't have to do anything. You're enough. I gazed at him, not sure what was coming next. From the look on his face, he probably wasn't either. Everything. He finished. Well, this was new. Having to deal with sex feelings and feeling feelings at the same time, teaming up to leave you all achy and open and hopeful. His mouth covered mine, half kiss, half groan, and I flung my legs around him to draw him in closer. He seemed to find this encouraging, which was good because he was meant to, and soon he was driving our bodies together in this samba of promise and sensuality, his mouth painting me with shivery little kisses. And this was amazing, like, oh God, stop, oh God, never stop, oh God, level amazing. Except for whatever reason I couldn't work out what to do with my hands, and suddenly I had these enormous alien mitts floating around at the end of my arms with no clear instructions. I mean, should I have been trying to get at his cock? Or was it too early? Did he mind having his hair stroked? Or was that just weird? Was pulling it a bit much? Wow, his shoulders were really defined. I'd finally settled on spreading my palms fretfully over Oliver's back when he reared up, caught my wrists, and bore them gently to the pillow on either side of my head, which admittedly wasn't totally unhot. I said. Sorry. A flush crept down his neck and across his chest. I can't seem to help myself. It was strangely comforting to see Oliver even a little bit out of control, even if it was in quite a controlling way. And at least I didn't have to worry about my hands anymore, although that might have been cheating. It's okay. I think I'm into it. I mean, I gave a shaky laugh. Not if you're going to pull out your leathers and start telling me to call you daddy. He nipped at my throat in playful rebuke. Oliver will be fine. His fingers curled around mine, unexpectedly tender, given he was on top and holding me down, as he leaned in for another kiss. I pushed against him, not because I wanted to get away, but to feel what it was like to be inescapably held. Not awful, as it turned out, when it was Oliver. My movements turned squirmy, and I heard myself moaning softly, and, God help me, needily, which was scary and embarrassing and weird. Please trust me, Lucien. In that moment I was sort of relieved and sort of horrified to hear the vulnerability in Oliver's voice. It's okay to have this. Then what are you having? You. He smiled, eyes glinting silver. I'm rather enjoying having you at my mercy. And that was when I remembered something. How fucking good it could be. Just to be with someone. To let them see you. To be enough. How about... I strained up and kissed him. Well, bit him. Kissily. Less mercy, more having. He legit growled. And things got excitingly rough for a while, my self-consciousness fleeing with Oliver's self-restraint. I made a few token efforts to wriggle free, but he always distracted me, with my name on his lips, or some fresh touch to a place I never knew could be so sensitive, and by the time he stopped holding me down, I was too far gone to notice. There was only him and me, and the crumpling sheets, and the play of the streetlights through the curtains. I was pinned by the sheer pleasure of it all, of Oliver's ragged breath and the stream of his caresses, of his deep, deep kisses, ceaseless as the sky in summer, the drag and press of our bodies, the rub of hair and the glide of sweat. And the way he was looking at me, tender and fierce, and almost awestruck, like I was a different, better person. Although maybe, just then, I was. Chapter 39. What was I thinking? Not only had I agreed to meet John fucking Fleming at the busiest point in my working year, but now he was taking me away from my gorgeous, nearly boyfriend, who would otherwise be sexing me silly. I guess I was just that good a person. To my surprise, the Half Moon turned out to be one of those craft beer places, all exposed brickwork and trying too hard. My dad was late, not that I'd really expected otherwise, so I got myself a pint of Monkey's Butthole, which apparently had notes of mango and pineapple, and a toasty bitterness that lingered right to the end, and found a spare table amongst the beards and ironic lumberjack shirts. For a while I sat there, feeling like the sort of person who went out on his own to drink artisanal ales, which, thinking about it, was probably a perfectly respected pastime in the artisanal ale drinking community. Oddly enough, this wasn't very comforting. Having spent the past half-decade missing deadlines and then telling myself it was fine because my friends knew where they stood with me, I felt at once angry at my dad for pulling the same shit, and angry at myself for taking so long to realise what a crappy way that was to treat people, and also for being hypocritical about it. My phone buzzed. It was nice to know Oliver was thinking of me, but it was less nice that he'd apparently decided to think of me through the medium of an old, bald white man. "What the fuck?" I texted. "I assume this is a dick." "Yes." "Should I have any clue what kind of dick it is?" "It's a political dick." I liked this better when it was a flirty game instead of an actual general knowledge quiz. "I'm sorry." Somehow Oliver could even make text come across as genuinely contrite. "It's Dick Cheney." How was I ever supposed to get that? Contextual clues. I said it was political. How many dicks are there in politics? To make the obvious joke, loads. There was a pause. It's also an I miss you dick. That's a very specific flavour of dick. "You're here," said John Fleming, who was standing over me. "I wasn't sure you would be." "Speaking of," I typed, "Dad's here." Reluctantly, I put my phone away and found, as ever, I had nothing to say to him. Yes, I'm here." "This has changed." He sounded genuinely peeved about it. "Can I get you anything from the bar?" I had most of a monkey's butthole left, but my father had abandoned me when I was 3, and making him say monkey's butthole to a stranger might be the only revenge I'd ever get. I showed him the bottle. "I'll have another of these, thanks." Heading to the counter, he scored the latest in a string of small, annoying victories by simply pointing at the drinks he wanted and somehow making the gesture look dignified and commanding instead of utterly petty. And then, sporting a second butthole and a pint of Ajax napalm, he made his way back to me. Given this was so clearly not what he'd been expecting, and that he was the oldest person in the building by a good 30 years, he looked infuriatingly non-out of place. I think it was the combination of everyone else trying to dress like they'd been rock stars in the 70s, and that fucking awful charisma that made the world shape itself to him, not the other way around. Fuck. It was going to be a long evening. "You wouldn't believe," he settled himself across from me, "that Mark Knopfler used to perform right over there." "Oh, I believe it, I just don't care. Honestly, I'm not even..." Okay, this was a lie, but I wanted to piss him off the teeniest bit. "Completely sure who he is." I definitely misjudged it. Not only did he know I was bullshitting him, But he also wasn't going to let that stop him giving me a long, self-serving rant about the history of the music scene. When I first met Mark in '76, he and his brother were both on the dole and thinking about starting a band, so I took them to see Max Merritt and the Meteors here at the Moon. Back then, it was part of what we called the toilet circuit. The problem with my dad, well, one of the many problems with my dad, was that when he talked like this, you really wanted to listen. The what? Bunch of dingy as hell venues up and down the country. Pubs, warehouses, that kind of thing. Places you'd play for the beer and the exposure and the love of it. It's where we all got our start in the day. Anyway, I took Mark to see Max Merritt and the Meteors, and what those guys could do with just 2 acoustic guitars and an electric keyboard. I think that was a real inspiration to him. Let me guess, you also said to him, "Wow, it sounds like you're in dire straits." He smiled. So you did know who he was? Yeah, all right. I had an idea. Of course, it's all different now. He paused meditatively and took a swig of Ajax napalm. This actually isn't bad, though in my day what you call craft ales we used to call beer. Another equally meditative pause. Then the chains took over and the small breweries shut down, and everything was pressurised and standardised. And now we've forgotten where we came from, so a bunch of guys in their 20s are trying to sell back to us something we should have never given away in the first place. A third pause. He was really good at this. It's a funny thing, the pendulum of the world. Is that, I asked, half sincerely, half not, what you're going to call your next album? He shrugged. But that depends on your mother and the cancer. So, what's up with that? Are you okay? Waiting for tests. Oh, fuck. For a split second, John Fleming just looked like a bald old man drinking IPA from a fancy bottle. Look, I'm sorry about... It must be awful. It's what it is, and it's made me think about things I haven't in a long time. A month or so ago, I would have said, "You mean like the son you abandoned?" Like what? I said instead. The past, the future, the music. I could almost pretend that I fit into the past, but it wasn't much comfort. You see, it's like the beer. When I started out, we were just kids with big ideas playing on borrowed guitars for anyone who'd listen. Rights of Man recorded our first album on a busted-up 8-track in a garage. Then the studios swept in with their bubblegum pop and their bands of plastic children, and all the dirt and the heart went out of the business. I'd read interviews with John Fleming, I'd listened to his songs, I'd seen him on TV, so I knew that this was just how he talked. But it was different when it was him and you, and those intense blue-green eyes were looking right at you, and making it feel like he was telling you things he'd never tell anybody else. And now, he went on, with legendary melancholy, we're back in the sheds and the bedrooms, and people are making albums on borrowed guitars, on busted-up laptops, and putting them on SoundCloud and Spotify and YouTube for anyone who'll listen. And suddenly, it's real again, and it's where I began, and where I can never go back to. For once, I wasn't trying to be a dick, but at this stage, against my better judgment, I was genuinely interested. And how does the whole package fit into this? And for the first time ever, I got a reaction from John Fleming. He looked at his beer and closed his eyes for a long moment. I can't be what I was, he said, so I have to be something else, because the other option is being nothing, and I could never be nothing. My agent said Package would be a good fit for me, remind my old audience I was there and tell a new audience who I am. It's not a comeback, it's a curtain call. It's standing on the stage with the lights going down and begging the crowd to wait and listen to one last song. I didn't know what to say. I should have realised I didn't have to say anything. He'd do the talking for both of us. Everybody tells you that when you're young, you think you'll live forever. What they don't tell you is that when you're old, you think the same. It's just everything starts reminding you that it's not true. How the fuck had I got here? What was I supposed to do now? You'll never be nothing, Dad. Perhaps. Except you look back and what have you done? Like nearly 30 studio albums, countless tours, a career spanning 5 decades. That one time you stole a Grammy from Alice Cooper. I didn't steal it. I won it, fair and square. He seemed to cheer up slightly. And we beat the shit out of each other in the car park afterwards. See? You've done loads of important things. But when it all comes round again, who will remember? I don't know. People, the internet, me, Wikipedia. You could be right. Having downed the last of his IPA, he set the bottle down with a decisive clank. Anyway, this has been good. I should let you go. Oh, you're going? Yeah, I'm expected at Elton's for a party. I'm sure you and the boyfriend have a lot to do as well. Somehow he was making me resent the ending of a meeting I'd resented the start of. Okay, well, this was a thing we did. As he stood, I realised he hadn't even taken his coat off. But then he paused and gave me one of those deep, soulful looks that, just for that moment, made it all okay. I'd like to do this again, while there's still time. I'm pretty busy the next couple of weeks. I've got a work due, and it's Oliver's parents' anniversary. After that, then. We'll go to dinner. I'll text you. Then he was gone. Again. And I did not know how to feel. I mean, I was pretty sure I'd done the right thing, but apart from that, I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to be getting out of it. There was no way we'd ever be close. Any chance of that had gone out the window when he'd walked out on me and not come back for 25 years. And, now I stopped to think about it, he'd still expressed no remorse about that, and was clearly never going to. Probably we'd never even have a conversation that didn't centre entirely on him. Not that long ago, it had been a point of pride for me to take the fuck all he was offering me and shove it up his arse. But I didn't really need to do that anymore, and I think I liked not needing to do that. Besides, the man was dying. I could listen to a few stories if it helped him deal. The truth was, John Fleming wasn't going to change, and I wasn't going to be important to him in the way I used to think I had to. But I was sort of getting to know him, and I was sort of getting to be there, and that was something. So why not take it? Chapter 40. The day of the Beetle Drive, I was in the office from 11 and the hotel from 3. Insurance and table decorations I had sorted, the insurance by a lot of stressed-out telephone conversations, and the table decorations by staying up all night making them with Priya and James Royce. But I'd come up blank on music, and I was telling myself that no one would mind because posh people mostly just like the sound of their own voices, when Rhys Jones Bowen poked his head into the cubicle where I was frantically pulling on my formal wear. I heard, he said, paying absolutely no attention to the fact I was in my underwear. You were having a spot of bother in the music department. It's fine, we'll do without. We had a string quartet last year and nobody cared. Well, if you're sure, I'll tell Uncle Alan we don't need him after all. I feel like I've missed the middle of this conversation. Who is Uncle Alan and why would we need him or otherwise? Oh, you see, I was talking to Becky, the volunteer, who was talking to Simon, the volunteer, who was talking to Alex, who was talking to Barbara, who was saying the band you wanted had pulled out and you couldn't get a replacement. So I thought, why don't I ask Uncle Alan? So I rang him up, and he says to me that he and the boys are in town anyway because they're on Songs of Praise and they'd be happy to help us out. I resigned myself to being trouserless for the rest of the encounter. Okay, Reese, one more time. Who is Uncle Alan? You know who Uncle Alan is. I told you about Uncle Alan before. I'm always talking about Uncle Alan. Yes, but I'm never listening. He rolled his eyes. Ah, there was me forgetting what a bellend you are. Uncle Alan is the managing director of the Skenfrith Male Voice Choir. They're quite big in male voice choir circles. And you're only mentioning this now because... I didn't want to get your hopes up if it wasn't going to come through. I surrendered to the unstoppable power of Rhys Jones Bowen and his seemingly limitless supply of talented Celts. Fine. Can you get them settled in and give them whatever they need? And... I realised with a sinking feeling I was experiencing a moment of genuine gratitude towards Rhys Jones Bowen. Again. Thank you. Sorry I'm a bellend. I really do appreciate your help. Happy to oblige. Nice boxes, by the way. Are they Marx's? I squinted downward. I'm not sure I'd track my pants that closely. Right you are, then. And with that, he ambled off, presumably to wrangle a choir. I returned my attention to dressing and had, once again, got into the yoga position necessary to get one leg into my trousers without sitting down, falling over, or dropping anything in the loo. Then Alex burst in. For God's sake, I yelled, I'm not a peep show. Alex seemed unperturbed. Quick question. You know that one job I had? You mean the job of not losing the Earl? Yes, that job. He paused. Roughly how inconvenient would it be if I hadn't 100% discharged it to the full extent of my abilities? Are you trying to tell me you did lose the Earl? Only a little bit. I don't know exactly where he is, but I have an increasingly comprehensive list of places he isn't. Please, Alex. I practiced some calming breathing. Just find him. Now. Rightio. Sorry to, interrupt. Nice boxers, by the way. Very chic. Go away. He went away, and I began hopping in a small circle, trying to drag my inconveniently clingy trousers over my inconveniently long legs, with their inconveniently bendy knees, when I heard the door open again behind me. Alex, I snapped, please will you fuck off for 5 minutes? Oh, I say, said a voice that was much older than Alex's, but not much posher. I'm terribly sorry. I think the lock must be broken. Though now you mention it, I have misplaced a chap called Alex. Do you know where he is? I shuffled back around, still very much under-trousered, to face the patron and primary donor of crap, the Earl of Spittlehampstead. I'm so sorry, my lord. I thought you were somebody else. Yeah, I gathered that, when you called me somebody else's name. Ah, yes. How very astute of you. I enjoyed the swearing, though. I do like a bit of swearing. We strive to please. If you give me 10 seconds to put my clothes on, I'll take you upstairs and we'll find Alex together. It's no bother. I'm sure I'll track him down myself. No, I insisted. I'll be with you in a moment. The Earl of Spittlehampstead was 90 if he was a day, balmy in a way that only the aristocracy were allowed to be, and had a habit of getting into what Alex described as scrapes. The last time we'd let him wander around unattended at the Beetle Drive, he'd taken a wrong turn into the hotel bar, ordered an obscene amount of champagne, just to be polite, and wound up flying to Vienna with someone he'd completely failed to recognise was a prostitute. Apparently they had a lovely time, but it did rather put a dent in our fundraising. 10 somewhat hairy seconds later, I was mostly dressed and shepherding a peer of the realm somewhere vaguely in the direction of where he needed to be, while he told me a long story about an elephant, a racing monoplane, and the time he slept with Marilyn Monroe. We found Alex looking very carefully inside a potted plant. What? I began, very much aware that I was about to ask a question to which I might not want to hear the answer. Are you doing? Alex looked at me like I'd said something deeply foolish. Looking for the Earl. Obviously. And you thought you'd find him inside a potted plant? Well, I think you've just made yourself look dashed silly, because that's exactly where I found him." He pointed at the Earl of Spittlehampstead, who hadn't moved from my side for the length of the conversation. "See?"
"Hello, Twaddle," said the Earl cheerfully. "How's things?"
"Bally awkward, actually. Meant to be looking after this Earl chappie. Completely lost him."
"What rotten luck. Seems you'll have to make do with me instead."
For a moment this seemed to trouble Alex. "Well, I was doing this little job for Luke, but... well..." He turned to me helplessly. "Hilary's a jolly old family friend, so I'd really probably better take care of him if that's all right with you." I patted his shoulder. "You know, I think that might be for the best." "Huzzah! Victory for common sense!" Alex took the Earl's arm gently. "Come on, old bean. I've got oodles of chaps, and chapesses for that matter. No need to be sexist. It is the 20th century. Simply dying to have a chinwag with you."
"Marvellous," returned the Earl. "One so seldom gets to talk about dung beetles to an appreciative audience. You know, they shot me down in the Lords again. Short-sighted bastards."
I slumped against a pillar as they vanished into the function room, from within which I could already hear the melodious sounds of a male voice choir warming up with the Welsh national anthem. Chances were this would be the last opportunity I got to droop and catch my breath for the rest of the evening, so I was damn well making the most of it. I did, however, adjust my posture into something approaching respectability, because I was fairly close to the lobby. The guests were already beginning to arrive, and shagged out before you'd even begun wasn't a confidence-inspiring look in a fundraiser. Which was unfortunate, because shagged out before I'd even begun was pretty much how I was feeling. Basically, though, it was fine. Everything had come together. It always kind of did. And if I was being honest, it was nice seeing the whole team weirdly united in their support for our technically important but thoroughly unglamorous cause. To say nothing of the annual treat that was Rhys Jones Bowen in a suit. And by treat, I meant subtle headfuck, because he always managed to look like an undercover Marxist. Although, speaking of treats of suits, I couldn't quite resist checking out the tuxedo-wrapped piece of man-hunkery who'd just come in and was asking the receptionist for directions to the crap fundraiser, and then immediately felt guilty, because I had a possibly actually real boyfriend now. And then the confused opposite of guilty, when I realised the tuxedo-wrapped piece of man-hunkery was my possibly actually real boyfriend. I lifted my hand in an "I am definitely not overwhelmed by how hot you are" wave, and Oliver came striding over in a flash of black and white and gorgeous. "You are ridiculously good-looking," I said, attacking him with my eyes. "You know that?" He smiled at me, all jawlines and cheekbones. "Normally I'd say the same to you, but at the moment you look like you got dressed in a toilet stall." "Yeah, there's a fairly obvious reason for that. Come here." I came there, and Oliver made a number of swift, certain adjustments to my clothing that I found weirdly sexy, despite being entirely SFW. He even redid my bow tie. And from the front and everything. You had to admire a man with coordination like that. There. He leaned in and kissed me chastely. Apparently, somehow we'd gone from people who needed to practice any sort of physical contact to the ever-challenging appropriate workplace smooch. Ridiculously good-looking. I was probably gazing at him pathetically. Well, not ridiculous. Maybe slightly absurd in the right light. On the contrary, Lucien, you're always captivating. Okay, you're sailing perilously close to the wind here, because if you keep this up, I'll need to shag you in the nearest closet, and I'm technically supposed to be doing my job here. And another of his killing me to pieces smiles. I'm supposed to be helping you with it. Got to be honest, I'm 50-50 on the job thing right now. You know that's not true. You've worked very hard for this. I sighed. Yeah, okay. But you better make it up to me later. I fully intend to. Then he slid his arm around my waist, and we went in, together. Chapter 41. Professor Fairclough's welcome speech ended, as it always did.
Please give generously, because Coleoptera are, by any objective measure, more important than any of you.
Which, was very her, and I like to think it was part of the crap experience. I mean, at what other high-end fundraiser would you be told to your face that you were worth less than an insect? She stood down to a polite smattering of applause, and then Rhys Jones Bowen's Uncle Alan and the Skenfrith Male Voice Choir took the stage and began singing soulfully in Welsh about, well, I didn't know, because it was in Welsh. So, I leaned in to Oliver. We've got about half an hour to an hour of networking before dinner. The trick, basically, is to never look like you're trying to get money out of people, so that they can feel good about themselves when you eventually get money out of them. He frowned. That sounds rather outside my skill set. If it's all the same to you, I'll stand next to you and look respectable. Yeah, and if you could occasionally talk middle class at people, that'd be helpful too. So, eaten any good quinoa recently? That kind of thing? Perfect, just slightly less sarcastic sounding. We circulated. It was mainly, hello, so glad you could make it, how's your business, child, novel, horse type stuff. But occasionally people would want to stop me for a longer conversation, which meant I got to introduce my pointedly appropriate but genuinely wonderful new boyfriend. I was relieved to see that while a couple of our most, how can I put this politely, traditional donors had stayed away, we'd still done pretty well, at least in terms of turnout. A handful of new developments, including Ben and Sophie, had shown up, and despite all the posturing, most of the concerned about your values crowd appeared to have backpedaled, either because Alex's plan had somehow worked, or because they'd been full of shit from the beginning. So, thanks for that, fuckers. Adam, I bonhomied. Tamara, so glad you could make it. Don't you both look lovely? Adam gave one of his acknowledging nods. Thank you. The suit's black bamboo hemp.
And this,
added Tamara, indicating her annoyingly gorgeous gold silk kaftan,
is by one of my favourite designers. She's very new, so you won't have heard of her yet, but she runs a Made in Africa social enterprise, working closely with local artisans who specialise in traditional techniques.
I gave her my best smile. That's so you. Well, Adam almost looked like he'd never been an investment banker. You know how Tamara and I believe in living our principles. Oh, that reminds me, I said. I haven't introduced you to my partner yet. Oliver, these are Adam and Tamara Clark. Adam and Tamara, this is Oliver Blackwood. Handshakes, air kisses, and entirely one-sided namastes followed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oliver had his good-at-social situations face on. You're the couple behind Gaia, aren't you? They both lit up like locally sourced Christmas trees.
Yes.
Tamara's eyes grew soft.
It's been our whole life for 5 years.
Another of Adam's nods. Our mission's always been to bring ethical values to the convenience food sector. I clutched at Oliver's hand in a way that I hoped signalled, I'm in real danger of laughing right now, and he squeezed back in a way that suggested he got it. That's very admirable, murmured Oliver, especially considering how many businesses in that sector have unethical values.
I know,
replied Tamara with absolute sincerity.
It's terrible.
Adam seemed oddly distracted, considering that their business, and by extension themselves, had always been the Clarks' favourite topic of conversation. Then I noticed his gaze kept catching on my hand, still resting in Oliver's. And that gave me a bit of a dilemma. Because, from a certain point of view, it was my job to make these people comfortable. But, from a different point of view, fuck him. I'd jumped through a stack of hoops over the past couple of weeks to satisfy the Adam Clarks of this world, but not holding hands with my boyfriend, my very nice, very respectable boyfriend, who nobody could possibly disapprove of, was a hoop too far. And if Adam and Tamara decided to take their checkbook home because they went to a party and saw two guys being mildly affectionate to each other, well, then they could explain that to all their trendy lefty friends. So, he gathered himself. Oliver, what is it that you do? I'm a barrister.
What kind?
Asked Tamara. Criminal. That earned an indulgent chuckle from Adam. The sort that locks up innocent people, or the sort that puts murderers back on the streets? Well, both, but mainly the murderer sort. Oliver offered a placid smile. I'd say the money helps me sleep at night, but it's not even that well paid.
If you ever need help finding peace,
Tamara's earnestness could have stripped bone.
I could put you in touch with a number of excellent yogis.
Before Oliver had to work out how the hell to respond to that, Adam chimed in with, I used to be in a very similar situation myself. I mean, financial sector, obviously not legal, but Tamara really helped me find my path. Thank you, said Oliver, with an impressive air of meaning it. I'll look you up if I ever feel ready. They made appreciative, if slightly condescending noises, congratulated me on the authenticity of the Welsh male voice choir, and finally let us go. I cast Oliver an I'm sorry, they're the worst glance, but couldn't risk saying it out loud, just in case they, or let's be fair, anybody else, heard me dissing some people who were about to give me a very large sum of money. Don't worry. He leaned in, somehow managing to whisper without looking shady. If I can pretend to respect Justice Mayhew, I can pretend to like the Clarks. You shouldn't have to. It's exactly what you needed me for. Well, didn't that feel all complicated and confusing? Because he was right. Having someone who could convincingly fake an interest in me and my donors had been the whole plan. But seeing it in action, especially now I genuinely liked him, made the whole thing icky. You're better than this. Better than what, Lucien? His eyes gleamed softly at me. Better than being polite to people I don't particularly care about at my partner's work event. Yes? He brushed his lips against my brow, hiding his smile. I've got news for you. For those of us not raised by 80s rock legends, this is just life. It's fine. I'm happy to be here with you, and later we can go home and laugh about it all. When we go home, I told him firmly, there won't be time for laughing. You have no idea how good you look in those trousers. Oh, shit. Across the room, I saw to my horror that Dr. Fairclough was interacting with a guest, which never ever ended well. I grabbed Oliver by the elbow. Sorry, this is an emergency. We have to go. As we drew closer, trying not to look too much like we were staging an intervention, I realised we were even more fucked than I thought, because Dr. Fairclough was talking to, or rather at, Kimberly Pickles. And the problem with Kimberly Pickles, which I knew well from having painstakingly developed her and her wife over the last year and a half, is that she did not give a shit about Beatles, and she did give a shit about lots of other things. Things that she felt very strongly her incredibly wealthy partner would be better off spending her money on.
Can't be sure whether you're being willfully ignorant, Dr. Fairclough was saying, or simply
Kimberly, I swept in. How lovely to see you. I don't think you've met my partner, Oliver Blackwood. Oliver, this is Kimberly Pickles, who you might recognise from... Oh, of course, he said, not cutting over me, but kind of gliding in effortlessly. Your recent miniseries on child sexual exploitation was remarkable. She beamed, but sadly not in a totally disarmed way, and said, Oh, thank you, in the broad estuary accent that 10 years ago would definitely have kept her off the BBC. And this is my boss. I indicated Dr. Fairclough warily. Dr. Amelia Fairclough. It's so good to meet you. Oliver didn't bother extending a hand for her to shake, which I initially thought was uncharacteristically impolite, but he must have realised that Dr. Fairclough would have A, not given a shit, and B, seen the requirement to engage in a pointless social ritual as a waste of time. Lucian's told me all about your monograph on rove beetles. She subjected him to her, I was going to say her most intense gaze, but her gazes were almost all equally intense.
Has he?
Yes, I was wondering if you could clear up some of the finer points of their behavioural relationship with ant colonies. My God, was this what love felt like?
I'd be delighted to.
Dr. Fairclough looked the closest to happy I'd ever seen her, which wasn't very.
But it's an intricate subject, and there are too many distractions here.
Oliver drew Dr. Fairclough gently aside in search of a better rove beetle-ant colony interaction discussing location, leaving me awash in gratitude and hopefully better placed to salvage Kimberly Pickles.
That Dr. Fairclough,
she began,
is a right cow.
It wasn't language I would have personally used, but I could see where she was coming from. I'm afraid academics can be quite single-minded about their interests.
No fucking kidding. She genuinely thinks that dung beetles are more important than people.
I offered a conspiratorial smile. I'd say you have to get to know her, but no, she genuinely does. She didn't smile back.
And you really think it's right, do you? For people to give their money to you instead of a women's shelter in Blackheath, or fighting child mortality in sub-Saharan Africa?
Thing is, she wasn't totally wrong. CRAP wasn't a cool charity, and it wasn't even high up on those effective giving lists that help nerdy mathlanthropists evaluate exactly how to save the most lives per dollar. But it was my cause, and I'd fight for it, and from what I knew of Kimberly Pickles, she liked a fighter. Well, I said, if I worked for a women's shelter in Blackheath, there'd be people asking me why people should give money to that instead of malaria prevention or deworming initiatives. And if I worked for a charity that tried to prevent child mortality in sub-Saharan Africa, there'd be people who asked me why they should be sending money overseas when we've got problems enough over here. She relaxed a bit, but she still wasn't buying it.
It's fucking dung beetles, mate.
It is. I gave a you got me kind of shrug. And although they are ecologically important, I'm not going to pretend we're saving the world here. We're not even saving Bedfordshire. But your missus isn't going to run out of cash anytime soon, and she clearly enjoys throwing it at slightly silly things that make her happy.
She does enjoy laughing at you,
Kimberly admitted. Yes, so do a surprising number of our donors. It's why we've never changed the acronym. Well, that, and because Dr. Fairclough would never let us, because she feels it's the most accurate and succinct description of our operation. That made her cackle like Adele.
All right, but tell your boss to stop insulting donors' wives.
Sorry, what was that about insulting my wife? Not the best time for Charlie Lewis to rock up. I'd met her through the James Royce Royces, because she and James Royce Royce had briefly worked for the same terrifying investment bank, doing terrifyingly complicated mathematics with terrifyingly large sums of money. She was built like a fridge, wore her hair like Elvis, and had glasses like Harry Potter, and right now did not seem happy with me.
It's nothing, babe.
Kimberly turned and kissed her wife on the cheek.
Just the professor being weird.
Charlie gave a heavy sigh. Not again. Why does she bother trying to talk to bipeds? I think, I suggested, she feels it's expected of her. If it's any consolation, I know for a fact she hates every second of it.
Maybe I'm not as horrible as you, Luke, but it doesn't help.
I'm helped, Charlie smirked. I like the idea of people who cross my wife being miserable. Kimberly whacked her affectionately on the arm.
Will you stop being such a 50s patriarch? Which one of us sits in an office all day moving other people's money around with a bunch of prats who went to Oxford and who spent the last 3 months interviewing coyotes in Central America?
Yes, and you've got back and an annoying woman is being rude to you at a party.
Yeah, a party you made me come to because you still want to spend money saving bugs that eat shit.
I hoped this was cute partner banter, not the start of a blow-up that was going to jeopardise their relationship, or, more relevant to me, our donation. As a representative of the shit-eating bug community, I said, We're very glad you're both here." Kimberly made a conciliatory gesture.
I'm all right, really. I like the male voice choir. There's one in Bangor does really good work with disadvantaged teenagers.
Okay, I was pretty sure salvaging had been accomplished. And actually, from what I knew about her, Kimberly wasn't the sort of person who'd sabotage a charitable donation in a fit of pique. If anything, she was the opposite of that sort of person, and in the interests of maintaining independent identities, she and Charlie tended to very pointedly champion different causes. Even so, there were limits, of which insulting your wife to her face about her deeply held beliefs was a fairly obvious one. Obvious, that is, to everybody except Dr. Fairclough. "Let me leave you to it for now," I said. "I'd love to catch up after dinner." Charlie gave me one of those city bastard handshakes.
"That'd be splendid. If not, let's do lunch sometime. And give my love to James. There's always an opening for him at C.B. Lewis."
"Will do." Leaving them bickering happily about their various life choices, I took a meandering route past several other important donors to the nook into which Dr. Fairclough had managed to manoeuvre Oliver. She was still, as far as I could tell, talking about the behavioural relationship between rove beetles and ant colonies, and, if I knew her at all, wouldn't have paused for breath in the last 10 minutes. I'd been in Oliver's position myself a bunch of times, because Dr. Fairclough seemed genuinely unable to comprehend that other people might not find beetles as fascinating as she did, and I'd never mustered even half as much poise, grace, or straight-up sincerity as Oliver was showing right now. It was just so fucking heart emoji that I actually had to take a moment. And then I realised that the longer I stood around in a sea of swoon, the longer Oliver was going to have to talk about bugs. So, I went to rescue him. Chapter 42.
"Using pheromone trails,"
Dr. Fairclough was saying. Oliver didn't even flinch. "Oh, how fascinating."
"If you're attempting to employ sarcasm, I assure you I'm quite immune to it."
He thought about it for a moment. "I don't know how to answer that without still sounding like I'm trying to employ sarcasm." She too seemed to think for a moment.
"Yes, you appear to have identified a difficult paradox. If it's any help, when I was an undergraduate, my housemates found it convenient to make this signal."
She laid a single finger on her cheek.
"To indicate that they were not to be taken seriously."
"I shall endeavour to make use of it, but please do continue." "Or," I said quickly, "we could go and eat, because they're serving food now." Another thoughtful pause from Dr. Fairclough.
"No, I'd rather stay here and talk to Oliver."
I believe..." Once again, Oliver slipped into the conversation like something lubricated. Or maybe a swan, graceful and smooth. "Lucien was attempting to politely inform us that we need to go and eat now."
"Well, why didn't he say so?"
"Because not saying exactly what he means is his job. Otherwise he'd have spent the entire evening going up to people and shouting, 'Give us your money,' at the top of his voice."
"It worked for Bob Geldof."
She wrinkled her nose disdainfully.
"I don't see why everything has to be so complicated."
And with that, she swept off to the staff table, with me and Oliver trailing behind. The food was one of the perks of the Beetle Drive. The donors had paid a lot of money to be here, so you couldn't skimp on the catering. And while Barbara Clench had briefly tried to insist we should make separate arrangements for staff so that we didn't have to waste good food on, well, ourselves, that did actually turn out to be more expensive. I had to eat really quickly so I could get back to the guests, but since it was nearly always nouvelle cuisine bullshit, I only had about 3 mouthfuls to get through on any given course. Everybody was already settled in, mostly with their +1s. Alex had brought Miffy, of course, who was looking ravishing in an ensemble that probably cost more than anything I owned, and which she almost certainly hadn't paid for. "Lovely to see you again, Clara," said Oliver, claiming his seat. "Dior?" She blinked.
"Do my what? Oh, I mean, yes, good eye.
Fuck. I threw myself exhaustedly down next to Oliver. I need to do introductions again. Barbara Clench glared at me across the table.
Language?
I think I'll stick with English, thanks. To be honest, I should have been nicer to Barbara. Without her, crap would probably have bankrupt. But hating each other was our whole deal, and you didn't mess with a system that worked. I gestured at her. Oliver, this is Barbara Clench, our office manager, and her husband, Gabriel. Probably the most impressive thing I'd seen Oliver do that evening was look in no way surprised that Barbara Clench's husband was a 6-foot, golden-haired Adonis, about 10 years her junior, who seemed genuinely and mythically in love with her. It made no sense. She wasn't rich, and I'd met her, so it couldn't be her personality. But you know what? Fair fucking play to her. Alex and Miffy you already know. This is Rhys Jones-Bowen, and Rhys always brought a different date. I had no idea where he got them from. Sorry, I don't think we've met.
This is Tamsin.
Rhys did his best game show pose.
She's from my Zumba class.
I tried to process that. You're in a Zumba class.
It's very good cardio. Ah.
Alex made a sound of slowly dawning comprehension.
I assumed you'd met at work.
Alex, I said, we all work in the same building, and none of us have ever seen this woman before in our lives.
Yes.
Alex was nodding slowly.
It did seem a tad peculiar, but I didn't recognize the one from last year either.
I could feel myself about to step over the precipice of Alex's nitwititude, but for some reason I let it go. And maybe I just didn't want to be a dick to my colleagues in front of Oliver, but the truth was, they'd come through for me tonight. They always came through for me. Not in any way anyone else would recognise as helpful, but here we were. Look, I began, not quite believing what was coming out of my mouth. I know I can sometimes be...
A total bellend?
That was Tamsin. I'd never even met Tamsin. How did Tamsin know I was a total bellend? I glared at Rhys Jones-Bowen. Rhys, is that the first thing you tell people about me?
Pretty much.
He was doing the beard stroking he did when... Actually, I'd still not worked out what it meant.
I mean, to be fair, I usually say, apart from that, he's a pretty decent fella, straight after. But people do seem to get stuck on the bellend part. Then again, you don't do yourself any favours.
Okay, fine. As I was about to say, despite being a total bellend, I'm incredibly proud of all the work we've done, and tonight wouldn't have happened without every single one of you. So, thank you, and... I actually picked up a fucking glass. Here's to you lot. Everyone joined in with an only slightly reluctant chorus of to us lot. Except Barbara Clench, who'd been busily making out with her disturbingly attractive husband, and looked up afterwards to say,
Sorry, Luke. Were you trying to tell me something?
While I was finishing off my artfully presented pile of seasonal vegetables and foam, and wondering if I could eat anybody else's, Ben and Sophie drifted over as part of the general pre-dessert meal.
Well,
she lifted her wineglass in a toast to me.
You got us.
Oliver stood and kissed her cheek. Lies. You just wanted another evening away from the kids.
That too. These days I'd go to a fundraiser for the Society for the Abolition of Kittens if it got us out of the house for 5 minutes.
I take it, I said. You're having a nice time then? Sophie cackled gleefully.
Darlings, I'm going to give you all my money. I'm having the best evening. A 90-year-old Earl tried to get me to go to Vienna with him. A very strange woman told me we were all going to die unless we drastically increased our investment in entomology. And, as you quite rightly predicted, Luke, when I told my irritating lefty friends that I was supporting a dung beetle charity, they shit themselves with virtue envy.
You can also, I offered, bid on a Fortnum and Mason hamper in the silent auction.
Fuck that. I'm going for the Rove Beetle book.
She grinned, Cheshire Cat style.
I might give it to Bridge for Christmas.
Oh, Soph. Oliver shook his head. You're a terrible human being.
You can't say that to me anymore. I support dung beetles.
Since Sophie and Ben were wondering, that probably meant I should be wondering too. Semi-reluctantly, I got up and offered Sophie my chair. I'll leave you to catch up for a bit. I'm happy to accompany you, Oliver said. I see far too much of these two as it is. Ben's eyes widened in outrage. You bloody well don't. I know we've been out twice in 2 weeks, but Jennifer's birthday was my first night off since we forced the grandparents to take the little shits for Boxing Day. What about the alternative Valentine's Day party that Brian still insists on doing even though he's married now? Well, Sophie came to that. I was at home because Twin B had chickenpox and Twin A was about to get chickenpox. I patted Oliver on the shoulder. You stay. You've been heroic enough this evening.
Don't say that, Sophie winced. He loves playing the hero, and the last thing he needs is encouragement.
Oliver shot her a sharp look. That's not true. I just think it's important to be useful.
Useful, dear, is for dogs and crescent wrenches. Friends and lovers should care for you even when you're not a blind bit of good to anybody.
Okay. I gave an exaggerated sidestep out of an imaginary firing line. Now I'm definitely leaving you to it. Having given his wife what he clearly considered a sufficient grace period, Ben claimed my chair. Don't worry, this is how they relate. Can I have your dessert? What? I spluttered. How dare you? You're taking advantage of the fact it's my job to be nice to you? Yes, I absolutely am. I had to scrub poo out of this tie to be here tonight. I think I deserve another panna cotta. Okay, fine. I can see your need is greater than mine. He pounced on my spoon in preparation. Oliver has chosen well. We shall be friends. I gave Oliver a "you're still my hero" kiss and went to, work. The rest of the evening unfolded smoothly. Funds were raised, things were auctioned silently, nobody was too horribly insulted, and we managed to catch the Earl just as he was about to get in a taxi to Heathrow with a companion into whose background we did not look too deeply. By the time we'd cleaned up, packed up, and given up, it was slightly after 2, and I let Oliver pour me into a taxi and take me home. Thank you for tonight, I told him, somewhat slurrily, resting my head against his shoulder. You can stop thanking me, Lucien. But you were amazing. You were nice to everybody, and everybody liked you, and you talked to Dr. Fairclough, and you didn't punch the clerks. You shouldn't listen to Sophie. He shifted, a little uncomfortably. I don't need you to act like this was anything special. My brain stumbled over something, but was too foggy to see what it was. Why are we talking about Sophie? We're not. I just didn't want you to think that I think that... I don't know. I'm really not thinking much at all right now, but this evening went really well for me, and part of that was you. I remembered something else important. Also, you look really hot in black tie, and the moment we get in, I'm going to... The next time I was aware of, anything, I was in bed, and Oliver was taking off my clothes in a tragically unerotic way. Come here. I made a plaintive pawing motion. We're going to do all of the sex things. Yes, Lucien, that's exactly what's happening now. Good, because you're so wonderful, and I really want... And did I mention you look really hot in that? Then I opened my eyes, and it was dawn, and Oliver was fast asleep beside me, looking all peaceful and stubbly and perfect. And on the one hand, I was annoyed I'd been too knackered to fuck him 6 ways to, from, or possibly on Sunday. But there he was, warm and curled up against me, holding me tight, in this strangely protective, strangely vulnerable way. And, I guess that was okay too. Chapter 43. Knock knock, I said to Alex.
Oh, I know this one.
He paused.
Who's there?
The interrupting cow.
Moo!
In cow who? He continued to look at me expectantly.
This is your bit.
No, I did my bit.
Sorry, did I miss it? Shall we try again?
I'm honestly not sure that will help. You see, and I was starting to get that sinking feeling. Now that I find myself having to articulate it, I'm beginning to realise that this was probably a poor choice. The interrupting cow joke is sort of a subversion of the knock-knock joke form.
Ah, you mean like Ulysses?
Probably, but more about a cow and less about... I'm going to go out on a limb and say sad Irish people? Alex thought about this for a long moment.
And so I'm led by the intrinsic structural features of the knock-knock joke medium to anticipate that the punchline will be delivered following my delivery of the expected reply, the interrupting cow who? But because the interrupting cow is an interrupting cow, it instead delivers its punchline during said response, thus confounding my expectations with hilarious consequences.
I think so.
It's rather good.
He leaned sideways.
I say, Rhys, come in here.
Rhys Jones Bowen's head appeared in the doorway.
What can I do you for, fellows? Knock, knock.
Who's there? Alex shot me a conspiratorial look.
The interrupting cow.
The interrupting cow who? Asked Rhys Jones Bowen.
Moo!
There was a pause. He stroked his beard.
Ooh, I like it. It's rather Dadaist. You see, I was expecting you to interrupt me during the final line because you're an interrupting cow, but you didn't, so I was surprised and that made it funny. I'll be chuckling about that all day, I will.
They were doing this deliberately, weren't they? They were evil geniuses who'd been playing me for years. Before any of us could go back to what we laughably called our jobs, Dr. Fairclough appeared from upstairs, and to my dismay, but not my surprise, Rhys Jones Bowen stopped in the doorway and turned to her.
Got a joke for you, Dr. F, he announced.
Her reply was wordless and discouraging, but he was not discouraged.
Knock, knock.
To my surprise, she did in fact reply at once with a curt and formal,
Who's there?
The interrupting cow.
Thank you, but mammals are not my area of interest. Excellent job last night, O'Donnell.
Moo, Rhys finished, somewhat limply. Thank you, I said, trying and failing not to sound like this was the first remotely supportive thing I'd ever heard her to say.
Good. I hope you are motivated by this positive reinforcement. If not, I can put a jar of sugar solution in the break room.
I think I'm okay. Dr. Fairclough literally checked her phone. I wondered how many seconds she had allocated to taking an interest.
I additionally commend your choice of Mr. Blackwood. He was by far the least insufferable part of Saturday evening. Maintain a relationship with him and bring him next year.
Just to check. I did not like the way this was going. Am I fired if I don't?
No, but I may suspend your sugar solution privileges.
At which point her phone beeped an alarm.
I hope you all feel valued as employees. I'm done with you now.
Thus reassured of my value as an employee, I wandered back to my office and began to tackle the substantial post-Beetle Drive housekeeping. There were pictures of the event to curate and send to Rhys Jones Bowen, so he could add them to the pile of things he was supposed to be doing social media with. There were donors, and, with my more mercenary hat on, donations to follow up, payments to be made, apologies and thank yous to be issued depending on circumstances. Basically a bunch of T's to dot and I's to cross, and for reasons I couldn't quite articulate but I was sure had very little to do with Dr. Fairclough's new improved management style, I found myself surprisingly happy to get on with it. And I also made a sneaky booking at Quo Vadis for the day after Oliver's parents' do, which, yes, was embarrassingly sentimental, but the alternative was turning to him in the car on the way home and saying, "Hi, how about being my fake boyfriend for real?" And that didn't feel like enough. Of course, this might be too much, but given the choice between making Oliver think I didn't care about him and making him think I was a creepy weirdo, actually, those were both really bad. Fuck. This was hard. Romance was hard. How did you romance? More to the point, how did Oliver want to be romanced? I thought about asking Bridge, but she would have told me to take him up the Seine, not a euphemism, in a candlelit rowboat, or save his sister from being dishonoured at the hands of a dashing rake. And I wasn't in any position to do either. Besides, I was pretty sure he didn't have a sister. Wait. Did Oliver have a sister? He'd told me this, but that was back when I didn't give a shit. I think he'd said he had a brother. And that was when I realised how little I actually knew about him. I mean, I knew he was hot and nice and a barrister, and he liked it when I... Okay, that definitely wasn't helping. But he'd met my mum and my dad and seen me cry several times. How did I wind up being the one who did all the intimacy here? On top of which, I was less than a week away from having to hang out with his family, and what a shitty boyfriend I was going to look if I had no idea who any of them were. And probably Uncle Battenberg was going to come up to me and be all, "Ah, you must have met Oliver through his water polo team." And I'd be all, "What, polo, what?" Okay, new plan. Demonstrate how much I care about Oliver by learning a bare minimum of information about his life. Unfortunately, he had a way of distracting me. Well, several ways of distracting me. So, on Thursday, a little after midnight, I collapsed over Oliver's chest and, with, I'll admit, not the world's best sense of occasion, said, "So, tell me about your family." He seemed, I suppose, about as confused as I would have expected. Now? Not necessarily exactly now, but maybe before Sunday? On account of me, meeting them then? He frowned. How long has this been on your mind? Because I'm a little concerned. A couple of days, on and off. And, I added quickly, we've just been in and off. I see. It's not... Wow, I really did suck at taking an interest. I thought it would be nice to know more about you. Normally, Oliver was happy for me to sprawl over him as long and as much as I wanted, but he half shifted me, like I was being tucked into a corner. There's very little to know that you don't already. What, you mean you're just an immaculate vegetarian lawyer with a gym routine and a good line in French toast? Is something troubling you, Lucien? I hope you don't feel trapped with me now your event's over. I sat up like I'd been stung. No, not at all. You make me incredibly happy and I want to be with you. But, what are you scared of? When was the last time you cried? What's your favourite place in the world? What's the thing in your life you most regret? Are you on a water polo team? He gazed at me warily, monochrome in the half-light. No, I'm not on a water polo team. Where is this coming from? Honestly, from liking him way more than I was used to liking anyone. From wanting him to like me back the same sort of way. From a whole wet splat of feels I couldn't put into words. I guess I'm just nervous. I don't want to make a dick of myself in front of your parents. There's nothing to worry about. He drew me back into his arms, and I went, gladly enough. It's a garden party, not a job interview. All the same, there are logistics here. You're not going to send me out all unprepared and unlogisticsed. I'd thought the logistics thing would be a winner, but he seemed less excited by it than I'd hoped. Very well. What information do you think is pertinent? I don't know. Way to put me on the spot, Oliver. Who's going to be there? Well, my parents, obviously, David and Miriam. He's in accountancy. My mother used to be a fellow of the LSE, but gave it up when she had me. This wasn't helping. You told me that when we first met. We can't all be the children of infamous rock legends. No, I know, but, who are they? Do they have any interests? Or, personality traits? Lucian. Great. Now he sounded borderline narked. They're my parents. My father's a keen golfer, and my mother does a lot of charitable work. My heart sank. I was upsetting Oliver, and this already sounded awful, but I'd gone too far to back out of either the event or the conversation. What about your brother? Is your brother coming? Yes, Christopher will be there. He sighed. As will Mia. I believe they're flying in from Mozambique. Here's hoping I didn't make it worse. You don't seem entirely happy about that. My brother is very accomplished. It makes me feel self-conscious. You're accomplished, I pointed out. You're a fucking barrister. Yes, but I don't go into war zones and save lives. You make sure that people get fair representation in court when they wouldn't otherwise. You see, even you can't make it sound glamorous. That's because I'm not you. When you talk about it, your eyes all light up and you make it seem like the most important thing in the world. And then I want to do you right there. He blushed. Please tell me you won't say anything like that at the party. Are you kidding? That's exactly the sort of thing I'm planning to say at the party. My opening line is going to be, "Hello, Miriam, I'm Luke. I really enjoy doing your son." I rolled my eyes. I know how to behave in polite company, Oliver. Forgive me, I'm tired. It's getting late, Lucian, and I'm in court tomorrow. No, I'm sorry, I'm being weird and keeping you awake. Despite the mess we'd made, or probably I'd made, of the pillow talk, Oliver wrapped me up and held me like he always did. So, I guess we were okay. Except I still felt kind of unsettled, and I wasn't sure why, or where it was coming from, much less what to do about it. And maybe the problem was that there wasn't a problem, and I was just so not used to that, my brain was trying to make one for me. Fuck you, brain. I nestled closer to my immaculate vegetarian lawyer and told myself to sleep. Chapter 44. When Oliver had said his parents lived in Milton Keynes, I'd assumed that they, lived in a house in Milton Keynes. Not in a bijou mansionette so far on the outskirts of town that it was surrounded by rolling countryside as far as the eye could see. Thanks to Oliver's crippling fear of being late, we'd shown up way early and had to sit around in the car for about 45 minutes in order to arrive at anything like an appropriate time. And I was super mature about it and didn't tell anyone I'd told them so. But eventually, we were in a back garden that was just small enough not to qualify as grounds, but still big enough to hold an absurdly over-attended party in. There was bunting with a tasteful ruby theme, and one of those big fancy tents, to say nothing of wait staff with trays of champagne and canapes, none of which were vol au vents. The booze was clearly expensive, but on that perfectly chosen borderline between noticeable and showy. My tie already felt too tight. Miriam and David Blackwood looked exactly like you'd expect a couple called Miriam and David Blackwood to look, which was to say kind of like if the Tesco Finest range did people. Basically exactly the same as everyone else, but with a faint air of being slightly better. I reached for Oliver's hand, but somehow missed it as we trooped over the grass to where his parents were chatting pleasantly to a small knot of people in their late 50s and early 60s. Happy anniversary, he said, kissing his mother on the cheek and shaking his father by the hand.
Oliver,
Miriam straightened his tie.
We're so glad you could come.
She turned to one of the other guests.
He's been having such a hard time at work lately. We were worried he wouldn't be able to make it.
Oliver shifted slightly at my side. Work's been fine, Mother.
Oh, darling, I'm sure you're coping very well. I'm just concerned.
Again, a glance to someone else.
He's not like his brother, you know. Christopher thrives under pressure.
I understand, but I'm all right. Really. Oliver didn't quite push me forward, but didn't quite not. This is my boyfriend, Lucian O'Donnell. Oliver's gay, Oliver's father explained helpfully to the group. I shot Oliver a surprised look. Are you? You never told me. I'd say my attempt at humour had fallen flat, but that suggested it had somewhere to fall from.
And what is it you do, Lucian?
Asked Miriam after an uncomfortably long pause. I work for a charity that's trying to save the dung beetle. Well, from the painfully jovial tone, I suspected this comment was coming from an uncle. At least you're not another bloody lawyer. Miriam subjected the speaker to a cool glance.
Now, Jim. Oliver works very hard, and we can't all be doctors.
Works hard putting criminals back on the streets. David's smile said he was joking. His eyes said he wasn't. I opened my mouth to protest, but then remembered that I was here to be nice, and that, having seen him do it before, Oliver could do a much better job defending his profession than I ever could. Is Christopher here yet? He asked. I should probably say hello to him. He's inside with the wife getting changed. David jerked his thumb towards the house. They've been travelling all day.
They've been doing disaster relief,
added Miriam, for whose benefit I wasn't certain. David nodded. In Mozambique? Yes, I know. Oliver sounded oddly brittle. He emailed me. Though, David continued cheerfully, she'll be doing less of that kind of thing now they're starting a family. Miriam addressed her little audience again.
The truth is, until Christopher met Mia, we despaired of ever having grandchildren.
I opened my mouth and closed it again. Given how well my joke had gone down earlier, I didn't think anyone was going to welcome my pointing out that gay people could have kids too. Thank you very much. Besides, if Oliver could put up with the Clarks, I could put up with this. No, really, I could put up with this. I should go and find Christopher. And with that, Oliver turned away and started walking towards the house. I actually had to chase him. Are you okay? I tried. He cast me a rather impatient look. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Because that was awful? Lucian, please don't be difficult. My parents belong to a different generation. My mother worries about me a lot, and my father tends to be very direct. I found myself sort of tugging at his sleeve. Excuse me, my mum belongs to that generation. Yes, well, your mother is quite an unusual person. Yeah, but she... There was something I desperately needed to tell him, something I was sure he needed to understand, but I couldn't quite work out what it was. She wouldn't talk to anyone like that. Oliver stopped walking abruptly. My parents raised me. My father worked every hour God sent, and my mother gave up her career entirely. I don't want to have an argument with you, especially not here, and especially not now, but I'd thank you not to insult them in their own home. I'm sorry, Oliver. I hung my head. I didn't mean to. I'm here to support you. Then? He made a "this conversation is over" gesture. Accept how things are. This is my life. It's not like your life. Please respect it. I wanted to say that it didn't seem to respect him, but I didn't quite dare. We'd just reached the patio when a couple, who I assumed from age and context were Christopher and Mia, stepped through the French windows. He was definitely Oliver-like around the edges, Though he was slightly taller, his eyes bluer and his hair lighter. The combination of a slightly tousled look and a well-defined 3-day stubble gave the impression of somebody who very much wanted you to know that he was too busy saving lives to worry about little details like shaving. His wife, by contrast, was shortish and prettyish, in a takes-no-shit way, and sporting a ruthlessly practical pixie cut. Oliver offered a weird little nod. "Christopher."
"Hi, Ollie."
His brother grinned.
"How's the law?"
"Much as ever. How's medicine?"
"Right now, intense as fuck. We're exhausted, and frankly..."
His gaze drifted resentfully over the lawn.
"I can't believe they dragged us back here for this."
One of Oliver's eyelids twitched. "Well, of course they want you here. They're extremely proud of you."
"But not so proud that they'll let me stay where I need to be and do the things they're proud of me for doing."
Yes, we're all very aware how special and important your work is. It's not unreasonable to expect you to make time for your family occasionally."
"Oh, for fuck's sake, Ollie. Why do you..."
"Hello," I announced. "I'm Luke. I'm Oliver's boyfriend. I work for a beetle charity. It's nice to meet you." Mia detached herself from her husband and shook my hand enthusiastically.
Good to meet you too. I'm so sorry, we've been on a plane for 13 hours, which I know makes it sound like I'm bragging about my exciting jet-setting lifestyle, but I really mean I've spent a long time trapped in a metal box.
"God."
Christopher ran a hand through his hair.
"I'm being a dick, aren't I?"
"Yes," said Oliver. "You are." A snort from Christopher.
"Can I just point out that you're the one who was too busy reaming me out to introduce his own boyfriend?"
"It's fine." I waved my hands in what I hoped was a situation-diffusing fashion.
"Oliver's told me all about you anyway. I can introduce myself." "Ollie's told you about us, has he?"
Christopher's eyes gleamed wickedly.
"Go on then. What's he said?"
Whoops.
Your doctors? That you've been in... I want to say Mumbai, but I think that's wrong. And that you're very nice people and he cares about you very much."
"Yeah, I think he maybe said one of those things if you're lucky." "I'm sorry, Christopher." It was Oliver's coldest voice. "You're not that interesting a topic of conversation."
"I'd be devastated by that comeback, except you never say anything about anyone. You've told us more about Luke than you have about your last 6 boyfriends, and all you told us about him was his name."
I put a hand to my heart.
"I feel so special."
You should.
Mia smuggled a smile across the no-man's land between the siblings.
He mentioned you without being asked and everything.
Christopher was scrutinizing me in a slightly awkward way.
"He's not your usual type, Ollie, which is probably a good thing."
"Hard as it may be for you to believe," Oliver sneered, "I don't choose my romantic partners to please you."
"True."
Christopher had good pause game.
"You choose them to please Mum and Dad."
There was a deeply nasty silence. "I hear from Father," said Oliver placidly. "You're starting a family." There was another, somehow even nastier silence, at the end of which Mia fixed her brother-in-law with an irate glare.
Fuck off, Oliver. I'm getting a drink.
She fucked off and got a drink.
"What the hell?"
Christopher rounded furiously on Oliver.
"Is wrong with you, you sanctimonious little shit?"
Oliver folded his arms. "It was a perfectly civil question."
"No, it was stirring, and you know it was stirring."
"There wouldn't be anything to stir if you stopped dangling the possibility of grandchildren over our parents."
"That is not..."
"Oh, it absolutely is. You can't bear the idea of them not worshipping you." Well, this was fun. And I had sort of signed up to have Oliver's back here, but I didn't think that stretched to watching him be a dick to his brother, who, to be fair, was being equally dickish. But this was getting way too much.
"You know,"
I forced myself briefly into the conversation,
"I think I need a drink too."
And before anyone could stop me, I made a dash for the big tent. Chapter 45. I found Mia in a corner, with a glass of champagne in each hand. "Good plan," I told her, and immediately copied it. She gave me a rueful look.
Cheers.
We double-clinked, and drank heavily for a few moments in silence.
I think,
said Mia finally,
this might be worse than usual.
God help me. There's a usual?
They tend to set each other off.
I've never seen Oliver act that way.
And Chris only acts that way around Oliver.
She shrugged.
It's kind of their deal.
I finished my backup drink in a single gulp and wondered if I could get away with a third. Truthfully, I was almost angry at how little Oliver had prepared me for this. But at the same time, I could see why he hadn't, and that alone made me feel sorry for him. I guess I had to play this carefully. It must be difficult for Oliver, because it's pretty clear David and Miriam have a way easier time with Christopher's life choices.
Ha.
Mia drained her glass too. Okay, I'm getting the feeling I'm missing something.
They're definitely supportive.
It seemed like Mia was being as careful as I was.
And they make sure he never forgets just how supportive they're being. Anyway, sorry I yelled at your boyfriend. I'm usually not so... Actually, I probably am, but fuck it. The Blackwoods bring out the worst in me.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's a pattern. Though, I added, quickly, for the record, David really did say the family thing. She drove her toe into the perfectly kept lawn.
Of course he did, but it was still cheap of Oliver to go there.
He doesn't seem to be handling today very well.
I can see how much you like him. Still not feeling particularly forgiving right now.
I take it... God, I don't even know how to ask this.
It's not this big sensitive issue, or at least it's only sensitive because from where I'm standing it's crystal fucking clear. We don't want kids. David and Miriam want us to have kids, and they seem to think that their opinion matters as much as ours does.
Shit. That's... shit.
Especially because now it's this Cold War where they act like it's just a matter of time, and Christopher feels guilty for disappointing them, and I'm pissed off that he won't shut it down.
To be fair, they seem like hard people to shut down. She shrugged.
Oh, it's always been like this. And obviously the last thing I want is for him to feel he has to choose between his parents and his wife.
Well, I risked a grin. You're clearly a lot better for him than they are, so maybe it would be an improvement. That made her laugh.
It's a nice idea, but he's been trying to hang on to their approval for nearly 30 years. That's not something you just walk away from.
I wouldn't know. My dad fucked off when I was 3.
And I'm increasingly glad my parents are normal, well-adjusted human beings.
Wait, those exist? Before she could answer, Oliver and Christopher stuck their heads into the marquee, looking, I was pleased to see, appropriately sheepish. "Ollie's got something to say," said Christopher, with a touch more aggression than the statement warranted. Oliver shuffled. "I'm very sorry, Mia. I was angry and I lashed out and I shouldn't have done that."
It's fine.
Mia waved a hand.
I know Chris was being a dick to you.
"Hey," protested Christopher. "You're supposed to be on my side."
For fuck's sake, the fact you think there's sides is the entire fucking problem.
I went gladly back to Oliver and snuck my hand into his. "Do you want to give me a tour, maybe?" "Of course, Lucien. I'm sorry I've neglected you." "Actually, I think you'll find I ran away from you, because it was like gunfight at the OK Corral back there, and I thought I was going to get caught in the verbal crossfire." I know, I'm very aware I'm behaving badly." He glanced back to his sister-in-law. "Mia, I really do apologise. It won't happen again." We left the marquee and went for what would, under other circumstances, have been a nice walk around the garden. It was a bright, summery day, and I'd had champagne, and there were flowers and butterflies. But Oliver was vibrating like my gentleman's massager without the fun side. "I'm sorry," he said, for about the 1,000th time. "I shouldn't have brought you here." "Come on, I'm not doing that badly." "No, I mean, I'm not at my best, and I don't want you to see me not at my best. Oliver, you've seen me having all kinds of freakouts. I think I can handle you being a bit snarky at a garden party." He got even more vibraty. "I knew I shouldn't have worn this shirt." The problem was, he'd said that about every shirt, and he'd tried 12, nearly making us not ridiculously early in the process. "For the last time, the shirt is fine." I stopped and tugged him round so we were facing each other. "You know, we can go home if you want to." He looked at me as if I'd suggested a murder-suicide pact. "We've barely got here. What would my parents think?" "Right now, I don't really care. All I know is that being here is making you unhappy." "I'm not unhappy. It's my parents' anniversary. I'm not handling things very well." I wasn't sure how to say, "You're not handling things very well because your parents are being arseholes to you." I wasn't even sure it was my place, so instead I tried, "I don't think it's you. I mean, Christopher isn't exactly covering himself in glory either." "Christopher is always covered in glory, at least as far as our parents are concerned." "You mean apart from the fact they keep pressuring him to have kids when he clearly doesn't want kids?" "That's aimed at me, not him. My parents are very understanding about my sexuality, but I can't help but be aware that it has come with attendant disappointments." "Look," I flung up my hands, "this is purely hypothetical because it is way too early in the relationship for this conversation. But if you want kids, you can have kids." "You mean I could adopt children? That's not the same thing, at least not from my parents' perspective." Okay, this was a whole other can of problematic worms, and now was not the time to open it. "You see, this is why you need queer friends. If you knew more gay people, you could always cut a deal with a lesbian." "If you're trying to be funny, Lucien, this is in poor taste." "Sorry, that got flippant. I'm just trying to say that you can live your life however you want, and your parents' expectations shouldn't factor into that. And I'll bet you any money you like that Chris and Mia are having this exact same conversation right now." He iced up. "I very much doubt that." "Oh, for—" A fork tinkled against a glass, and we dutifully drifted over the patio, where David and Miriam were standing with about to make a speech faces on. Joy.
"Thank you,"
began David.
"Thank you all for coming to help Miriam and myself celebrate our Ruby wedding anniversary. I remember the evening all those years ago when I walked into our common room at the LSE, and I saw the most ravishing woman I'd ever imagined sitting across the way from me. And I said to myself right then, that's the lady I'm going to marry."
A pause. A joke was coming, wasn't it, rumbling towards us like a disappointing freight train.
"And Miriam was 2 seats away from her."
We all laughed, dutifully, except Uncle Jim, who seemed to find it legitimately hilarious.
"Of course, we didn't get on at first, because anybody who knows Miriam knows that she's, shall we say, a woman of strong opinions. But she soon warmed to me once I started pretending to agree with her about everything."
Another round of polite laughter. I thought Uncle Jim might actually piss himself.
"Over our 40 years of marriage, we've been blessed with 2 wonderful sons."
"And Oliver and Christopher," I murmured under my breath.
"And Oliver and Christopher. But seriously, we're tremendously proud of both our boys. One a doctor, one a lawyer, but somehow neither of them making any bloody money."
Laughter again. Uncle Jim literally slapped his thigh.
"Over the years, our family has continued to grow, our most recent addition being the lovely Mia, Christopher's wife, and also our last best hope for grandchildren, on account of Oliver being a screaming bender."
I stifled a sigh. You see, it's okay because it's the ironic kind of homophobia.
"But enough about the boys,"
David went on. because today is about Miriam and myself, and I, for one, couldn't ask for a more beautiful wife. I mean, I could ask, but I probably wouldn't get one." He lofted a glass. "To Miriam." We obediently Miriamed back.
To David.
Miriam's speech at least had the virtue of being short. "To David," we echoed, while I put an arm around Oliver and looked for a hole we could hide in. Chapter 46. The afternoon, well, it happened, dragging itself along like a dog with worms. I handled it by standing meekly at Oliver's side while he made polite small talk with various friends and relatives. It was boring as fuck, but it would have been okay if I hadn't also had to watch him getting quieter and smaller with every conversation. Maybe I'd had too much champagne, but honestly, it felt like losing him. And all I wanted was to get him back home where he could be prissy or grumpy or funny or secretly wicked, where he could be my Oliver again. Eventually, we ended up back on the patio. Miriam and David were holding court from a set of fancy garden furniture, and Oliver and Christopher had just presented them with their joint anniversary gift, a pair of ruby earrings for her, a pair of ruby cufflinks for him, which had been offered with an awkward sense of obligation and received with complacent gratitude. Fun times.
Oliver, darling.
Miriam patted the space beside her.
It's so nice to be able to catch up.
She glanced to Uncle Jim, who, somehow, contrived to always fucking be there.
He hardly speaks to us, you know. At least with Christopher, it's because you know he's saving babies in some dreadful malaria-ridden swamp.
Oliver settled in beside her. There was nowhere for me, of course, so I perched on the arm, which drew me an immediate look of disapproval. I briefly considered getting up out of respect, but I'd been on the fast lane to fuck it all afternoon and had just crossed the border. "I'm sorry, Mother," he said. "I know I'm not saving babies, but I have had rather a lot going on." Miriam's eyes alighted on me very briefly, and then skittered away.
So I see. What happened to the other fellow?
Andrew and I broke up.
Shame. He seemed like such a nice young man.
It wasn't working out.
I suppose.
She paused, frankly indelicately.
It's more difficult in your situation. I mean, you have to be so careful.
I'm not sure that's entirely the case.
You know best, darling.
Apparently it was time for a knee pat.
I just worry because I'm your mother, and you see such horrible stories in the newspapers.
I'm fine, really. I think Lucian's been good for me.
You look very tired.
Yeah, that would be because he hardly slept last night, in the boring, tossing, turning, going for a run at 3 a.m. way, rather than the exciting, doing sexy things way. I told you. A line had appeared between Oliver's brows. I'm fine. Miriam blinked rapidly, as if to say, I'm trying not to cry, but it's hard because you're being so horrible to me.
You won't understand this because you'll never have children of your own, but it's very difficult for me to see you boys not taking care of yourselves.
For God's sake, Oliver, snapped David, stop upsetting your mother. Oliver drooped. I'm sorry, Mother. She gave up a lot for you. Show her some bloody gratitude. And she's right, by the way. When was the last time you had a haircut? Before Oliver could reply, I was hoping in the face of evidence he was going to tell them all to fuck off. Uncle Jim decided it was time to lighten the mood. Clapping his brother on the back, he unleashed an infuriating chortle. Probably too busy with his new boyfriend, eh? Eh? Somehow Oliver did not punch him in the face. Lucian's had an important work function, so yes, we have been busy. Well, you'd better be careful. Uncle Jim pawed at Oliver in a way that I thought was meant to be affectionate. Put on any more weight and he'll dump you like the rest of them. I'm not going to dump him, I insisted, probably slightly too loudly. He looks great. We're very happy. His mother faffed again with his tie, sighing softly.
Maybe it's this shirt. You know blue isn't your colour, darling.
I'm sorry. I hadn't thought it would be possible for Oliver to shrink further, but he shrank further. I didn't want to be late, so I dressed in a hurry.
We've still got some of your old things upstairs if you want to change.
Oliver visibly cringed. I've not lived here since I was 17. I don't think anything would fit me anymore. Another hearty laugh from Uncle Jim.
See? What did I say? You're nearly 30 now. You'll be a fat bastard before you know it. Leave the boy alone, James,
said David indulgently, who then totally failed to take his own advice.
Anyway, Oliver, when are you going to start doing something useful with your life?
I tried to catch Oliver's eye, but he was staring fixedly at his clasped hands. Well, I'm building my reputation in Chambers, and we'll see where it goes from there.
You know we only want you to be happy, darling.
That was Miriam.
But is this really where you want to be?
Oliver glanced up, warily. What do you mean?
She means, explained David, that if this was really what you wanted to be doing with your life, you'd be putting a bit more into it. I was talking to Doug at the club, and he was telling me you should be a QC by now.
That would be almost unprecedented.
That's not what Doug said. Said he knew a fellow your age got silk last month.
Sorry? Asked Christopher, unexpectedly. Is this the same Doug who told you we shouldn't take that job in Somalia because we get Ebola? Is he an expert on the law now, as well as infectious disease? Miriam huffed.
I understand. People your age think people our age can't know anything.
That's not what I'll forget it. In any case, murmured Oliver, I am looking for more senior positions, but they'd probably involve leaving London. This was news to me, but now was probably not the time to bring that up. Also, it was weirdly jarring to think of Oliver being anywhere but, well, where he was. In that absurdly pretty house in Clerkenwell, which always felt like it smelled of French toast, even when it didn't. David folded his arms.
Didn't think I raised you to be a quitter, Oliver.
Pretty much at the same time, his wife said,
What will we do if both our sons move away? You're going up north, aren't you? You always said you wanted to go up north.
I'm not going anywhere, Oliver tried desperately. If David's sigh of disappointment had been any more exaggerated, he would have passed out from lack of oxygen.
Yes, we're aware of that, son. That's exactly the problem.
Oh, for God's sake, stop it! Oh, help. That was me, and I really wished it hadn't been. But everyone was staring, so I was kind of committed. Can't you see you're upsetting him? There was one of those silences that made you miss screaming. Then Miriam was glaring at me with what I was shocked to realise was actual contempt.
How dare you try to tell us how to speak to our own son?
I'm not. I'm just pointing out the blindingly fucking obvious, which is you're making Oliver feel bad for no reason.
Step down, Lucian.
David stood up, which lacked a certain amount of impact because he was nearly a foot shorter than me.
We've known him a lot longer than you have.
No use turning back now. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that you're being arseholes. Miriam did that "you have nearly made me cry" look again.
Oliver, what on earth possessed you to bring this man into our home?
There was no answer from Oliver, which was fair enough because, honestly, I was asking myself the same question. Leave him alone! Shit. I might actually have roared. Fine, you don't like me. Well, guess what? I don't care. I care about the fact you've invited my boyfriend to a garden party and seem to be getting off on torturing him. And clearly he's too nice or too beaten down from years of this shit to tell you to go fuck yourselves, but I'm not. So, go fuck yourselves. I'm not sure what reaction I'd been expecting. I mean, obviously it would have been nice if they turned round and said, "Gosh, you're right. We'll go away and rethink our entire value system." But I think that ship had sailed at around the point I told them to go fuck themselves. "Get out of my house," was David's predictable, and in context not unreasonable, reply. I ignored him and slid off the arm of the bench to plant myself in front of Oliver. He wouldn't look at me. "I'm sorry I fucked this up, and I'm sorry I've said fuck so many times, especially when you've been so amazing whenever I've needed you. It's just..." I pulled in a shaky breath. "You're the best man I've ever met, and I can't sit by and watch other people make you doubt that, even if they're your parents." Finally, he looked up, his eyes pale and unreadable in the summer sunlight. "Lucian." "It's okay, I'm going, and you don't have to come with me, but I want you to know that you're great, and I don't know how anyone could think you're not, great, and, This was impossible. It would have been impossible if we'd been alone in a dark room, and here we were with a half-dozen people staring at us. "Your job is great, and you're really great at it, and you look great in blue, and..." I was getting the feeling this could have gone better. "I know I'm not your family, and I know I'm just some guy, but I hope you can believe that I care about you enough that you can believe what I'm saying about you now, because it's true." I fully intended to say my piece and walk out of there with my head held high and whatever was left of my dignity. But yeah, didn't happen. I panicked and ran like hell. Chapter 47. I hadn't got very far, not even to the point of having to worry how I was going to get out of Milton Keynes, when I heard footsteps. I turned to see Oliver gaining on me rapidly. Seriously, it was embarrassing how fit he was and I wasn't. I had no idea what he was thinking, partly because everyone has the same face while they're running, but mainly because there was no way to tell how he was going to have taken that. The fact he'd come after me was a good sign, right? Well, unless he wanted to have a go at me for being rude to his parents. "Oliver, I started. "Let's go home." Did that mean, let's go home because you've made me see my parents are emotionally abusive and I don't have to stand for it? Or, let's go home because you've embarrassed me so much we literally have to leave town? Even his non-running face wasn't helping. Not really knowing what else to do, I got in the car and had hardly clicked my seatbelt into place when Oliver pulled away with the sort of reckless disregard for safety that I usually associated with, well, me. We got halfway to the end of the road, with Oliver noticeably exceeding the speed you were supposed to stick to in a built-up area, and paying way less attention to lane discipline than even I was comfortable with. I tried. "Should you be..." He swerved to avoid an incoming cyclist, and I yelped. "Okay, getting actually scared now." With a screech and a grinding of gears, Oliver ploughed the car up the curb and hit the brakes. Then, he folded his arms across the steering wheel, laid his head against them, and burst into tears. Oh shit. For a second or two I tried to do that British thing where you pretend nothing untoward is happening, in the hope it'll sort itself out quickly and amicably, and then you'll never have to talk about it again. Except Oliver was crying, and not stopping crying, and this was definitely a boyfriend job, one that, as an aspiring boyfriend, I was failing hard at. It didn't help we were in a car, both of us responsibly wearing seatbelts, so I couldn't even inadequately hug him. Instead, I was reduced to inadequately petting his shoulder like he'd come third in a primary school sack race. And I desperately wanted to say something supportive, but "don't cry" was toxic bullshit, "it's okay to cry" was patronising, and there had never made anybody feel better ever in the history of emotions. Eventually, Oliver shook off my hand and turned to face me. He had that red, puffy, serious tears look about him that filled me with a hopeless desire to make everything better for him. I wish, he said, with a valiant effort to sound Oliver-like. I wish you hadn't seen that. Oh my God, it's okay. Everybody cries. Not that. Well, a little bit that. It's everything. He gave a sad little sniff. I've behaved terribly today. You weren't the one telling everyone to go fuck themselves. No, I'm grateful you tried to speak up for me, but I should never have put you in that position. I reached across the space between us and smoothed back his hair from his sticky eyes. The whole deal was that you'd come to my work thing and I'd come to your family thing. And if I'd done better, it would have been better. He paused. I knew my mother wouldn't like this shirt. Fuck the shirt. And I acknowledge out of context this sounds really bad. Fuck your mother. Please stop saying that. I know today was difficult, but they genuinely want the best for me, and I keep letting them down. Oliver, that is the wrongest thing I've ever heard. I made a somewhat futile attempt to sound calm and rational. Like, okay, I'm just guessing here, but have you ever gone anywhere with your parents without your mum having some complaint or other about what you're wearing? She has very high standards. Maybe. Or maybe she's... And I'm having trouble putting this in a non-judgmental way. Maybe she's got into the habit of criticising you and hasn't paid attention to how much that messes you up. His eyes filled with fresh tears. Go me. She's not trying to upset me. She's trying to help. And you know what? I believe that. But you don't need that kind of help. And trying to make you think you do is mean. And don't even get me started on your dad. What's wrong with my father? I mean, I know he's a bit unreformed, but he's never been violent. He's always been there. He's supported Christopher through medical school and me through the bar. Yeah, none of that gives him the right to call you a screaming bender in front of his friends. He was joking. He's always been fine with my sexuality. He literally used it as a punchline. Lucien, I feel bad enough about this already. You shouldn't be the one who's feeling bad, I insisted. You're a good person. But not a very good son. Only by the standards of the arseholes you're unfortunate enough to have for parents. He hid his face, and I had a horrible feeling he was crying again. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Wow. I sucked at being comforting. I'd love to pretend that I'd strategically made myself the bad guy so Oliver had someone other than himself to be angry at, but firstly, I hadn't. I'd just fucked up, and secondly, it wasn't working anyway. I patted him again because it was the most successful thing I'd done that afternoon. Sorry. I kept patting. I'm really sorry, and I'm here for you, and, feel your feelings, however you need to feel them. He felt his feelings for quite a long time. Eventually he lifted his head. I wish, he said, I could have a bacon sandwich. That! My enthusiasm here was probably a little bit inappropriate, but I was just so fucking glad I could actually help somehow. I can do. I meant, except I'm a vegetarian. I thought about this a moment. Okay, but in an industrial farming is bad, think about your carbon footprint way. Does that make a difference? Well, I went on, hoping that I was putting this together right. It felt like something Oliver would say, and I thought he'd appreciate that. If you're avoiding meat because you're trying to reduce the overall negative effect of meat eating on the world, then what really matters isn't what you eat, it's what gets eaten. In fact, it doesn't even matter what gets eaten, it matters what gets bought. He sat up. Turns out being emotionally supportive wasn't nearly as effective as giving him an intellectual exercise. I might make the case that one should nevertheless take responsibility for one's own behaviour, but go on. Well, I've already got bacon in my fridge, which has already been paid for, so whatever contribution it's making to the cured meat industrial complex or whatever, has already been made. So now it doesn't technically matter who eats it. But if I eat your bacon, you'll just buy more. I'll promise not to. Pinky swear. He gave me a disapproving look. Pinky swear? Are you American all of a sudden? Okay, cross my heart, hope to die, stick a sausage in my eye. But you've got to admit I kind of win here. And it's very good bacon. It's like ethical and free range and shit from Waitrose. I'm sure there's a flaw in your argument somewhere. I'm not thinking very clearly right now. Also, his lips curled upwards very faintly. I really want some bacon. For the record, I make an amazing bacon sandwich. I have a life hack. Perhaps I'm showing my age, but I remember when we called life hacks ways of doing things. He was definitely on the mend. Yeah, and I have an excellent way of cooking bacon. Shut up. I shouldn't do this. Oh, come on. You want a bacon sandwich. Please let me make you a bacon sandwich. He was silent for a long moment, or short minute. I hadn't quite anticipated what a big deal this was going to be for him. Well, he said finally. All right, but you have to promise not to buy any more bacon for a fortnight. If that's what it takes, fine. He dried his eyes and straightened his tie, settling his hands back in the 10-2 position, with the air of someone who'd got past the desire to plough us off the road and into someone's privet hedge. And to my relief, he drove us home, very, very sensibly. As for me, I think I'd been put off Milton Keynes for life, and all the concrete cows in the world couldn't bring me back. Chapter 48. Surprisingly, my flat was still in pretty good nick. Obviously not cleaned all the things level pristine, but also not a what the hell is wrong with you cesspit. It helped that Oliver had stayed over a couple of times and seemed to tidy as he went, like some kind of human Roomba. Although I suppose, thinking about it, a human Roomba is just a person with a vacuum cleaner. Oliver was still doing whatever he was doing, dwelling or processing or crying on the inside when we got in. So I headed for the kitchen and got out my cheap frying pan and my expensive bacon. Some people would probably have had it the other way around, but some people were wrong. In a minute or two, Oliver, having shed his jacket and tie, but still wearing the ill-fated blue shirt that I maintain he looked fine in, came to join me. Something my kitchen was barely capable of dealing with. Why? He asked, smushing up behind me. Is your bacon underwater? I told you, it's a life hack. Lucien, I haven't had bacon in several years. Please don't ruin this for me. If he hadn't had such a terrible day, I'd have been insulted at his lack of faith. I'm not going to ruin it. This works perfectly. I mean, assuming you like your bacon crispy and delicious, not flabby and burned. That seems like a false dichotomy. I hoped the fact he was using the word dichotomy in cold blood meant he was feeling at least a little bit better. I just mean it's a good way to cook bacon so it doesn't dry out or turn to charcoal. I half turned so that I could catch his eye. Trust me, if there's one thing I take seriously, it's bacon. I do. He kissed my neck, making me shiver. Trust you, that is. Not take bacon seriously. Well, you did come in here to assess my bacon strategy. I came in to be close to you. I ran through a bunch of responses in my head, but decided it wasn't the time to be taking refuge in banter. I like having you here. I mean, in abstract, I liked having him there. In practice, it was a little bit awkward. But hey, it was bacon, not the Sistine Chapel. It didn't take that much concentration, and I could watch it cooking almost as effectively with Oliver's arms around me as, well, not. Eventually, the water boiled off, and the bacon had crisped up beautifully, as it always did, because the bacon hack is the best thing ever. Oliver fished my thankfully unmouldy loaf of Hovis soft white medium from the bread bin he'd insisted on buying me when he discovered that I kept my bread on the side like a normal person, instead of giving it its own special box to go stale in. I buttered it up aggressively, because there's no point trying to make bacon healthy, and offered him his choice of condiments. Well, his choice of ketchup or not ketchup, because I hadn't been as prepared as I would have liked to have been to cook emotional support sandwiches. Finally, we were on my sofa with plates on our laps, and Oliver was staring at his bacon butty with that confused, yearning look he sometimes got around desserts. And if I'm honest, me. "It's okay," I said, "to eat a bacon sandwich." "I'm a vegetarian." "Yeah, but you're also human. You can't be perfect all the time." "I shouldn't do this." I sighed. "Then don't. I'll eat it. But please don't expect me to talk you into something that you want to do but feel you have to deny yourself, because that's fucked up." There was a longish pause. Finally, Oliver took a bite of sandwich. His eyes fluttered closed. "God, that's good. I know this is wrong of me." I dabbed a tiny curl of ketchup from the edge of his mouth with a fingertip. "But fuck me, you're sexy when you're compromising your principles." He blushed. "This isn't funny, Lucien." "I'm not laughing." We baconed for a while in silence. "You know," I said finally, "I really am sorry that this afternoon didn't go, anything approaching well. And I'm sorry I got it wrong in the car. I've never seen you like that." He was staring at his sandwich with way too much focus. "I'll try to make sure you never have to see me like that again." "Not what I was going for." I flailed around in vague private guilt. "I wanted to be better for you at the party. Except I didn't know what to expect." "Oh." Oliver's brows lifted nastily. "So it's my fault you decided to swear at my parents?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. I had to unfuck this somehow. "I get that it's not my place to criticize your parents, but it feels like the only way you can believe good things about them is if you believe bad things about yourself. And that's not okay with me." "Lucien, I need you to accept that I had a perfectly normal childhood. You're making mother and father out to be monsters." Reaching out an uncertain hand, I stroked his arm in that wholly unhelpful way I'd managed to perfect in the car. "I'm not saying they're monsters, they're just people. But people, well, suck sometimes. And while I'm sure they've done lots of good things for you, they've also clearly done some bad things. And you don't have to bear the burden of that." "I've never claimed my parents were perfect." He tugged fretfully at the crust on his sandwich. "But they've always encouraged me to push myself, and it's not unreasonable of them to continue to do that." "Okay," I tried. "But if that's what they're trying to do, why are you sitting on my sofa eating a bacon sandwich and being sad, instead of, feeling uplifted and motivated?" He turned, his eyes meeting mine for a long, grey moment. "Because I'm not as strong as you think I am." "This isn't about strength," I told him. "It's about who you're choosing to make happy." There was a long silence, during which I picked half-heartedly at my sarnie. Apparently there were some situations bacon couldn't make better. "I keep wondering," Oliver said, "why I brought you today." "Wow, I know I handled it badly, but that's harsh." He was frowning thoughtfully. "Because, Oliver..." "No, you didn't. Or rather, you handled it as I perhaps, on some level, expected you might. Not that I thought you'd go as far as telling my parents to go fuck themselves in front of Uncle Jim and the vicar, but I think..." "What?" I asked. "I think I wanted to do something that was for me, and not for them. To see what it felt like." "And, what did it feel like?" I still don't know." "That's all right." I moved across and gave him a sort of nuzzle, I guess, that I probably should have been self-conscious about. I can live with being for you. Quietly, he finished his bacon sandwich. Then he ate the rest of mine, but I felt he probably deserved it after everything he'd been through. Trying to stick with my new grown-up lifestyle, I took the plates back to the kitchen and did that half-washing-up thing where you rinse the worst bits off under the tap and dump the rest in the sink, hoping Oliver wouldn't have spiralled into a pit of fried meat-related despair and self-recrimination while I was away. I found him still on the sofa, still looking a bit blank. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I'm not sure." I settled on the floor in front of him, folding my arms across his knees. "That's all right. You don't have to, anything really." I thought I'd feel guiltier, but I just feel full of bacon. "Don't knock it. That's a good feeling." His fingers curled lightly into my hair. "Thank you for doing that for me. I'd say I got as much out of it as you did, except you ate my fucking sandwich." "I'm so sorry." "I'm teasing, Oliver." I butted his hand with my head. "In 2 weeks, I'll be able to have all the bacon I like. I'm going to bathe in bacon like that bit in American Beauty." That is a very disturbing mental image, and also undercuts your original consequentialist argument for why it was okay for me to have this sandwich in the first place. "Fine, no meat baths then. You're so unreasonable." He laughed, a bit unsteadily. "Oh, Lucien, I don't know what I would have done without you today." "Well, probably you wouldn't have had to leave your parents' anniversary." "From what you've said, that might not have been a good thing." "See, you're making progress." There was a pause. "I'm afraid I still can't quite bring myself to think about it properly. I'm not as fearless as you." "I'm plenty fearful, as you well know." "It never seems to hold you back." I caught his wrist and kissed his palm. "You're giving me way too much credit. I was a total mess before I met you." "Your flat was a total mess. It's not the same." "You know," I smiled up at him, "I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about whether I suck or not. You just keep believing I don't." "I'll never believe you're anything less than remarkable." Oh, fuck. I've never been good at this stuff. "Me too. I mean, only I think you are. Not that I think I am. I mean, not in a low self-esteem way, like that would be really arrogant. Look, can we have sex now?" "Ever the romantic, Lucien?" "It's how I express myself. It's part of my unique charm." He snorted, but let me lead him into the bedroom anyway, where I undressed him slowly and, for some reason, couldn't stop kissing him. And he gave himself up to me, moment by moment, and I lost myself in the rhythm of his body and the hunger of his touch. I came to him like I thought I'd never come to anyone, forgetting to hold back in the need to make him feel as safe and as cherished and as special as he made me. I held him, and he clung to me, and we moved together, and, I gazed into his eyes, and I whispered to him, telling him stuff, embarrassing stuff about how much I cared about him, and how wonderful he was to me. And look, it's not the sort of thing you talk about, okay? It was for us. And it was everything. I was awoken, frankly way too early for a Sunday, by a fully dressed Oliver kissing me lightly on the forehead. This wasn't completely unprecedented, because Oliver, being a responsible human adult, didn't share my commitment to the art of the lion. But something felt off. "Goodbye, Lucien," he said. I was suddenly way more conscious than I liked being at this time of the morning. "Wait, what? Where are you going?" "Home." "Why? If you've got work to do, you can do it here. Or give me 10 minutes. Well, that was fairly optimistic, but what the hell. And I'll come with you." "You misunderstand me." I've enjoyed our time together, and I'm grateful for your efforts, but we've done what we set out to do. It's time for us both to move on. What was even happening right now? Hang on. What? Hey, we had the "this feels real to both of us" talk. There's no takesy-backsies on the "this feels real to both of us" talk. And, he said, in this cool, empty voice, we also agreed that we would wait until the end of the arrangement to make any formal commitments. Okay, then I formally commit. I don't think that's a good idea. Once again, what was even happening right now? The only thing I was certain about was that I did not want to be having this conversation naked. Not that it was looking like I had a choice. Why not? Because we were wrong. This isn't real. How isn't it real? Pulling the duvet around me, I struggled into a kneeling position. We've gone to restaurants, we've talked about our feelings, we've met each other's fucking parents. In what way is this not a relationship? I've had far more of them than you, and I can assure you this has felt nothing like one. It's been a fantasy, that's all. I stared at him, angry and betrayed and hurt and confused. You've been in more relationships than me because, by your own admission, you've ballsed so many of them up. Are you honestly trying to claim we're not a couple because we're not miserable or bored of each other? It's easy to be happy, he told me, when you're pretending. Who's fucking pretending? Do you think I'd be like this if I was pretending? He sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his brow in that tormented way he had, except this time it was expressing more of an indulgent frustration at my antics. Please don't make this more difficult than it has to be. Of course I'm going to make it fucking difficult. You think I'm just going to let you throw this away, for no reason except... Oh fuck, is this because I made you a bacon sandwich? I put my head in my hands. I can't believe I'm about to get dumped over a bacon sandwich. It's not about the sandwich, it's... He sighed. About you and me, we're different people. But we work! That came out sounding slightly more pitiful than I would have wanted. But I guess I had some choices ahead of me, and if it came down to keeping my dignity versus keeping Oliver, things weren't looking so good for dignity. And I don't understand what I've done wrong. I mean, apart from telling your entire family to fuck off, and okay, that was probably a biggie, but if it was a deal breaker, I wish you'd told me that before I made a total fool of myself over you last night. It's not that either. Then, I yelled, what the fuck is it? Because from where I'm standing, you spent months telling me I'm wonderful and beautiful and amazing and worth something, and now it's just, what, okay, thanks, bye? It's not about you, Lucien. How is you dumping me not about me? Okay, this was good. I could work with this. If I was angry, I wasn't crying. Like, did you mean a single word you said since this whole thing started? I meant all of it, but being with you isn't right for me, and being with me isn't right for you. It felt fucking right yesterday. It's been fucking right for ages. He wouldn't even look at me. I've already told you, this hasn't been real. It can't last because, as you've pointed out, my relationships don't, and I'd rather remember what we've had than watch it go cold and die like it always does. Oh, come on. That is the worst reason for breaking up with someone I have ever heard. I made a messy grab for his hand. I can't promise you forever because that's not at all how it works. But I literally can't imagine not wanting to be with you. Not wanting this, whatever we call it. That's because you barely know me. With a depressing finality, he untangled his fingers from mine and stood up. You keep telling me how perfect I am, and must know by now that I'm anything but. In 2 months you'll realise I'm not that special, and a month after that you'll realise I'm not that interesting either. We'll spend less time together and mind less about it, and one day you'll tell me things have come to a natural conclusion. You'll move on and I'll be where I always have been, never quite what someone is looking for. He turned his head away. I'm just not strong enough to go through that with you. There was a pause. And then, in a moment of epiphany that deserved a full fucking chorus of angels, or at least the Skenfrith male voice choir, I got it. Hang on a second. I actually wagged a finger at him. I know this, because I do it all the time. You like me, and you're scared, and you've been through something, and it's shaken you up, and your first instinct is to run. But if I can work through that, then so can you, because you are way smarter and way less fucked up than me. Another pause. How about, I suggested, somewhere between hope and desperation, you go into the bathroom for a bit? A third pause, and definitely the worst yet. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. This was seriously non-ideal. I'd legitimately gone all in on this. I'd said some pretty intense things and put myself way out there. And if after all that it blew up in my face, I didn't know how I was going to. I can't be what you need me to be, he said. Goodbye, Lucien. And by the time I got past the "Wait, stop, please don't go" stage, he'd already gone. Which pretty much ruined my Sunday, and my Monday, and my Tuesday, and possibly my life. Chapter 49. When I'd arranged Dad meeting 2, Electric Boogaloo, I'd been counting on Oliver not breaking up with me 3 days earlier, and me not having to trog out to the Chiltern firehouse feeling useless and heartbroken. At the time, I'd been weirdly touched. I mean, it wasn't my sort of place, and to be honest, it probably wasn't his sort of place either, but it was where you went if you were a celebrity or looking for celebrities. So by taking me there, John Fleming was publicly upgrading me from estranged wastrel son to legit family member. And while I hadn't snorted quite enough of his Kool-Aid to believe this was totally for my benefit, it would clearly play well as a chapter in the John Fleming rehabilitation story, I'd still benefit from it. A bit. To some extent. In the not-nothing sense that I was coming to accept was my relationship with my father. Of course, it struck me that getting something I thought I'd always wanted and losing something I never thought I'd want in the same week was kind of a piss-tastic irony. And not the most helpful thing in the world, emotional stability-wise. Anyway, there I was, sitting at a corner table in a converted Victorian fire station, 3 seats away from someone I was pretty sure had been in One Direction but wasn't Harry Styles or Zayn Malik. And half an hour later, I was still sitting there, and the waiters were circling like very polite sharks. After an hour, 3 unanswered texts, and a straight-to-voicemail call, a very nice young woman had gently informed me that I'd need to order in the next 10 minutes or vacate the table. So I was left trying to work out if I'd be more embarrassed slinking away from a Michelin-starred restaurant at 8 in the evening, or sitting alone, working my way through an expensive 3-course meal like this had totally been my plan all along. So I left, getting heartily papped on my way out, but right then I did not give 2 fucks. At least, not until one of them asked if Oliver had got bored of me, at which point I suddenly gave a whole lot of fucks. And a few months ago I'd have had one of those embarrassing freakouts that the paparazzi are constantly baiting you into having so they can photograph you having them. But apparently the new mature me was just sad about it. Being mature sucked. I put my head down and walked, and this time there was nobody to wrap a coat around me and keep me safe from the flashes and the questions. Mostly I wasn't sure what I was mostly, especially now Oliver dumping me and my dad dumping me were getting mixed up in my head like a rejection smoothie. As far as John Fleming was concerned, I was this frustrating blend of disappointed and not at all surprised. But then there was also this bitter aftertaste, reminding me that if I got pissed off at John Fleming for standing me up, and then it turned out he'd tragically died of cancer that afternoon, I'd have felt shitty for possibly the rest of my life. But apart from checking the internet for obituaries, I didn't have any way of knowing what was really happening with him, so I was stuck in this fucked up quantum state where my dad was simultaneously an arsehole and a corpse. And Oliver was gone, and I had to stop thinking about him. So I rang Mum, and she made some concerned French noises and then suggested I come over, which I knew meant it was bad news. The question was, which bad news was it? And an hour or so later, I was getting out of a taxi on Old Post Office Road while my mum hovered anxiously in the doorway. "He better not be dead," I told her as I marched into the living room. "I'm going to be so annoyed if he's dead."
Well, then there is good news, mon canton, because he is not dead. In fact, he is probably not going to be dead for many years.
I threw myself onto the unusually dogless but still faintly dog-smelling sofa. There was only one way this was going. There was only one way this had ever been going. He never had cancer, did he?
The doctors had said some worrying things, and you know these old men, they are very nervous about their prostates.
I put my head in my hands. I'd have cried, but I was cried out already.
I'm sorry, Luc.
She squeezed in beside me and patted me between the shoulder blades like I'd swallowed a penny.
I don't think he was lying exactly. I'm afraid this is what it is like when you are famous. You're surrounded by people who are paid to agree with you, so you get these ideas in your head and you forget they're not necessarily true. Also, don't get me wrong, the man is a total prick.
So, what? Now he's not dying, he doesn't want to know me anymore.
I mean...
She sighed.
Yes.
Turns out that old saying about expecting the worst and never being disappointed super doesn't work. John Fleming behaving exactly like John Fleming had no right to hurt this much. Thanks for not sugarcoating that.
Well, look on the bright side. Now you know for certain he's a worthless sack of shit that you don't want in your life at all.
Yeah. I looked up, slightly wet-eyed and not sure what my expression was doing. I guess I knew that going in.
No, you felt it. There's a difference. Now you'll never wonder. And your father cannot pull this bullshit on you ever again.
Mom, if that's your idea of a life lesson, it sucks.
Bof, sometimes life sucks.
She paused.
He still wants to do the album, you know.
I stared at her. Seriously?
He is surprisingly dependable where fame and money are concerned.
Obviously, this was the last thing I wanted. It was bad enough when he'd walked out on us. Now apparently he was just walking out on me. And it was stupid and selfish, but I did not want to share my mum with John fucking Fleming. He did not deserve that. It'd be a great opportunity for you.
Maybe, but I'm probably going to tell him to go fuck himself.
Is that, I asked, a good idea? She made another French noise.
I was going to say no, but it will be extremely satisfying. But actually, yes, it is a good idea. I don't need the money, and neither do you. You won't take anything from me as it is, so I'm sure you wouldn't if it had your father's cock prints all over it.
Thanks for that image.
And if I wanted to be making music, I'd be making music. I don't need anyone's permission for that, especially not John Fleming's.
I know it's none of my business, which is why I've never brought it up. But why did you never make another album? She offered one of her most expressive shrugs.
Lots of reasons. I'm still very rich. I've said what I needed to say. And then I had you, and I had Judy.
My mouth opened and closed a few times. Judy? Mum, are you coming out to me? Have you been a gay all this time?
Oh, Luc.
She gazed at me in disappointment.
You are so narrow-minded. Judy is my best friend, and when you have lived the kind of life I have, you realize that the big, sexy love is not the kind that really matters. Besides, I'm a famous older French lady. If I want to get laid, I can.
Please, stop. Just stop.
You are the one who wanted to know if you'd grown up in a secret lesbian fuck palace.
Okay, never ever say that phrase again.
The point is, I loved making music. And I loved your father. And I loved Judy. And I love you. In very different ways. I have never wanted to have sex with my guitar or watch Drag Race with John Fleming.
She leaned in conspiratorially.
Honestly, I think it would threaten his masculinity. He once said he was going to glass Bowie for looking at him funny. I was very embarrassed. I told him, David's not a gay, he's just pretty.
I covered my mouth with my hands and gave a sobbing sort of laugh. Oh, Mum, I love you. And I know it's not about me, but if you did change your mind about the album thing, I'd, be fine with it.
Even if I wanted to work with your father again, which I very much do not, he has treated my son incredibly badly, and I am very angry with him about that. Also, Judy and I are getting into Terrace House, so we are going to be extremely busy.
We fell into silence, which was something Mum usually reserved for special occasions, so she was probably more concerned about me than she was letting on. Problem was, I wasn't entirely sure what to say, or, for that matter, how I felt. Eventually, she nudged her shoulder lightly against mine.
What of you, mon canton? I am sorry you have had to go through this.
I'll be okay.
Are you sure? You do not have to say that, if it is not true.
I did something that, on a better day, I would have been thinking about. I don't know. It could be... Maybe it's because I half knew it was coming. I mean, not the, oh, I'm totally fine, fuck you, but the being let down. It hurts like hell, but not in the way I thought it would. Not in a way that changes anything.
That is good. I know it's a cliché, but he really isn't worth it. He's just an old, bald man with a leaky prostate who's on TV sometimes.
I grinned. They should make that his intro package.
And yet, for some reason, they never even asked me to give them a quote, though I still get royalties every time they use one of our clips.
We were quiet again for a moment. I think, I said finally, what's weirding me out is that I've spent my whole life wondering why John Fleming didn't want me. And now I'm annoyed that I spent such a long time trying to understand this complete arsehole when there are so many people around me who aren't complete arseholes.
Yes, it's funny how assholes do that to you.
How do you stop them?
You don't? You just get on with things and eventually it's fine. And you're fine. And you feel briefly bitter you spent so long not being fine, but then you're fine.
I'm pretty sure I'm in the bitter stage.
Hey, that's good. It's better than the, oh no, what did I do wrong? Am I a terrible person stage? And the next step you will hardly notice because you will be fine and you will have a lovely son and a best friend and you can watch Drag Race with her dogs. I mean, that's me, obviously, not you, but you can do the you version.
I slumped back on the sofa. I guess. But what with, everything, I'm not sure I've ever had a chance to work out what the me version is.
Maybe it's whatever you're doing right now.
Great, in principle. But unfortunately what I was doing right now was losing someone I actually did care about, not just my wank stain of a father. Oliver dumped me.
Oh, Luke.
She gave me a genuinely sympathetic look.
I'm sorry. What happened?
I don't know. I think we got too close and he got too scared.
Really? That sounds more like what you would do.
That's what I said, I complained. But he still walked out.
Well then.
Another of Mum's shrugs.
Fuck him.
As advice went, it was surprisingly flexible, and worked for my dad, because fuck him. But this was different. Normally I'd agree, but Oliver was good for me, and I don't want to throw that away.
Then don't.
I blinked a few annoyingly persistent tears from my eyes. Okay, now you've gone from chill to unhelpful.
I don't mean to be. But you had a boyfriend, and he made you happy for a while, and now it is over. And if we let happy things make us unhappy when they stopped, there would be no point having happy things.
That is way more enlightened than I am capable of being right now. There was no point getting angry at my mother, but it was easier than being sad about my ex. Oliver was pretty much the best part of my life, and I fucked it up, and there's nothing I can do about it, and that feels fucking terrible. She did the ineffectual shoulder pat, which was somehow way less ineffectual when she did it.
I'm sorry you feel terrible, mon canton. I am not saying that this will not hurt or that it will be easy, but you did not fuck it up. This Oliver clearly has, as the young people say today, the issues.
Yeah, and I wanted to help him with them, like he helped me.
That is his choice, though. Some people, they do not want to be helped.
I was about to protest, but then I remembered that I'd spent 5 years not wanting to be helped, and it had taken nearly losing my job, dating a guy I would never have considered dating, roping all my friends into a 2-day flat cleaning party, and having some dick from a nightclub feel sorry for me in The Guardian, for me to realise that I hadn't been as safe as I thought I was. So where does that leave me? He's still everything I want, and I can't have him.
As Mick used to say, you can't always get what you want. And you know, Luke, Oliver was a nice boy, and I'm sure he liked you very much, and I was wrong about him being engaged to a duke. But I think maybe he just came along at the right time. He is like...
She waved her hand like the world's most raddled fairy godmother.
the feather in that elephant movie.
Are you trying to tell me that not being a total fuck-up was inside me all along?
I mean, I used to be a professional songwriter, so I wouldn't say it in such a boring way, but... yes? I don't think Oliver changed your life, mon cher. I think he helped you to see it differently. He has gone now, but you still have the job you pretend you don't like, and the friends who have stuck by you through all of your bullshit, and you have me and Judy, and we love you very much, and we'll always be here for you until we are both dead.
I squidged along, and she put an arm around me. Thanks, Mum. That was lovely, until the crushing reminder of our mortality.
Since your father is not dying anymore, I thought it was a good time to remind you to appreciate me while you can.
I love you, Mum. This was embarrassing, but, well, sometimes you had to. Is it okay if I stay tonight?
Of course.
Half an hour later, I was lying in my childhood bed, staring at a ceiling whose every crack I already knew by heart. It was weird how, in a month, John Fleming had gone from being this idea I'd grown up with, to a real person, to an idea again. And, while that hurt, my life was already healing around him like skin closing over a cut. Oliver, though, was a whole different kettle of misery fish. But Mum had been right, hadn't she? I couldn't take everything he'd shown me and given me and shared with me and lose it in the shittiness of now. He'd helped me see that my life was better than I'd thought it was, that I was better than I'd thought I was. And I could hold on to that, even if I couldn't hold on to him. Chapter 50. Okay, I said to Alex. He glanced up happily. Oh, are we doing a joke? What larks? We haven't done one in ages. Right, what's a pirate's favourite letter of the alphabet? Well, I suppose the average 18th century seaman wouldn't have been literate, so probably most of them wouldn't have had one. A fair point, but that aside, if you were thinking of a generic movie pirate, what would his or her favourite letter of the alphabet be? He wrinkled his nose. I can honestly say I'm not certain. You sometimes got a guess with this joke. You sometimes didn't. You might think it'd be R, I explained in my best pirate voice, but my first love shall always be the sea. There was a long silence. Why would you think it would be R? Asked Alex. I mean, pirate begins with a P, as do plunder, pillage, purloin, privateer, and poor prince. R, like a pirate? No, pirate begins with a P. My phone went, thank God. I answered on my way back to my office.
Luke,
Cried Bridge.
there's a crisis.
What was it this time? Had they accidentally sold a set of film rights for 5 magic beans? What's wrong?
It's Oliver.
Suddenly I was paying attention. Is he all right? What's happened?
He's moving to Durham. He's there right now. He's got a job interview tomorrow morning.
We'd broken up, and I'd come to terms with being broken up. Okay, that was sort of a lie, but I was certainly moving in a termward direction. Even so, my heart still felt like it was going to vomit. What? Why?
He said he wanted a fresh start, somewhere far away.
I was very inclined to panic, but this did not sound like Oliver. Bridge, are you completely sure? He loves what he does, and if I had to pick a word to describe him, it wouldn't be impulsive.
He's been weird for ages. I know I'm not supposed to talk about you to each other, but this is an emergency.
It's certainly odd, I agreed, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it.
You have to stop him, obviously. I mean, it's your fault for letting him go in the first place.
Ow, not okay, Bridge. I did not let him go. I begged him to stay. I even talked about my feelings, and he dumped me anyway. She sighed heavily.
Oh, you can both be so hopeless sometimes.
That is unfair. I really tried.
Then try again.
Again? How many times do you want me to throw myself at a guy who doesn't want me?
More than once. And you know he wants you. He's always wanted you, Luke.
I collapsed into my desk chair, accidentally activating the tilt so that I nearly slid off under my workstation. Maybe, but he's convinced himself it can't work, and I don't know how to unconvince him.
Well, neither do I, but just sitting there while he runs away to the north is probably not a good start.
So you want me to what? Get on a train to Durham and stand in the city centre shouting, "Oliver, Oliver, I love you," on the off chance he hears me?
Or,
She suggested.
you could go to Durham and meet him at the hotel he's staying at, which I know because he told me, and then you could say, "Oliver, Oliver, I love you," to his face. Also, oh my gosh, you totally love him. I told you. This is going to be the best thing ever.
No, it's a terrible idea, and Oliver will think I'm deeply creepy. She thought about this for a moment.
What if I come with you?
I think that will look more creepy.
I'm coming with you.
My phone buzzed ominously, and the WhatsApp group, now Bridge Over Troubled Waters, flicked into life with a message from the bridge in question.
We have to take Luke to Durham. Durham. Because of true love. This is your way of asking for my truck, isn't it?
No, I typed quickly.
Yes, very truck, much emergency, wow.
I wish, came James Royce, someone would teach our Bridget a new meme. This was getting out of hand, and there'd only been 7 messages. Look, everything's okay. No one needs to be driven anywhere. Please go about your lives. Thank you and good night. And of course, an hour later, having taken a personal day that I'd really hoped someone would care about or challenge me on, I was sitting in the back of Priya's truck with Bridget, Tom, and the James Royces. What are you doing? I asked. You've got jobs, some of them quite important. You can't seriously want to drive 5 hours up to Durham just to watch me get shot down by a barrister.
Nope. Priya glanced into the rearview mirror. We are all up for that. It's because we care/hate you.
This is the most romantic thing you've ever done, Luke, darling, said James Royce. We wouldn't miss it for the world. I gaped at them. And you're going to stand around and watch while I...
Tell Oliver you love him,
offered Bridge. While I try and ask a guy who's already turned me down to go out with me. You're right. Thank God Tom was on my side. Standing around and watching would be a bit ridiculous. Let's stop at a welcome break and grab some popcorn first. Priya grinned.
I'd high-five you right now, but I like my truck far too much to take my hands off the wheel.
I don't even know what I'm going to say to him, I muttered. And Bridge, if you tell me to tell him I love him one more time, I will shove you out of this vehicle. That earned me a level 7 Bridget pout.
Don't be mean. I'm supporting you. And besides, I love you is all you should have to say.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that.
It's all Tom had to say to me.
For the record, this was Tom, I said quite a lot of other things, about how sorry I was for hooking up with your best friend. No offence, Luke. I rolled my eyes. It's fine. Tell me to my face what a mistake I am.
Point is,
Interrupted Bridget.
It doesn't matter because I wasn't listening to anything after the I love you bit.
Tom laughed and pulled her close. I do love you.
Oi.
Priya banged the wheel.
The only person who's allowed to fuck in my truck is me. I mean, me and whoever I'm fucking.
Yes, we'd inferred that, darling, remarked James Royce. Otherwise, you'd just be lying in the back seat having a massive wank. Priya frowned into the mirror.
Thanks for that speculation into the scale of my masturbatory habits.
Would you rather I said a tiny wank? A micro wank? A wankette? I covered my face with my hands. I've changed my mind. I'm walking to Durham.
There.
Bridget offered me a consoling pat.
It's going to be fine. Oliver really likes you, and you really like him. You've just been really bad at making each other believe that.
Actually, he'd done a great job convincing me, right up to the point where he said it was over and walked out of my flat.
He's scared, Luke.
Yeah, I got that. Credit me with some emotional intelligence.
But you've also got to understand that he spent his entire life trying to be the perfect son and the perfect boyfriend, and it never seems to work out for him.
I made an angry noise. Yes, I got that too. I did pay some attention while we were dating. The difference is, his parents are dicks, and his boyfriends, I assume, have also been dicks.
Some of them were quite nice. The boyfriends, I mean. His parents are awful and hate me.
Oh, how could anyone hate you, Bridget? Asked James Royce with an almost inhuman lack of sarcasm. She thought about it for a moment.
They seem to get very cross when you're late, and it's not like I'm late on purpose. Things come up. And I once asked for a Malibu and Coke at a party, and they looked at me like I'd asked for a glass of baby's blood.
Yep, I nodded. Sounds like them.
So you can see, Bridge pressed on, why he's not very good at having relationships.
Even though Oliver wasn't here, and it was the mildest possible criticism, I still felt a strange need to defend him. He was amazing at them when he was with me. He's the best boyfriend I've ever had.
That,
offered Priya,
is because you're a titanic romantic disaster with incredibly low standards.
I gave her a look. You know we really do only hang out with you for your truck.
Stop doing banter.
Bridge pounded her fist on the nearest solid object, which was, unfortunately, me.
This is important. We're sorting out Luke's love life, and his low standards aren't the problem.
I was about to protest that I didn't have low standards, but I was in this mess because I told my friends I needed literally anyone who would go out with me. So, what is the problem?
You can't feel close to someone, Bridge went on, when you're spending the whole time trying to be what you think they want.
But he is what I want. Except then I remembered Oliver telling me he wasn't who I thought he was. Oh, fuck. Isn't he? Priya's eyebrows did something very aggressive.
We're about a third of the way to Durham, mate. He better fucking had be.
I was so confused. Or maybe I wasn't. Maybe all this stuff about expectations and pretending and who people really were was so much smoke and bullshit. And maybe I'd just done a terrible job of showing Oliver that what made me happy wasn't the V-cut, or the French toast, or the socially acceptable career. It was him. Maybe it was that simple. Yeah, I said. He is. Chapter 51. It probably said something about Oliver's sense of humour, even when he was apparently in the middle of an existential crisis, that he'd chosen to stay in a place called the Honest Lawyer Hotel. Going by my complete lack of historical knowledge or interest, it looked like a converted coaching house, all sash windows, sloping tile roofs, and chimney stacks. There was a blossom tree in full bloom out front, which made it, in theory at least, a great location to try and romance somebody back into your life, and, for that matter, county. We stuck the truck in their car park and piled through the front door, looking in no way suspicious. Hello, I said, to the besuited man behind the desk, who, frankly and fairly, already seemed to have had enough of my shit. Can I help you? A pause. Any or all of you? I'm looking for Oliver Blackwood. I think he's staying here. He got that weary expression that people in service industries got when you were asking them to do things that definitely weren't their jobs. I'm afraid I can't give you information about guests. But, I pounced, he is a guest. I can't give you information about whether someone is a guest or not. He's not a film star or anything. He's just my ex-boyfriend. That doesn't make a difference. I'm not legally allowed to tell you who's staying here. Oh, well, please? No. I've come a really long way. And, to give the receptionist his due, he was being way more patient than I would have been. You brought all these people with you?
We're moral support,
Bridget explained. If you know this man, said the receptionist slowly, wouldn't you have his phone number? I guess I was worried he wouldn't pick up. But you thought he'd be fine with you showing up at his hotel with no warning and an entourage? I turned away from the desk. Bridge, why did you think this plan would work?
It shows you're going above and beyond.
She tripped forward to join me.
It shows how much you care.
Yeah, that was Priya.
I'm coming to the conclusion that it mostly shows you didn't think this through.
I have to agree, said the receptionist. Sheepishly, I pulled out my phone and rang Oliver. It went to voicemail, but since there was no message I could conceivably leave, I hung up quickly. I think he might be screening me. Desk guy folded his arms in a smug, vindicated way. You see, this is why we don't give out information about guests. But this is like love and shit, I tried. This is like, the receptionist was still visibly unmoved, my job and shit.
Don't worry, cried Bridge. I'll call him. Nobody screens me.
James Royce struck a despairing pose. I try to, Pumpkin, but you never take no answer for an answer. She once left me 37 consecutive voicemails, agreed James Royce, about a shop she'd found that was still charging 15p for Freddos. Really? Where? Asked the receptionist. Bridge gave him a haughty glare.
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to give that information away.
Can you please? I tried very hard to sound calm and in control. Call Oliver for me.
Don't worry.
Bridge was already rummaging in her bag.
I've got this. I'll be incredibly subtle.
Well, said Priya, we're fucked. There was a brief pause as Bridge unlocked her phone. And she'd been right. Oliver wasn't screening her. Which was good under the circumstances, but also made me feel like shit.
Hi,
she trilled, not, I'll be honest, entirely convincingly.
I just thought I'd check in for no reason. No, everything's fine. No crisis. How's Durham? What do you mean, you're not in Durham? Oh, that's nice. Been lovely talking to you. Bye-bye.
Okay. I stared at Bridget, reminding myself she was my best friend, and you didn't wish your best friend would fall into an open sewer and die. What was that? About him not being in Durham?
Apparently,
Bridge squirmed.
He changed his mind about the job, and obviously he must have cancelled his hotel room as well.
I can neither confirm nor deny that, put in the receptionist. But please leave. Priya threw her hands in the air.
You fuckers owe me dinner, or I'm driving back on my fucking own.
Can you at least stop saying fuck in the lobby? Asked the receptionist, in the plaintive tones of a man who, at this stage, would take what he could get.
The restaurant here looks perfectly acceptable, piped up James Royce. All their ingredients are apparently sourced within 20 miles of the hotel, and I do like a good side of local beef.
Quick question. I turned back to the receptionist. Would our going and buying dinner in your restaurant make you less annoyed with us, or more annoyed with us? The receptionist shrugged. Right now, I mostly want you away from my desk.
Yay!
Bridge did an actual dance.
Food adventure!
She and I ended up splitting the bill between the two of us, since this had been entirely her idea, and theoretically for my benefit. After we'd had starters, mains, desserts, and Priya had made a point of ordering coffee, we bundled back into her truck and started the journey home. Always the worst part of any road trip, especially one with a gigantic anticlimax in the middle.
It's a good sign, really.
As ever, Bridge was the first to break a perfectly satisfying, miserable silence. James Royce lifted his head from James Royce's shoulder.
Go on, darling. Spin this one for us. Well, don't you see? He was so sad when he broke up with Luke that he had to run away to the other side of the country. But when he thought about the reality of leaving you behind, he couldn't do it.
Alternatively, I said, he was in a bad place because he'd just got out of a weird, not quite fake relationship, and his parents had been dicks to him, so he thought about doing something dramatic. Then realised it was stupid because his house, his job, and all his friends are in London, where he's perfectly happy without me. Tom had been half dozing in the corner, but now he sat up. Is it at all possible there's a middle ground here? Like, maybe whether Oliver wants to get back with Luke has nothing to do with whether he wants to move to Durham. So you're saying, I glanced at Tom over Bridge's shoulder, that Oliver isn't happy or unhappy without me because I'm completely irrelevant? No, I'm saying you might be irrelevant to one very specific set of decisions.
That's not true, protested Bridge loyally. I'm sure Oliver wouldn't have been looking for work on the other side of the country if he hadn't broken up with Luke.
I made a fuck-it-all gesture. In any case, it doesn't matter. I tried to do the big gesture thing, and all I did was waste about 10 hours of everybody's time.
Time spent with friends, opined James Royce, is never wasted, and the beef was excellent, if a trifle under for my taste.
Priya's eyes flashed in the mirror.
My time's been wasted, as has my petrol.
I'll reimburse you for the petrol.
And what about the sex I could be having right now?
Well, I blinked. I'd reimburse you for that as well, but I'm not really qualified. This was your idea, Bridge. Over to you. She squeaked.
I don't think I'm qualified either. Yeah, said Priya. Can we stop talking about my sexuality like it's an entry-level position at Deloitte?
We apologised, after which Bridge transitioned seamlessly back into my love life.
You'd better not be giving up, Luke.
He wouldn't even answer my call.
Yes, that's another good sign. If he didn't care, he'd be fine to talk to you.
We've been through this. I didn't know what I was going to say in a hotel in Durham. I don't know what I'd have said if he'd answered the phone. And I'm not going to know what to say if I suddenly show up on his doorstep at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh!
Bridge gasped.
That's a wonderful idea. Priya, drive to Oliver's house.
Priya scowled again.
Sure, I'll just type Oliver's house into my sat-nav, shall I? It's fine, I've got his address. This is my truck, not a fucking Uber.
Oliver didn't like using Uber, I heard myself say. He thought their business practices were unethical.
You know what else is unethical? Priya shot back. Making your only South Asian friend drive you everywhere. Ooh, James Royce started. I hadn't thought about the optics of that. I could take a turn at the wheel if you'd like.
Priya shook her head.
Nobody has sex in my truck but me. Nobody drives my truck but me.
Then stop complaining that we make you drive us places, I complained.
You could, for example, get your own cars.
With the congestion charge? James Royce looked genuinely shocked. And parking would be a nightmare. Besides, dear heart, you're the one who chose a career carting scrap metal around.
I'm a sculptor, not a refuse collector.
I closed my eyes. They could go on like this pretty much indefinitely. And I'd had, to put it mildly, a long day, made longer by its absolute futility. I mean, it was probably for the best that Oliver wasn't randomly upending his entire life in a moment of whatever it had been a moment of. And actually, I'd had those kind of moments myself, and they were never a good sign. But in terms of my relationship, fake or otherwise, or lack thereof, it did leave me sort of nowhere. At least if we'd found Oliver in Durham, I could have been all, "No, please don't go. Come back with me." Whereas if I tried to talk to him now, I'd just have to be like, "Hi," and I couldn't quite see that being a love story for the ages. Wow. This sucked. Resting my head against the window, I let myself doze to the humming of the engine and the comforting white noise of my friends bickering. Chapter 52.
We're here.
Bridget poked me excitedly. I rubbed my eyes, very glad to be home. Thank fuck, I'm knackered.
I feel so sorry for you,
drawled Priya.
Having to sleep in the back while I ferried you to and from Durham on a wild goose chase.
Sorry. Next time you have something heavy to lift, I'll make far fewer excuses about helping you. I plopped out of the truck, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. Then I realised I was in Clerkenwell. Hey, wait, this isn't where I live. Bridget yanked the door closed again and locked it, before winding the window down just far enough that I could hear her.
No, this is Oliver's. Don't you remember? We said we'd take you here.
Yes, they had. I did not agree to this.
Tough, it's for your own good. You'll thank us when you're 80 and have 1,000,000 grandchildren.
I banged on the side of the vehicle. Let me in, you abject fuckers. This is not funny. Priya cracked the front window.
You're right, it's not. Hands off the paintwork.
For fuck's sake. I waved my arms, not quite daring to further risk Priya's wrath. I'm pretty sure this is legally kidnapping.
Ooh, cried Bridget. Oliver's a lawyer. Knock on his door and ask him.
I'm not going to wake him up in the middle of the night to ask a spurious question about whether my friends have committed a felony against me.
I was just trying to give a plausible cover story you could use to segue into telling him you want to go out with him again.
I was still gesticulating. Oh, so many things. Firstly, it is not a plausible cover story. Secondly, it doesn't make up for the fact you've dumped me on the street halfway across London from where I actually live. And thirdly, most importantly, he doesn't want to go out with me.
You were willing to do this in Durham. Why aren't you willing to do it here?
Because, I yelled, I've had time to realise what a terrible idea it is. Now let me the fuck back into this van before Oliver's neighbours call the police. Priya began winding her window back up.
Don't you dare call my truck a van.
I'm so sorry. Clearly that distinction is what matters most in this moment. Lucian, said Oliver from behind me. What are you doing? Fuck. I turned, trying to look normal and nonchalant. Just passing. On my way back from a trip. If you're just passing, why are you standing outside my front door screaming your head off? And why is there a truck full of people watching you do it? I stared at him helplessly for what felt like far too long. He was in stripy pyjama bottoms and one of his plain, excitingly clingy t-shirts, and he had that slightly over-chiseled look he'd had when I first met him. It made him feel slightly like a stranger. I'm trying to think of a good excuse, I told him, but I can't. Then he folded his arms. Why don't you try telling me the truth?
Well, it couldn't be any worse than I happened to stop by with all my friends to ask you a legal question. Bridget told me you were moving to Durham, so I went to Durham to tell you not to go to Durham, but it turned out you weren't in Durham, you were at your house. He seemed to be having trouble processing this, which made two of us.
Is that why you called earlier?
Yes. Long silence.
I'm not going to Durham.
Yes, I figured that out when you weren't in Durham.
More long silence. Why? He asked slowly. Do you care?
I don't know. I just didn't want you to be in Durham. I mean, unless you really wanted to be. But I think, not that it's my place, you probably don't actually want to, that is, be in Durham. He was giving me this, what the hell is wrong with you look.
Yes, Lucien. That's why I didn't go.
Yeah, but you applied for an actual job, booked an actual hotel, which means you must have been pretty serious for a while there.
I was. Or rather, he blushed a little. I had a moment of wanting to be somewhere else, far away from everyone I've let down.
For fuck's sake, I protested. You haven't let anyone down.
You didn't seem to feel that way when we last spoke.
I waved my arms in exasperation. I can't believe you're making me defend your right to dump me. But you didn't let me down. You just made a decision I didn't like. They're not the same thing. I think you made the wrong call, but it's not your job to make me, or your parents, or anyone else happy. A chorus of kiss, kiss, kiss rose from the truck. I'm pretty sure Bridge started it. Wheeling round, I gave them my hardest of hard stares. Not the time. Really not the time.
Sorry, Luke, my sweet.
James Royce leaned over from the far passenger side and stuck his head out the window.
It's hard to hear from this position, and we seem to have misread the body language.
You definitely have.
If it's not too intrusive a question, said Oliver, why have you brought all your friends to my doorstep?
I didn't bring them. They brought me. They've got this idea that if I turned up and told you how much I cared about you, that you'd fall into my arms and we'd live happily ever after. But frankly, they've wildly underestimated how fucked up you are. His expression wheel of fortune through hurt, relief, and anger, before finally settling on resignation.
Well, I'm glad you're finally seeing me clearly. Can I take it you agree you're better off without me?
Fuck a goat, Oliver, no. I know I haven't always got you, and I know there's been a bunch of times where I was a dick to you without meaning to, and also a bunch of times where I was just a dick, but I was never into the guy you think you should be. I'm into the guy you are.
Is now a good time?
Asked Bridget from the truck. No, I called back. Very much not.
Okay, sorry. Can you let us know?
I really can't. Kind of getting shot down again, actually. I'm not shooting you down, interrupted Oliver, making a valiant effort to ignore the fact I'd accidentally brought an audience. But you have to understand that I'm not someone people stay with. I try to be a good person and a good partner, but it's never enough, and it'll never be enough for you.
Tell him you've got incredibly low standards, suggested Priya.
I do not have incredibly low standards. Well, I do, but it's not relevant here. I put my back firmly to the truck and faced Oliver. Look, you've got it super wrong. I can't answer for your past relationships, but what you think pushes people away is what lets them in. And, God, I sound like an inspirational Instagram post, but not letting people in is what pushes them away.
What pushes them away?
Oliver had that tight, frowny expression.
Is that I let things slip. My parents see it, you've seen it. When I was with you, I wasn't taking care of myself. I was eating too much, taking too little exercise. I was leaning on you far more than I should have. And God, those scenes I subjected you to with my family and afterwards, that's not who I wanted to be with you. Oh, Oliver, haven't you listened to a word I've said? I wasn't with you because you had a V cut and no problems. Even as I said it, it didn't sound quite right. Okay, I was at first, but I stayed because you're... Fuck, I was going to say perfect, but you're not perfect, and no one's perfect, and you don't have to be perfect. Of course no one's perfect, but I can be better. You don't have to be better. You're everything I want right now. Can I just remind you that you opened this conversation by telling me how fucked up I am? That cannot be something you want. It absolutely can. You've seen me have one bad day, Lucien. That doesn't mean you know me. I laughed. Oh, you have no fucking idea. When we met, I was too busy drowning in my own shit to pay much attention to yours, but you hide it way less well than you think you do. I'm not sure I like where this is going. Tough, you literally asked for this. You're prissy and insecure and uptight and use pretentious language because you're afraid of making mistakes. You're so controlling you keep your bananas on a separate hook, and such a god-awful people-pleaser that it borders on self-destructive. Which is weird because you're also convinced you know what's best for everybody, and it never occurs to you to actually ask them. You're smug, patronising, and adhere rigidly to a set of ethics I don't think you've thought through anywhere near as well as you pretend you have. And I honestly think you might have a little bit of an eating disorder. Which you should probably see someone about, by the way, whether you go out with me or not. I thought you came here to try and win me back, not to elucidate for both of us why I'm the last thing you need.
Luke, you're doing this all wrong, yelled Bridge. You're meant to tell him he's wonderful, not that he sucks.
I kept my gaze on Oliver. You are wonderful, but you need to believe that I don't like you in spite of all of that. I like you because you're you, and all of that is part of you. In for a penny? And anyway, I don't like you. I mean, I do like you, but you probably should know that I love you as well. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bridge literally punch the air.
Yes, better.
Oliver, however, was silent, which didn't seem like a good sign. So I kept talking, which was probably also a bad sign. And I know you're in a weird place at the moment, and I was in a weird place when we started this, but I'm in a way better place now, and that's partly because of you, and partly because of these dickheads. I indicated my friends, who still had their noses pressed right against the windows, like puppies for sale. The thing is, even then, when I kept fucking up, and let's face it, I've fucked up a lot, I knew on some level that we were right. And I kept coming back to you, and you kept taking me back, because you knew it too. And this time, I hate to say it, but you're the one who's fucked up. And I'm still coming back to you, because I still think we're right. So, you know, it's time for you to do your bit. Okay, even my friends were being quiet, and my stomach felt like it was about to fall to the centre of the earth. It carried on feeling that way for a very, very long time. This was it. This was the moment where he got what I was saying and threw his arms around me and told me... I'm sorry, Lucien, said Oliver. It's not the same. Then he turned, walked back into his house, and closed the door. Chapter 53.
You know,
said Bridget, as Priya drove us to Shepherd's Bush.
I really thought that was going to go better.
I sighed and wiped my eyes. I know you did, Bridge. That's why we love you.
I don't understand. You're perfect for each other.
Yeah, we're both perfectly messed up.
In complementary ways.
If it was complimentary, he wouldn't have dumped me, then left me standing on the doorstep when I begged him to undump me. At which point, James Royce chimed in.
I didn't want to bring this up, but I'm not sure you handled the situation quite as well as you could. I mean, opening with, "Here are all your personal flaws, and by the way, I think you have an eating disorder," is possibly not the best way to strike a romantic tone.
No. Bridge squidged her face between the headrests.
I thought that at the time, but it was the right thing to do. Oliver needs to know he's loved, no matter what.
I see what you're saying. James Royce was nodding sagely. But I think if what you wanted to communicate was that he was loved no matter what, you should have gone with, "Oliver, you're loved no matter what." I curled further into the corner. Not massively appreciating this post-mortem of my utter romantic failure.
Bullshit, James.
Priya had, of course, chosen to ignore me, but she did seem to be broadly on my side.
People don't believe stuff just because you tell it to them directly. If they did, visual art would be completely worthless. Otherwise, I'd go around writing things like, "Capitalism has significant problems," and "I fancy girls" on walls. Stop getting sidetracked.
That was Bridge, no surprise.
Point is, we need a new plan.
I closed my eyes. No more plans.
But Luke, you've been so much better since you've been with Oliver, and I don't want you getting all sad and in the tabloids again.
In her defence, it wasn't an unreasonable concern. After all, that was exactly what had happened the last time I'd broken up with someone I cared about. I mean, apart from the minor detail that Oliver hadn't sold me out to a third-rate gossip rag for an insultingly small sum of money. Thanks for looking out for me, Bridge, but at the risk of sounding like a chick-lit heroine from the 90s, I don't need a man to complete me.
You complete me, darling,
said James Royce to James Royce. I glared at the backs of their heads. Way to undercut my point, guys.
Sorry, I got caught up in the moment.
The moment of my relationship falling apart. James Royce's shoulders hunched in a wincy way.
Oh dear, that does make me sound rather selfish, doesn't it?
Look, I said, being with Oliver has been so good for me. It's helped me sort through a lot, and I'm sure in the future I'll be able to have a healthy, functional relationship with someone nice. But for now, I'm still really upset, so for fuck's sake, stop being happy at me. The message seemed to get through, and everyone remained sympathetically miserable until we got back to my flat, where I announced my intention to spend the next couple of hours drinking and feeling sorry for myself. You can join me if you like, but I've been stuck with you all day, so I honestly don't care if you'd rather just go home. Priya shrugged.
I'm in. It'll be like the good old days. Sorry, darling.
James Royce was already calling an Uber. My husband and I have to go and be happy somewhere. And I've got an early flight, added Tom, to somewhere I can't talk about, to do something I can't talk about.
I'll stay. It means I'll be late for work tomorrow, but I've got Flexi and I'm sure they can survive without me for...
She checked her phone.
Oh shit, I've been fired!
For a moment, I was genuinely not thinking about my own problems. Fuck, Bridge. I'm so sorry. Was it...
False alarm. There's been a fire, and half the first print run of "I'm out of office at the moment, please forward any translation work to my personal email address" has gone up in smoke. I have to go and deal with this right now.
We all parted ways, except for Priya, who followed me up to my flat, made an appropriately rude comment about how surprised she was that I'd managed to keep it clean, and then immediately started raiding the kitchen for booze. I can't say I was good company, but it was nice having her there, and she let me cry into my drink without looking awkward or trying to comfort me, which was exactly what I needed right then. We crawled into bed at 3 a.m. because she was in no position to drive, and I was in no position to be on my own, which meant we were both woken up when the buzzer went a couple of hours later.
Who the fuck is that?
Groaned Priya. The buzzing went on. Well, I rolled over blearily. I'd normally say you, but you're here. Or Bridge, but she's probably still dealing with a warehouse full of burning books. The buzzing went on. She stole my pillow and pressed it over her head.
It's fucking Oliver, isn't it?
There was no one else it could be, but I couldn't quite work out how to feel about it. This was supposed to make me happy, right? But it was also making me feel crap the bed nervous and giving me a headache. The buzzing went on.
You have 8 seconds to deal with that, Priya told me, before I put a fucking drill through it.
I haven't got a drill.
Then I'll find something heavy and pointy and do the best I can.
Yeah, I think that would knacker my security deposit.
Then, she growled, you better answer the fucking door.
I staggered out of bed and into the living room. Hello? I said, picking up the handset like I was afraid it might bite me. It's me. Oliver's voice was slightly hoarse, though probably less wrecked than mine. And I came to see you. Can I come up? There's a tiny, angry lesbian in my bed, so it's not really a good time. There was a pause. I'm not sure I want to have this conversation over an intercom. Oliver. Tears, alcohol, a 10-hour road trip, and a chronic lack of sleep had turned my brain to cauliflower cheese. I'm not sure I want to have a conversation at all, given, everything. I understand that, but... An anxious, needy little pause. Please? Oh, fuck. Fine, I'll come down. I went down. Oliver was on my doorstep, dressed for work, with dark circles under his eyes. Okay, I said. What? He gazed at me for a long moment. Are you aware that you're wearing nothing but a pair of hedgehog-themed boxer shorts? Well, I was now. I've had a rough night. That makes 2 of us. He took off his big cashmere lawyer coat and wrapped it round me. Obviously, pride demanded that I not let him, but having finally restored my reputation, the last thing I needed was either getting photographed in my underpants or brought up on public indecency charges. Knowing my luck, I'd get stuck with Justice Mayhew. Oliver drew in a shaky breath. I'm sorry to wake you, but I wanted to tell you I was wrong. It would have been a good time to say something encouraging and emotionally generous, but I'd just been buzzed out of bed after 2 hours' sleep. Which bit? All of it. Especially when I said it wasn't the same, because it was. He stared at the pavement, or possibly my bare feet. I was shaken and upset, and I pulled away, and then I was too ashamed to pull back. That sounded too familiar for me to be able to condemn it, even though I really wanted to. I understand. I'm hurt, and I'm mad as hell, but I do understand. I wish I hadn't hurt you. Me too, but... I shrugged. Here we are. There was a long silence. Oliver looked kind of uncertain and tormented, but I still wasn't inclined to be particularly helpful. Did you mean it? He asked finally. Mean what? Everything you said. I was starting to realise he did that a lot, asking you to repeat expressions of affection like he couldn't quite believe he'd heard you right. Yes, Oliver, I meant it. That's why I said it. You think I have an eating disorder? He'd better not have come all this way and woken me up and exposed me to the very real possibility that Priya wouldn't let me back in my flat to talk about my perception of his mental health. I don't know, maybe. I'm not a medical professional, but you're so committed to being healthy it sometimes seems unhealthy. You've also noticed I'm very controlling. Perhaps it's just a symptom of my being generally uptight. Is this really what you want to talk about now? No, he admitted, frowning. I'm being cowardly again. What I really wanted to ask is, Did you mean it when you said you know, when I said, for someone who didn't like talking about feelings and shit, the words came easily for once. I loved you. He nodded, somewhat abashed. Of course I fucking love you. That's why I turned up on your doorstep and made a complete idiot of myself. Again. Oliver shuffled. I'd hope it's obvious, but in case it's not, I'm on your doorstep now, and I'm also feeling rather foolish. You're not the one in your underwear. He was looking incredibly lost, and I was such a fucking sap I couldn't stand it. Oliver, I said, do you have something you want to tell me? So many things I hardly know where to begin. How about you start with the one I clearly need to hear? Then he gave me this amazing look, all dignity and vulnerability mushed up together. I'm in love with you, Lucien, but it seems hardly adequate. I'd always figured it was, ILY that was the important bit. Except any prick could say that, and a bunch of them already had. Only Oliver would follow it up with, but it seems hardly adequate. In spite of myself, I smiled. You've forgotten my incredibly low standards. I've still got a lot to figure out in this regard, he murmured. But you've helped me realize that very often, standards are bullshit. Okay, that was even better than, but it hardly seems adequate. I kissed him. Or he kissed me. I couldn't tell who'd started it. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was that we were kissing. I missed you kisses, and I want you kisses, and we're better together kisses, and kisses that felt like sorry, and kisses that felt like promises, and kisses that could be tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Afterwards, the sky was bright with new sunlight, pristine and blue and endless, and we sat on my doorstep, knees and shoulders touching, while shepherd's bush stirred sleepily around us. I should probably tell you, Oliver told me, that I've thought a lot about what you said, about me and my parents and how I live my life. I gave him a slightly worried look. Don't overdo it. I'm not sure I handled any of that at all well. I'm not sure there's a good way to handle it. But I trust you, and that gave me perspective. Of course, I'm still not sure what to do with that perspective, but it helps. Well, if it takes you less than 28 years, you're doing better than me. It's not a competition. And actually, he gave a soft, slightly bitter laugh. It's looking like 28 years is about right. Family's hard. But you've got me right. Not as a replacement, but like a bonus. You're more than a bonus, Lucien. You're integral. Oh, be still, my beating heart. And I wasn't even being sarcastic. He stirred nervously at my side. I'm conscious this could be rather burdensome to hear, but you remain the thing I have most chosen for myself, the thing that's most exclusively mine, the one thing that brings me the deepest joy. Oof. The old me would have run a fucking mile. I'm not sure I feel burdened. I feel amazed I could be that for you, but I'm up for it. I've been attracted to you for a long time, ever since I saw you at that awful party and you seemed so impossibly free, although I do think it was rather pathetic of me to agree to be your fake boyfriend. Hey, I pointed out, I asked you to be my fake boyfriend. That's way more pathetic. In any case, I wasn't prepared for the truth of you. I squirmed, sort of delighted, but also incredibly embarrassed. Because I was still not good with feelings, and Oliver apparently had a lot of them. And I guess, so did I. Right back at you, kid. Don't diminish this, Lucien. You've done things for me that nobody's ever done before. What, you mean run to Durham for no reason? Seen me, stood up for me, fought to keep me. Through Oliver's eyes, I was starting to sound like a pretty cool person. Fucking hell. You do not do anything by halves, do you? The corners of his lips turned up. In case you haven't noticed, neither do you. I tucked my head against his shoulder, and he put an arm around me. You know, I'm not super sure how we actually boyfriend. I suppose we behave much as we did when we were fake boyfriending. It seemed to work for us. Okay. That was simpler than I'd anticipated. Let's do that then. I always thought. Oliver drew me in closer. My previous relationships failed because I wasn't trying hard enough. But I suspect you were right, and I was trying too hard. It felt safe to let my guard down with you because I could tell myself it wasn't real. But now it is, and, well, I'm coming to the conclusion I might be unbelievably terrified. Me too, I said. But let's be terrified together. I slipped my hand into Oliver's, and we sat for a while in silence. And I was pretty sure this was how love felt. Fuzzy, and scary, and confusing, and light enough to whisk you away, like a Tesco's bag, on the wind.